Lifting big weights hurts. There is an inherent, there's pain, dude. Everybody knows what it takes, but nobody will do it. I could sit here and I could tell you, I could lay out 8 weeks training for you. Block period, what bands, chains, all down to anything, write it all out and you won't fucking do it. That's what it takes. They want to take something from that, something fun that doesn't require consequence. Because sometimes you just have to do the hard thing. You know, like people, they always want to do 2 easy things or 2 medium things to get the big thing. And sometimes you have to, narrow is the road. You know what I mean? Narrow is the gate you want to go through.
It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. I would consider winning worlds and breaking world records, dominating the
when you come to fruition and you're actually
the class that you're in. Yes. So to still be dominating in a sport over a decade later, actually 13 years, that's fucking impressive, man. There's not very many people that have that type of longevity. So that's one of the things that we're going to talk about as well, is how do you get that type of longevity, and especially a sport like this, because there's a few other people that have had, you know, that type of duration, but I was looking a little bit earlier today, it's less than a handful. There's not many. And I don't believe there's any in any weight class over 242.
Well, I think like the bigger you get, it's hard to be big, you know, it's hard on your body. It's hard on your heart. It's just, it's hard. It's hard on your mind, you know?
Yes.
I think, when you start getting over like 10 and 12 years, it's very hard mentally. So like, you know, I had to invent ways to stay motivated, and you know, you learn or you die. So
exactly. So what I wanted to
evolve or die, man.
Yeah. I wanted to go through your powerlifting journey, you know, just basically from the first time that you were in the gym, you know, until where you are now. There's one question that really stuck out to me, and anybody that's paying attention through this podcast, you're going to see the answer to this. It was somebody was asking, and it wasn't a troll question, but I kind of looked at it kind of like a troll question, but I don't think it was. Is you squatted 1,000 pounds at 19 years old, and then this person was watching the WPO and listening to the commentating, so I don't know which year it was, and said you squatted 1135.
I believe, that was in 17. It was an APF
17,
Nationals. That was my opener, So
the way the question was poised is, did it really take that long to put 135 pounds on your squat? Now, there's a lot that goes into this, you know, to where, so that just keep that in mind, because a lot of what we're going to talk about is going to dive into that, because the further you get along this journey, just getting back to where you were is a challenge. You know, getting over that is a challenge. Then when you're breaking all-time world records, getting over that is a monumental challenge. So it's not just 135.
Well, I try to tell people it's one thing to break a world record, and I call it getting there. You know, it's another thing to stay there and compete, but then it's another thing to rule. You know, I always, you know, Louis' whole thing was read books. So like, you know, he always liked The Art of the Samurai. So one, Sun Tzu, Art of War, you know, appear weak to your enemy, but that's you showing your hand. You don't show your hand. That's basically what I just don't do that.
Yeah. So how did you, I don't want to get into, you were training for high school football. So just get into that. Then you see Travis training in a gym somewhere.
Yeah. So I was at, I always like, you know, I grew up watching Arnold, Sylvester Stallone, all those guys. So you always wanted to be big and jacked like them. So I was in, I don't know if you remember, it was a gym called Murph's Gym in Grove City. Jason Murphy is a guy who's over at Lexington, I think now, but he owned that gym. And I'd walked in there, you know, during a summer, and I'd go in there and bench press. I didn't know anything. I was reading, you know, Muscle and Fitness magazines and the New Flex magazine.
Yeah.
I didn't really know anything about powerlifting, but, you know, everybody wanted big, you know, having a big bench was always cool. That meant you were strong, you know. How much can you bench press? Nobody asked how much you squat or deadlift. So, yeah, I was in there, and this up until that point, I'd never seen a human that big. You know, Travis was, you know, he was about 6'4", maybe a 300-pound dude, 315-pound guy. you know, big 20 some inch arms, big guy, you know, and I'm a kid. I ain't never seen that. It looks like an action figure to me. I was like, what in the hell is that thing? You know,
Yeah.
like, how do I become this thing? And he had and like, I was looking at him, he had 5 plates on the bar, and I didn't even think that was possible. Like that didn't even register in my head that you could put 5 plates on a bench press bar and do it. And, he was wearing a Karen's denim bench press shirt. And at the time I didn't even know what that was. I'm like, what is this thing? How I see that there are many plates on there, and I would like to do that. It looks like, so I remember I went up and talked to him. I was like, dude, how do I do that? And he's like, he starts saying all this shit to me, and I don't know what the hell he's saying to me. You got to do triceps, and I'm like, what? Like, I know that's your tricep, but I don't, you know what I mean? Like I'm in like 8th grade, you know what I mean? 7th or 8th grade. I'm like young, I'm like 14 years old. So I'm this 14-year-old kid trying to retain this, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like the only way I could describe that is like when you first started, it felt like I was an 8th grader got stuck out in a varsity football game. It was like, set, hut, smash. I was like, what was that? So he's like, tell me all these things, do all this stuff. I'm like, dude, I just don't know what the hell that dude just said to me, but I kind of figure out I got to do this a lot of triceps. So I remember that was the first time I met him. And there had been, I don't know, some time went by, and he came back in again to grab like a energy drink out of the thing. He'd stop by, and I remember I saw him like, hey, like, I want to do that thing that you're doing. And I'd been bugging the shit out of him every time I saw him. So, I mean, I saw him on a couple other occasions, and he trained my brother too. So my brother was my older brother was he was in shirts and stuff before I was.
Okay.
So I was kind of like, I kind of want to do that, you know, and I was looked at kind of like the younger brother that just wanted to do what his older brother was doing. And he gave me a shot. He said, finally, he just said, all right, just come meet me down here. And it was, he had a little gym in the back of his girlfriend's dance studio. It was just like a power rack and some benches, just some shit, you know? And I was like, sweet, I'm going to get strong now, you know? And I remember one of the first workouts we did in there, it was, we were doing pin pulls. I don't know what a damn fucking pin pull was, you know what I mean? I just know that they set the bar on the pin and you're supposed to pick it up.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I think I was like 14 and I pulled like 605 off pin 1. And I didn't, is that good? You know, I don't know. And he's like, dude, what the fuck? And I was like, what? I don't understand. And now when I was a kid, granted, I was a little cocky bastard because, I was strong and I knew it and I was a dumb kid. You know what I'm saying? So like they hated that about me, dude. Like they just wanted to knock me down to size all the time. And, so I guess somebody said if there was a younger me, what I tell myself, don't be a cocky bastard and think you know everything when you're young, because you don't. But anyway, back to what I was saying. He's like, dude, we got to take you somewhere else. I was like, well, what do you mean take me somewhere else? I was like, I've been trying to come in here and you're trying to train with you guys. Now you're trying to we got to take you to Westside Barbell. And I'm like, what the hell is Westside Barbell, you know? And, I was so terrified because basically they told me about this giant, this monster of a woman named Amy Weisberger and how, she could bench more than me, and if I didn't bench more than Amy, then I couldn't come back. Then you can just get the fuck out. If you can't outbench Amy, you can't be here, type thing. I was terrified that I was going to get outbenched by this woman.
So Travis was saying this before you even got there.
Yeah, just trying to psych me the fuck out. And so I remember I was like, oh, like whatever. I just got to go. So to me, in this, we're going to take you to Westside. He started describing it. I'm like, that sounds crazy. Like it sounds like a militaristic cult faction. Like. All right, let's do it. I'll go over there. And I remember I'd never put a bench shirt on up until that point. And I walked in there, and Travis we walked in the gym, and we had been in there, and they were showing me around, and I'm pretty intimidated. I'm like a 14-year-old kid, and there's killers in there, dude. Not you know what I'm saying? There's just like
so this was industrial drive, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Like this is when they just had the first one side when they first came from Demarest.
Yeah.
So he had that 1,500 square foot side, and that was it. Like everything was smashed in there. You were doing hypers next to a guy that you might have fought 2 days ago. You know what I mean? Like everything was real close quarter.
Yeah.
So, what was I saying?
Well, when you first came in there, so
Travis brings me in there. Louis comes in, and I'm like, okay, I knew that's Louis. I'm like, shit. I'm like, I was real nervous that they would tell me to leave, like they don't want kids in there. Get the fuck out of there. So I was nervous, and I remember Louis was talking to Travis, and he said something like, well, if he can use a bench shirt, he can stay. He said something like that. I kind of overheard it. I was like, dude, I've never put a shirt on I don't even, I just seen people, they go down and they touch it and they push it up. That's all I'd seen it. I'd never even held one.
Mm-hmm.
And Louis goes into his office and he comes out with a black Inzer Rage X bench shirt. He throws it to me. He goes, "Here, try this." And I was like, "Okay." And I remember we put it on. I laid down. I benched 400 pounds. He's like, I remember I stood up. After I did it, I was like, "What, is that good?" And he goes, "You can train here." And he just turned around and walked away. Mm-hmm. So that was like my introduction going into Westside Barbell.
So I was in the morning crew at the time, I believe, because on
4 o'clock.
Drive, yeah. So at 4 o'clock. So Gritter,
Oh my God.
So you were in Gritter's crew.
Gritter, Bob Coe, Jimmy Ritchie, Freddie Bolt, Joe Jester. Who else was in there? Chester, John Stafford. You had Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Those type guys.
So what? I mean, as you're 14 years old, right? I mean, you're still in high school,
and people don't understand that. Like,
so you're leaving high school, then you're going straight to the gym, essentially.
Middle school.
I'm
like seventh or eighth grader.
Okay.
Like, my parents had to drive me to the gym, and my mom was terrified. But my dad's like, "Just let him go, like, let him go do it." My mom was like, "But these men, like," I was like, "It'll be okay, Mom." And like, so in hindsight, 2020, we go to the first meet. It was Circleville bench press meet. You remember that? Mm-hmm. And my mom was like the first and last meet my mom ever went to, because these motherfuckers, they'd smack you right in the face. They didn't think you looked awake. They were like, "Wake up!" That was bash. My mom was like, "Good God, you smacked my child!" Like, type shit. So. It was this weird fine line we had to walk for a while. It was kind of funny.
So what was the training like? Is it, I'm in a different crew, right? So I'm in what, as Louis would say, the AM crew is always
8 hours ahead.
Yeah. So what was because of your age, right? So who were you training with? Because it's a group, right? So everybody's kind of telling everybody what to do, but somebody has to be telling you.
Well, the guy that I always looked up to and asked well, "Hey, what should I do? What should I jump to? What do you think?" was always Bob. Bob was like he saw me in there and was like, "Hey man, I think this kid's special. Let me just keep him from getting hurt." Because up until that point, it was balls to the walls. If you tweaked your pec, put some duct tape on it. If the duct tape came off, put some glue on it. Type shit. Mm-hmm. If your calluses are ripped off, you shouldn't have such pussy hands. Mm-hmm. There was no excuse for anything. It was just that real cutthroat time. And during that time, it was like Bob's whole thing was, "Dude, I can't get." He told me later on, I didn't want your parents to sue me. If we got you hurt, your fucking parents would sue me. So later on, Bob had a really, I think, is a big reason why I got so far. Is because in the very beginning I was sheltered from catastrophic things I didn't really have business doing. And a lot of that stuff was we would pull off one jump early. So if something was slow, or I got one out of the groove towards the end, one of those high percentage numbers, your last one or two, if it was slow, you'd be like, "Hey, we're just going to shut it down there. You don't have to pull another one." Where that era of Westside didn't care if it was fucking slow, put a plate on it. If you missed it, you're a bitch, type shit. So I was almost like I was this new way outside of that brutality, so to say.
Yes, and a lot of that's probably, I mean, you're speaking about Bob Coe for those that aren't familiar, and he might have been he was
close
always at
to
Westside.
Maybe one of the original members.
Probably. I mean, he was when I got there in early '90s. He was there.
Yeah, Demo. He come with Demo, I believe.
Yeah,
when Demo had Eminem. Remember Demo's gym?
Yes, because that's the first gym I'm in a sling when I came to Columbus, so. Louis had that gym, so Matt took all the equipment to Eminem. Yeah. And all the barbells, powerlifting shit went into this boxer in the basement gym. Yeah. Right. So it was a different gym.
Boxing ring.
But because I had a sling, I needed to use the leg press and shit like that. So I was training at Eminem, then I would go, to the other thing. And Matt was there, and Bob was kind of bouncing around between it, but he was definitely there.
Yeah, dude, he had hair. I mean, I seen pictures of Bob when he had hair. It was like, dude, when did you have hair?
Yeah, so he would have had. Was that when he's tore a lot of shit? Was his tricep?
That was
torn?
his MO. Well, this was when Matt died. So when this was 315-pound washboard ab Bob. The dude was a Mongol.
Yeah.
He was a jacked ass dude, and he was mean. Bob was a mean ass motherfucker, dude. And Matt had just died. And Bob and Matt were real close, and that that really tore Bobby up. It was real hard for him. And he had done it. It was a bench press meet. I think it was. I don't remember that Dr. Mark's bench press meet. It was one of these weird side bench press meets.
Yeah.
And Bob would bench 500, and bless his heart, he was like, doing this for Matt. We're doing this for Matt, and he takes 500 out, and he goes down and gets a press call, and gets it up, locks it out, pow, blows his tricep off. It's like it's just like the guy caught so many bad breaks like that. It was just one thing after the next kept coming off. It was to the point like the first meet I totaled 3,000. I gave him some kind of internal injury handing out to him. He told me he was coughing up blood the next morning. He's like, dude, I'm like fucked up. I can't do this anymore. I remember his whole thing. He wanted to take me to the top, like take me to the biggest ever. And when I did that, he's like, dude, I can't do it anymore. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like it got to him. He couldn't hand me benches anymore. 1,000-pound benches. Bob's works. He hangs drywall. You know what I mean? He's a hard ass working, hard ass on your body for years, and just couldn't do it no more. So it's like that's another point where like shit had to evolve. You know what I mean?
So going from that first meet into your first world title, or actually, I'm skipping forward too much. So at what point did you squat a grand? Because you did that as a teenager. Because to me, I'm not even aware that you fucking are there, right? Because that's just how Westside was. That's just how it was. I mean, it's just. It is. I mean, it's Louis. It's like whoever's in the night.
Everybody's strong.
Yes.
It's like the NFL. Everybody's fast. It doesn't like you have to do something to set yourself apart from all the strong and fast people.
Yes. And now I knew the people that were at Demers that were in that night crew because they were there, and the camaraderie was a little bit different when we moved to Industrial Drive. Which we talked a little bit about that beforehand. We'll get into it a little bit more. The culture kind of shifted a little bit, but any of the new people I didn't fucking know because Louis wouldn't talk about any of them because we're coming in, we're training, we're leaving, going to work, doing whatever we're doing. Unless somebody was doing something worth a fuck, Louis wasn't going to talk about it.
Yeah, unless they did something big, he would come in and tell you what that person did to piss you off.
To piss you, exactly.
Like, hey, to me, like when a lot of it was AJ for me.
Yes.
AJ pulled 875 off pin 3, back. I'm like,
oh yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's cool. So I guess now I got to pull pin 3 today and pull 880. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I got that shit with Waddle when I was first there. Actually, it was Waddle telling me, "What the fuck, dude? How do you phrase this? Like the first time I was there, I understand you've been brought in to beat me." I'm like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? I just fucking come into power, I'm not. I didn't know.
Dudes take it personal, man.
Yeah, I know, and I wasn't a part of this plan, but sure. Why not?
It's like Game of Thrones. It's like it's like to unseat you. To be on the board is to unseat somebody.
Yeah. Then I'm like, well, what do you total? I mean, I don't know.
They totaled like 2,100.
Yeah. It was.
But back then that was strong.
No, he was fucking stronger.
He had
than
the
me.
board. It was 950.
Yeah. But then Louis would do that shit all the time. Like Rob did this, and they plant those seeds in there. Whereas with you being in there, I do remember Dave squatted 1,000 pounds and thinking to myself, the fuck.
It took me about 3 years being there.
Yeah.
I remember, so I can just quickly go through like me being young. My first meet was a Circleville bench press meet. I benched 440, and that was my first ever powerlifting meet competition. I think I was 13 or 14. I can't remember exactly. I think it was in 2003. And then I did a full power. I missed 470, and that was like a big deal because that was Kenny Patterson's teenage world record. Yeah. So like I was like Kenny they started like holding me on this pedestal of like, well, if you keep going, you're doing the things that these guys are doing and they're great lifters. So if you keep your shit straight and do what we fucking tell you to do and do what you're supposed to do, you'll be there eventually one day. So, I kind of just had this feeling that you're born with greatness, and I knew I was born with it. You know what I mean? You're called to do things in life, and this was just my calling. And so you walk in greatness in your calling. So the second meet that I did, it was a full power meet. I squatted. I was a 220. I think I went in at like 214 pounds. I think I was like 14 or 15. I was a fairly big kid. You know what I mean? I had big bones. I wasn't a small, kid for no reason, or for no stretch of the imagination. But I squatted 700 my first meet. I benched the 475, and then I pulled 600. That was like, I think it was like a 1770 or something like that total. And then I'd go back to school, play football. And I remember that first year I was real nervous to go back because, dude, if you missed a workout, don't you fucking come back here.
Yeah.
Do you remember they locked the door on Rogeria?
Yep.
You know, if that you were 5 minutes late, door was locked. Shouldn't whoops. And then it got to the point where they'd leave the door unlocked and let you come in and berate you. And if there was 3 plates on the bar, we don't pull plates off here.
Before that, Mike was thrown out when we were on Demers. He was actually thrown out.
I heard about that.
For 5 minutes late.
Yeah.
You know, then, you know, they made amends and he came back. But then
that Mike Rogeria was one of the biggest human beings I think I've ever seen during that time. 370 something pounds. Yeah. He looked like a fucking rhinoceros.
Oh yeah.
Like I call him Rhino Man. He looked like a damn rhinoceros. Just a super nice dude. Like you're just like, man. He was a specimen though. Mike Rogeria was like one of my favorites.
Oh no, he's awesome.
But yeah, so went back to school. Went through another football season, and you know I was coming back. I was like, damn, I hope they let me come back. So I remember I walked up and Gritter was there, and he goes, looked at me. What the fuck are you doing here? I was like, well, I'd play football. I was just coming back and training. He goes, well, get the fuck in here then. I was like, okay. Okay, yes, sir. There we go. So then I came back. I guess if they said if I had the balls to come back again, that's kind of how it was there. You just didn't walk up on that place. I saw on many occasions guys walk up in there with their bags and set it down, start looking around. And I've seen Chuck walk up, pick, who are you? Why are you here? I don't know you. Pick their bag up and chuck it in the parking lot. Don't come in here, like type stuff. So yeah. Going forward, so I went through a football season and came back around. They let me train again. And I did another meet. They were generally in the springtime, you know. So I'd come out of football, and then springtime would be the time to do powerlifting meets. So the next meet I did, I squatted 800. I think I benched 510, and I pulled 650. So I had a big increase. I'm like, man, I can put 100 pounds in my squat like that. And to me, it just came easy. So that's just how I thought it was. You know what I mean? My reference to big weights, everybody around me, I'm a kid, so 800-pound squats I'm supposed to do that. Yeah. You know, 400-pound benches aren't big. There's guys over there doing it for reps raw on a floor press. You know what I mean? So you understand what you are very quickly in the pecking order there. And so yeah, then I think it was around after that, that's when Louis started to be like, okay, I think this kid's, you know, he's got something. Went through the calendar year again, come back around, and I squatted 900 again. So I put another 100 pounds on my squat. I think it was like 900. I benched like 660 something and pulled like 7. I was 18 or 19. And then so that was leading into that 1,000 pound when I was 19. I did another meet where I squatted 960, totaled 2,300 when I was 19, and I missed the 1,005. Because I remember all I did was look at numbers and whose name was beside it. You know, and it was Scott Weech. I don't know. I can still tell you to this day. He was the youngest person. My whole thing, I want to be the youngest person to squat 1,000. And he was 20 years old, 3 months. Don't ask me how I knew that. I just counted it back from his birthday. So I knew I could be 20 years old in 1 month and still be the youngest to squat. That's just like weird shit. My mind's weird. So I tried it once and missed it. And that was like the first big squat I ever missed. Because up until that point, I was just banging them out. Boom, 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 boom. And I tried again in the summertime, and I had a terrible meet. I only squatted like 930 or something like that. And I couldn't even, I missed 960. And I'm like, man, what the fuck, you know? And so I remember it was the last meet of the year going into this, the fall time. And Bob's like, man, this is it right here. And it was in Newark. It was a guy named Mike Maxwell ran it. Yeah. And it was the Iron House. Iron House Zanesville meets. And the whole training cycle, we trained with this center from Texas A&M had come. He was training for the draft, you know, getting ready for the draft. And he had trained with me. We called him Texas. Your name's Texas now. I don't give a fuck. Everybody got nicknames in there. So like, you know, I give my guys nicknames and shit now, and they're like, why? They don't understand. Some of them don't understand it, but like, and like Westside, they gave you a nickname because they didn't give a shit what your name was.
And they weren't going to remember it anyhow.
Because you weren't going to be there longer than 3 weeks. So they didn't give a shit to introduce themselves. They looked at you as like, okay, well, this guy's here. It's a waste of my time because in 3 weeks you're going to be gone. Type shit.
Well, that was true more than not.
A lot of people, it's just not, it's not for everybody. And it takes a person. And you can't be all there. It takes a kind of a little bit of a stupid person in some senses.
In a way.
I say it's like the dog.
Just wired differently.
I say it's like the dog that's been hit too many times. You know,
Yeah.
after a while, it's just like, I'm a dog that's been hit too many times.
But for you, I mean, coming in at 14, you didn't know any different.
No, because I think that's one other thing that really contributed to me being what I am now is the people. I wasn't around just anybody. You know, dude, I benched with Freddie Bolt. He was the world record bench holder at 198, bench 623. You know, I had Amy Weisberger. She was the best female powerlifter on the planet. You know, I had either guys that were world record holders or they were handling those guys. So like they were eyes on those world record holders. So they had this level of vision and foresight that, you know, everybody had that. It's like in the NFL, like, you know, everybody's fast. It's like everybody was a coach.
Yes.
Everybody was a training partner. Everybody knew everything that was required. And if you didn't do those things, you just could not exist there.
Yeah, you weren't
It's
there.
like, it's like being on the moon with no oxygen. There's no oxygen. There's not, you can't live there. If you're not this way, you will not exist in this environment. And that's the long and the short of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that gets to that first Worlds where a couple things that you're touching on, because as you're talking, I'm kind of going back to the, you know, decade or so I was there. So there's different eras, right? So there's like the garage era, the Demers era. I'm trying to figure out what things carry over, what things didn't, because things change. And you've been there 18 years or whatever. So you've seen things change while being in that same industrial drive complex. You saw things come in, you know, where I'm seeing a lot of that same mentality, you know, definitely transferred over there. The one thing that bothered me, I guess, and probably a lot of the morning guys, is we went from this 400 square foot place to that before the second side opened, 1,500. I mean, it's still not 2,000.
It went from like club.
It quadrupled in size, you know, so where you would have
Growth comes change, you know.
Yeah, where if we were squatting and Louie and I call it swapping sets. You always have that guy that you're swapping sets
running
with
right behind,
back and forth. That's your squat guy. You know, so if we were squatting and then 3 other people were helping, we didn't have to do a fucking thing.
Correct.
We just squatted. There's no running the monolith. There's no change in box height. There's none of that shit. We just squat. There you go. 1 minute rest, not a fucking problem.
Culture.
You know? It's just there. And then once we went over there, that started to dissipate because the first group, instead of staying back and helping, would just move on. And then they would do the reverse hyper exclude ham race. And you're kind of like, what the fuck? You know, where the fuck are you guys at?
Like, why aren't you helping us type deal?
Yeah. So then it became running back and forth and all that. And I'm like, what the hell? You know, this was here for a reason. So you'd have multiple sets of eyes looking at every single thing.
It wasn't this person, 2 people over here doing, and that's kind of like towards my end of my time. That's kind of how it was there. And I didn't like that. I didn't agree with that. Louis would get mad at me because I'd have 10 or 15 people in my group. And you're there squatting 4 hours. You don't need to be there. Y'all are getting weak, blah, 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 blah. You know, and to me, it was like, well, what are we doing at meets, dude? We're in meets squatting for 2 or 3 hours. You know what I mean? It's like, but a lot of what differed from like when I first got there, and I don't have this conversation a lot because, you know what I mean? Like I've never really been brought back that far for a long time.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to go back and think about this stuff. It goes back to like the brutality thing. It went from like very cutthroat, you trying to break the person beside you, trying to make that person quit. It like went to a different version of that to where it was like athletic. It turned into like an athletic club rather than just some hardcore gym club where now we looked at, it was more looked at like we were athletes, and if we were injured, then we need to pull back and do these things and not push the issue and tear it the rest of the way off. There was a lot of things that stuck. I call it the bread and butter. That synergy of the system, you know, like, you know, your 3-week waves, you know, your box squatting, your max effort lower, your max effort upper, your dynamic upper and lower. That always was the center of everything. So we always stuck to the 75%, what I call bread and butter, and 25% was always this experimentation. And, you know, like you hear Bob talk in the movie, you know, when they first got bands, you guys just started throwing bands on it until, you know, it killed that too much, you know, can't do that. So we came right after that. It's like you guys were the I don't want to say guinea pig, but you guys made a lot of the mistakes and had the injuries that showed my type of a generation what not to do.
Yes, because the injuries went substantially
catastrophic,
down.
man.
Yeah, I mean, with my
Enders,
career,
man.
yeah,
Enders. The injuries you guys dealt with were not the injuries that I dealt with.
not at all.
Because of people like you and people like, you see Fuzner, like tearing his pec away. Dude, ripped, gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Freddie Bolt tore a pec, and then you train with these guys and you see them get hurt, and then you see them come back, and it's possible. All right. So, people say, how do you come back from injuries? And when you start getting beat up, what do you do? It's like, I saw so many guys get catastrophically hurt and come back and do things. I knew it was possible. So I knew when, and it's not a matter of if, it's when. You're playing with fire all the time. It's like playing with a plasma torch. It ain't even fire. You're going to get hurt, dude. Something's going to happen sooner or later. And I would see it break and end some people. And then I would see guys do, that's kind of like where it got out of this brutality thing, beat it down and, it hurts. I'm a pussy. I'm going to beat it down more because it's hurt. It's like the mentality kind of changed to where it was almost like athletic, we looked at ourselves. I don't say we, but like the view was more like, we need these guys to not be hurt so they can keep going. It was like a period of time of where injuries were running rampant through that place, and we had to figure out how to get them to stop. Remember, Louis said all the dudes were just tearing their pecs off, going wide. Well, we can't wide bench press anymore, So, everyone's bringing grips in. That's where stuff like all this GPP, general physical preparedness, all these special exercises start to come about.
Well, backing down with the injuries is a big one. That's
like the biggest thing that I can remember and know. There was your generation, from my view, was just brutality. And injuries didn't matter. I don't care if your quad is hanging off. I don't care if you tore. I don't care if there's a big giant bruise. I don't care. I don't have anything to do with that type thing. It's like they are disconnected from anything that has to do with you getting under there and getting stronger. And if you can't get stronger, if you're dude, back then. So here's another thing. Back then, dude, some guys would get dinged, like pretty, I won't say catastrophic, but you get some injuries where you're like, dude, I need some months off. You know what I mean? And I've seen a lot of guys get booted that shouldn't have been booted at that particular time because they were injured. And I can't really think of names. I just know it happened. There were guys that shouldn't have been kicked out because they didn't want to push the issue and blow something up.
I couldn't. I know.
There became this weird time of leaving that brutality, but keeping we talked about it earlier, keeping the culture. I think that's really there's two things that make Westside Barbell. First and foremost, it's Louis Simmons. Louis Simmons developed the construct, this like the Truman Show dome.
Yes.
He made this construct, and you choose to participate inside the construct, and there's consequences, and there's also benefits. You do great, you get shit paid for. You do great, here's your bench press shirt. You start getting benefits. But if not, you don't. You know what I mean? And then you're gone. So yeah. I'm kind of getting off on
that. No, that's kind of where we want to go, because it's like I said, I'm looking at what transferred over, because it's like I said, I was maybe 2-3 years. And I think shortly after your 1,000-pound squat, and it's interesting because we're talking about the nicknames and all that other, but very few actually graduate out of their nickname.
Correct.
You did, Chuck did. Where.
Well, that's where they would call me Neutron, and that was actually from Jimmy Ritchie. I remember.
Yeah.
I don't know. One day I didn't get a haircut or something, and my hair was like standing up all tall. And he goes, "You know what you look like? You look like fucking Jimmy Neutron. You ever watch that show?" I'm like, "Unfortunately, yes, I've seen that." He's like, "Well, that's your name, Neutron," and I was like, "Oh, great. Like, how the fuck? I guess it could be worse." And I'm not like Chester or
Yes.
Or I mean, dude, we've had Gritter. I've had Gritter. I mean, there's a guy. His name was Adam. That Gritter had there. Was like, you know what? You're Jughead. He called him Jug. Your head. Yeah, his head looked like a jug, so he called him Jughead. Didn't know his name. I remember one day he come in. He goes, "Where the fuck Jughead at?" I'm like, "Oh, who's Jughead? Oh, Jughead. Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me." Yeah. They named my brother Dopey or Opie. That was it. I don't know why, because he hung out with Stafford, and Stafford was kind of like they tease him a little bit.
Yeah, Chester. because he was like that cartoon character that just kind of like hangs around and asks tons of questions. Yeah. I was part of the group where he got named. It's like he just like nipping like that little fucker that won't leave you alone, but just keep asking questions over and over. And it's a credit to him, right? Because you should be asking questions to understand everything.
He was one of the few guys that got out. Like I hate to compare it to like a cult, but it's like you don't leave the cult, you know. You're here, you know. Yeah. And it's like if you leave the West Side, you don't come back to the West Side, you know. And Stafford was in that thing where like you weren't 5 minutes late. You missed a workout. Like my first fucking like 6 years at West Side, I could count the number of workouts I missed because you couldn't miss a workout. Or, you know, it graduated from if you were late. It used to be like they'd lock the door. You know, that true generation. They locked the door. You couldn't even come in. And then like mine was, well, the door was unlocked, but you know, there's still 3 plates on here, so we're not taking these off. So it just kind of like slowly starts like they start allowing. I don't want to say allowing, but different things.
Well, you kind of had to though, right? Because there's choices, right? Where the way that I kind of saw it was, when I was there was nowhere else to go. That was it. You know, so you had to get along with everybody there while you're there.
I think that's the problem today. There's too many options, and I think
way too many options.
Too many chiefs, not enough Indians. Everybody wants like prowess for something they've done, and that's great. But it's like there comes a point where just go and you know. I guess this come of powerlifting federations. You know, there's so many out there. I just finally turned around and said, "What's been here the longest? What has the best organization? I'm going to stick with that." You know, like. Yeah. So
you know the APF WPC, I believe the WPC
86.
Yes, it's been around longer, probably longer than anything.
They're one of the largest world affiliates, meaning they have partner countries. I think it's something over like 50, 60 teams can send 50 or 60 countries can send teams to the WPC Worlds. And they're all over the place, like Azerbaijan, you know, like in the world's, you know, it's a true worlds. It goes out of the United States every other year. So like I think last year it was in Portugal maybe, and then the year before that it was in Florida, and then the year before that it was in like Czech Republic, and then it comes back. So, you know, I guess I just try to get I guess my whole thing is when in doubt, go back to what got you there.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you feel like you're not getting the satisfaction for the things you're doing, go back to the beginning.
Yeah. Going back to
and enriching it rather than trying to make something new. I think a lot of the times things get so fractured, and it's a one-off thing over here and a one-off thing over here, and there's no organization to beeline things and keep everything in order. Like everybody show up here. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like this person over there because of this, and this person. It's like, why can't everybody just come to one spot? It's not that hard. It really isn't.
The options, like you said, with the federations, but that's what I saw with
the gyms.
Gyms, right?
If somebody didn't like, and I call it the consequences.
Yes.
They didn't want the pressure. I just want to come in here and get strong. It's like, no, dude, there's other things that require you to be here. Like you have to have the mentality. I don't need a mental midget here and, you know, helping me. You get what I'm saying? I don't, you are who you will become who you're around. You will either elevate to a status or lower you. Football coach in high school, he said, son, you'll never ever stay the same. He said, you either get a little bit better or you get a little bit worse. You never fucking stay the same. And that was one thing I always took, you know, so you're either getting better or worse.
And in my generation, if there was gym drama or whatever it's going to be, you kind of had to work it out. You
were forced to. You
had to, unless you wanted to just quit fucking powerlifting.
Or go. Yeah.
I mean, there was nowhere else to go.
And that goes back to the gym thing. I think dudes that wouldn't, instead of just being like, you know what, we might not like each other, but we're here trying to do the same thing. I'll push you, you push me, and business.
Well, that's what always happened. Is it would blow up, and it did. I'm like,
all the time,
it blew up all the fucking time. So it would blow up, but then it would get constricted back into, you know what, we're both here to get fucking strong and to make the gym strong.
Common goal.
That's what we're here for. This shit don't matter right now, you know. And then that brings it back in. But then when more options came, it became like, oh well, fuck him, I'm gonna go over here.
I think it injected bitch assness into. It just took that element of camaraderie away. consequence. You'll hear me say that. Consequence. The consequence of you coming to this meet, you might not get the shit past you think you're going to get past, and you really might only be this strong. And that's hard for people to come to terms with. You might not be 1,000-pound squatter. You might go over this place and you might hit 1,000-pound squat. And I talk about conquering numbers, man. Like I don't like to hit numbers, I like to conquer them, own the ground. Alexander the Great, when you conquer lands, you can drive back through them and visit them, no problem. You know what I'm saying? And I looked at that with numbers. Unless I conquered numbers, I didn't move on to bigger ones. And I think that's a lot of people. They get caught up in the jump. They want this. There's one of my buddies. He's a guy I look up to. His name's Olin Kreutz. I don't know if you know Olin. He was the center for the Chicago Bears. And Donnie introduced me to him. Me and him went out there one weekend and got to work with all those Chicago Bears guys. And he says, everybody knows what it takes. Everybody knows what it takes, but nobody will do it. That's why, like, I could sit here and I could tell you, I could lay out 8 weeks training for you. Block period, I could write it all out down to the reps and sets, percentages you're going to take, what bands, chains, all down to anything, and you won't fucking do it. Like, maybe not you, but like the person, like you'll give it to, you won't do it. You won't fucking do it. And that's what it takes. You can, they want to take something from that, something fun that doesn't require consequence. Lifting big weights hurts. There is an inherent, there's pain, dude. I'm in pain a lot, but like it's almost like I've gotten to the point with just me personally, like pain is just breathing oxygen. And like, there's a lot of inherent things people just don't want to deal with. And when you get around groups, and I think that's one cool thing about my group, and I handpicked every single one of them. Like I don't just allow, you want to come train with me? Yeah. And I think this is something about Westside that me and Louie kind of differed on. He would just want pure athletes, pure animals. Didn't matter if they were a piece of shit. You know what I mean? If they were strong and changed the board, cool. He don't give a fuck. And that's cool. You know what I mean? That's kind of how Westside was. He's not there to judge people. He's there to get world records. But then you look and you're like, it takes a person though. I need somebody I can trust. I need somebody that knows, when I teach them what to fucking look at, tell me, did this happen? I need people that can catch 1,200 pounds. If this starts happening, you need to take this, because I'm not going to be able to tell you. So like, they know when to, it's like, it takes and dude, I like to brag about my group, because these girls, guys and girls, they will pick up and take off anywhere. Drive 13 hours to New Hampshire. We always like, Anthony out there, he had a meet in New Hampshire, and he just opened his own gym out there. And I was like, well, fuck it, we'll all go out there. And we all three drove separate cars. And it's like, why are we driving 3 separate cars? But we're all here. It's like driving down 12 hours to Florida, 16 hours to Florida. You know what I mean? We drive, we don't fly. But so I guess what I'm trying to say is, it takes a special person to get you to have that kind of success. So yeah,
I think there's a big takeaway with what you just said, though, because let's say with max effort work, right? There's a time to strain, right? And there's a time where they need to take it. Even if you might be able to strain through it, if it's in the wrong spot and your spotters don't know, or the helpers don't know, this is in the wrong spot, it's counterproductive, and if they don't know, if they don't have the eye, like you were talking about. Yeah, you have
to teach them to be coaches. You have to teach them to be training partners. I need to tell them that when I'm up, it's time for you to put that plate on there. You know what I mean? Like, they know I don't have to sit there and yell, I need this done, or like set shit up. I need this set up. Everything gets set up. It's like, you need people around you that want your best interest. And it's like, I don't want to say it's a give and take thing. I think a lot of that was the negative part of Westside. There was a take factor, but I guess my whole thing was like, a football camaraderie. If you've ever played like football, you have this real team synergy. And I learned that from Chuck, actually, because, when he left there, he had to make this new group. So I had reference on how to do all this stuff. And I knew that, he needed, because he wanted me to train with him, and he had Wenning, and he had Chuck Fott. You remember Chuck Fott? Crazy dude. Yeah. Just a big old farm boy, 2 years, pulls 910.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, just One of the most impressive runs of powerlifting probably ever was Chuck Fott. I'll never forget that '08 Power Station Pro-Am when it was him and I think Wenning went right before him, and he pulled it was a pretty good deadlift, and he broke the world record. And then it was like a couple minutes later, here comes Chuck Fott, and it was a gigantic deadlift, 875 or something really big. And we're like, what the, like, we don't, that was like kind of at the time where you saw big deadlifts at the WPO when Ano came over.
Yeah.
You know, like the Europeans were the guys you watch. Andy comes over, you know, you see this guy, you're like, oh, like who
the fuck?
Yeah. It's pretty good. So, yeah.
Then he's not a problem. You know, when he pulled it either, it was like, what the fuck just happened with that?
So he pulls it up and he starts, you know, holding it there at the top and screaming, yelling obscenities, and that was cool with Chuck Fott. And he pulled 900. He pulled 910. He ended up pulling, that was his best deadlift. And
so as the time that you were at Westside, what were some of the other things that you saw change over the years since?
Things I saw change, like it went from like, we didn't take people outside. Like, you know, we talked about Louis doing recruiting and bringing guys in. We didn't, it was a privilege to be there. And you had, you know what I mean? Like it was like club, you know what I mean? Like we don't, outsiders know, you know? And, you know, Louis, it was like Louis had this desire to take like dudes that he didn't want to develop people. Like he didn't want to take dude from zero and make him a world record holder. It was like he was getting a part of his life where he just wanted a freakazoid that he could just make completely insane. That was kind of that. Other things I saw change were like, at first, like I said, you couldn't come in there, you had to be invited. And then people were starting to allow to come in, and if you were out of state and didn't live there, you couldn't be on the board. And then this is like I was like, when you were like, got that, what the fuck, man, shit's changing type thing. It's not like that. That was when my start, like, what the fuck, the shit's changing. This ain't supposed to be this way, like type deal. It was when people from out of state were allowed to take dudes that were staying in lived here, that came in here every day, helped, went to meets, did all. It's like these people over here were like, almost, what's the word I'm looking for?
I get what you're saying.
They were,
let's put it this way. I think we're on the same page here.
Rules applied to them, us that didn't apply to them.
Exactly. Where if
we had to give more, and in our eyes, they weren't doing what we were doing, so they weren't Westside.
Well, if you're a local and showed up as often or lack of as often as what they did,
correct, you'd be booted.
You would be booted. You wouldn't even be there. Yeah. They didn't have to deal with the because we had a little bit of that going on when I was there too. They didn't have to deal with I don't want to say mental abuse, but the culture. That they didn't have to deal with that.
It's always knowing you have to be there on time. What time is it? If you're sleeping, oh shit, what time is it? You know, you know what I mean? Like, oh shit, I slept in. You know, like all kinds of just stuff that people that you don't have to deal with now.
Yes, and it's getting up there. I was up there for a week. You know, so getting up, Waddle competed the next week, took me right back down. But getting up there meant more than just that number on the board, right? Because to me, if I looked at the names up there, it's like, okay, they lasted. They stayed, because you just don't come in there and get up there. Yeah. It just doesn't happen. They lasted a few years, which means they had the balls to fucking stay, to show up, to deal with the bullshit.
It's like a rite of passage.
Yes.
It puts you into another echelon of somebody in that gym.
Yeah. Now, when I'd see somebody's name pop up there, then I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. They've been here twice a month. You know, like this is bullshit, you know?
That's one thing that, you know, because I can't, like I said, I was with OG dudes, you know, like Bob, Jimmy.
No, I'm sure
Jerry,
they were pissed about it too.
So like, I think, I don't know who I was having a conversation with, but like, a lot of what I have now is the culture. You know, I believe, you know, I'm so rooted in that culture of what the formula of your group, your training, you know, what do you want to call it? Rehabs type stuff. You have this synergy of things. And yeah.
Well, the other thing with the injury part is you guys sound like you were, you know, taking time off, recovering the way that you should. But at the same time, you also, as you said, you have people there that have already been down that road. You know, so if something happens, they're like, dude, I can't, like you said, I came back for this, whatever, you can come back from this. Or, you know, granted, there's some other things like, oh, fuck, you know.
Whew, I want to take that or do that.
You're probably not coming back. You know, there's some things you just won't come back from, you know, but that list keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter.
The bigger the number gets, the more inherent risk. I mean, it's always a risk, but like, I mean, when you start pushing like north of, you know, 1,200 pounds in a squat and north of, you know, 950s, you know, 4-digit bench presses, like actual 4-digit bench presses, like, that's something different. When you start getting like 850 deadlifts, you know what I mean? Like you start, there's a very small percentage of people in the whole slew of the big picture that get there, more than less stay there. You know what I mean? I was telling you earlier, like it's not hard to get to the top. It's harder to stay there, and then it's even harder to rule. So when you're staying there, you're going back and forth, you know, competing with somebody, and then when you're ruling, you're just kind of looking down on everything, and like you have to keep it all intact. And it's
so
like
then you have to be motivated then by the numbers.
Well, it's kind of like this. That's the only thing I've ever been motivated by. So people ask me like, what's changed? Not a fucking thing. Like I've been obsessed with numbers since the inception. There's not a thing I don't think I can do. You have to have a bit of like, I don't want to call it arrogance, cockiness. You have to believe in yourself. And, there's a lot of shit in this sport that will cause doubt. It'll cause you to doubt your training partners. There's a lot of, like, I try to tell my guys, you're going to fail, you know, you're going to get hurt. You're going to lose, and you might be here a while, but you need to be in it for the long haul. I was like, if you're not here for the long haul, I don't want you here. I was like, if you're mad your squat hasn't gone up 20 pounds in a year, well, it took me 4 fucking years to put 5 pounds on my bench press. I waited 4 years, and I've seen enough cycles of 4 years to know that 4 years is just about up. 2019, 2020, 21, 22. Oh, here we are in 4 years again. So me personally, like through the years, I've seen cycles of ups and downs, and I know, you know, bad times don't last, but bad guys do. But you can't stay up forever, and you can't stay down forever, and you can't suck all the time. That's what Bob Code told me. Well, you can't suck all the time. You're bound to get one just as many times as you miss them. You're going to get one sooner or later.
Well, yeah, sometimes it does take years, you know, for a PR to happen. And I saw, just in my time there, I saw a lot of guys leave, and it was like,
this doesn't work. You quit.
Just 1 year, one more year, this would have clicked. You know, because you would see the same type of cycle, like 3-4 years, right around that time period is like stagnant. Then boom.
It's because when it gets hard, they shoot up to this number.
Yeah.
Because they haven't done any of these things over here that really make you super fucking strong.
That's a good point.
And once they do, they went from not doing them to doing them, and they got a super strong, and now it's hard. You get it? It's like having a Bugatti. You know what I'm saying? When you want a Bugatti Super Sport and you're trying to shave a 0.2 seconds off the, you have a Bugatti goes 2.7. It'll do 0 to 60 in 2.7. You know how much money it costs to make it go 0 to 60 in 2.5? To shave, 2.2. It takes a lot. So when you get up to this high horsepower range, high level of number, it takes so much more to move it. And sometimes, it goes back to the cycle thing. I've hit things, and I've stayed in this realm, and then I make a big jump. And I just know that if I just hold on, that jump's coming. So that's kind of been my whole thing going, like some things I look at in the later years, shit takes time. You have to be rooted in a system. It's not an 8-week training cycle. It's not a 12-week training cycle. And I will guarantee you, literally 80% of you motherfuckers aren't doing it right. You know what I mean? You're taking pieces of what you think the system is. Though I hear people talk percentages. Well, I'm going to start with this percentage of this. It's like, but why are you doing that? They don't know the weightlifting manuals behind that, the Prelipin's chart, all that stuff, the distribution of if you squat this number, it takes this many reps and sets to sustain that number. You have absolute strength, and then you have like strength endurance. You have to be in shape to sustain maximal strength. A lot of people, they just want maximal strength, but don't want to do the shit to sustain it. That's why they paid a big number and fall the fuck right off down. And there they go.
Or as you said, they don't have to do it, and then they just happen to get there.
And they're forced to. Think of how many times my whole thing was hypers. They would destroy me because I didn't do hypers. They would watch me. Did you do your fucking hypers? They would walk over there and cross their arms and watch me do reverse hypers. But you know what? I pulled 800 when I was 20 years old. You know what I mean? I pulled 750 when I was 19. You know what I mean? I had I did what the hell they said, and people don't want to do that. You know what I mean? It's not fun to do that. It's not fun.
No, most of it's not.
It's not fun. But you know what? There's like 30 seconds of doing something that no one else has ever done. You know, I've said this in some other things about I kind of look up to Urban Meyer and Nick Saban. You know, they're those two upper echelon coaches, and they're guys that have won at the highest level and they keep winning. And Saban more so in this instance, there was something he said. They're like, Coach, how do you keep going? You know, he's like, well, after we win the Natty, we go home and enjoy ourselves for a week, and then it's right back to work. Louis always says that nobody gives a flying fuck what you did. They give a shit what you're getting ready to do. And that's always been my mentality. I've never looked back, because when you look back, you're stopping from going forward. So I've never ever stopped and looked back at what I've done. I've never that's why I I don't want to say sell myself, but I don't like to. I've done this, so listen to me. You know what I mean? I'm not here. I'm here to be the best, the greatest of all time. People ask who I'm chasing. Ed Cohen. You know what I mean? That's the greatest of all time. Everyone asks who's the greatest of all time. So I'm going to do everything I can to unseat the greatest of all time, because why not? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There was Alexander the Great. There was Genghis fucking Khan. You know? There's so I guess that's just me, though.
With going back to the squat and the training and how you cycle the training and lay out the training, especially getting when the weights are heavier. I remember I used to compete against the guy's name was Dave Barno. Yeah, he's passed, and RIP, crazy motherfucker. Dave Barno, yeah. He squatted more than I did. So I would always be asking him, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? He's like, I remember him saying, look, at a certain weight, you can't keep hitting it every week. He said at that point in time, he was only squatting once a month. He said the real heavy ones, when it got real heavy for meet, he would have to lengthen the training phase, and then he could only go, because the squats wrecked him. Yeah. So the squats would wreck him. So the bench had to change when the heavy bench was going to fall. That had to change. So everything had to change.
You structure. I call it setting yourself up for success. Yeah. You complement. You have your workouts that complement each other. You don't run in and take a free. You don't do a big ass heavy deadlift and try to free squat that Friday and then put your shirt on the next week. You know what I mean? There's a way to do it. People don't understand that numbers. It causes damage, trauma. All right. You hear delayed onset muscle soreness, DOMS. You have delayed onset muscle transformation. You have shit that you do 2 weeks ago that will show up 3 weeks later. Shit I did 2 weeks ago is now hitting me now. Some of the stuff I've done. You know what I mean? So yeah,
So how does that play into the frequency then of your squat cycle? Is it, I'm going back to like Circumax and Crip, just shit like that. I mean, is it going to be 3 weeks in a row, or is it every other week?
So people, the Circuit Max is like one of the biggest misconflations of grammatical literature. I know. People don't know what actually Circuit Max is. All right. You know what I mean? It's just a fancy word for saying you take the heaviest weights 3 weeks out from the meet, 21 days, something like that. All right. And you wave into it. It's not like Circuit Max does not have to be blue, green, and a purple. And you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, keep going. People need to fucking hear this.
You don't. Okay, so my whole thing, when I use tons of bands, my bench fucking suffered. So I don't use bands in the squat, like hardly ever. It's just me, because I feel it just sits there and does this to me, and then my shoulders are shot for bench, and I just can't. Excuse me, I just can't do it. And sorry, reel me in here.
Well, we were talking about how you basically auto-regulate the system is where I'm going here, right?
Yes. For example, I learned this from Chuck. So Chuck's whole thing was you free squat every fourth week. So, we would do a 3-week wave of box squatting. And then on that fourth week, if we were trash, usually it was just squat. But over the years, I've learned that I'll go through a 3-week wave, and the fourth or fifth week is like a free squat. And people were like, well, then how do you keep doing that? It's like if for example, if I'm like 15 weeks out from a meet and I got a free squat, I'm not going to be trying to squat, my third and fourth, third attempts and shit like that. Mm-hmm. I always, and this is just me. So we would go through, it's the typical Westside split of box squatting. You do 50%, 50 in a 3-week wave, week 1, 50%, week 2, 55, week 3, 60%. And you do 20, 25, and 30% accommodating resistance. And it would go anywhere from 8 sets of 2, 8 sets of 2, 7 sets of 2. And up into some years ago, a lot of the bigger guys just washed out of Westside. So, different body types started coming in and shit had to change. So I remember when all these little fucking dudes started coming in, like real small guys that couldn't do 8 sets of 2. They didn't really benefit from that because something like, I remember their glycogen levels just replenish too soon. Like they need to do 5s and 3s, So then all of a sudden this shit turned into 5 sets of 5 and 6 sets of 3. And so that kind of like pushed little dudes up. But for me personally, it was always like a 3-week wave, pretty simple. And how you base percentages, people don't even know how to base percentages. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Like it's like, hey, what's your best squat? Well, I squatted 800. It's like, what did you squat in the meet? I don't care what you did in the gym because I'm not going to base percentages off what you do in here. I'm going to base percentages off what happens in the fucking platform. Because if I base it off this and you can't, you know what I mean? They have everything ass backwards. They don't. It could be anything from not even putting your, box squats don't work because they make you squat high. It's like, then pull a mat. You know what I'm saying? Box squats don't work because you basically, in so many words, you can't get strong box squatting. It's like, but you can get very fucking explosive, and that then in turns translates into bar speed because you have more velocity and I call it horsepower, but you just can put more output. And Louis calls it, max effort's the best because it recruits the most amount of muscle units. That's why, and there's just things like, he's gone now, but there's things that are always with me that it's like he's back there. Like, you got to do this, but one of them is reps don't equate to absolute strength. So you're not going to, just because you can bench 500 for 3 sets of 3, don't mean you can bench 530. I mean, you might, I can see plenty of dudes that can bench 500 for 5 reps and can't bench 550. You know what I mean? I know I've seen guys that bench 550 for a double that can't bench 600 for 1. So it's like just because you do reps with high weights and reps, that doesn't mean you're going to, because you're not straining that max effort. You know what I'm saying? So then it's like, it's real easy. It's like, so one day you're lifting heavy and maxing out, and the other day it's like you do all those reps and sets to build the muscle to support all that heavy lifting. And that's just so going back to the free squat, I know I kind of got sidetracked, but it'd just be a 3-week wave. And on the 4th week, if we were tore up, we would deload typically into some kind of like belt squat movement. We would do like, could have been a good morning movement. It's like Westside Book of Methods to the T. It's like everything that I do that's, you know what I mean? There's some things that, from like Scott Mendelson that I've learned, and, Donnie Thompson, and like people like, John Grove is one. I don't even know if that guy thinks I know who he is, but, the chain squats, I remember, I first saw him, Phil Harrington. That's one big thing that like pushed my squats over, and essentially it's a board press for your squat, and it allows me to be at the same place every time I go there. So I don't have to have somebody call my depth. They just look at the chain. So like I'll set like with a chain squat, like, and this goes down to box squatting. It's like, if you do the shit how you're supposed to do it and don't do your interpretation of it, it will work, and it will work very well. Chain squats, for example, the progressive, I learned it from Phil Harrington. He was the first guy squatting 800-900s at 181 and stuff like that. And he learned it from John Grove. And, John Grove was, North Georgia Barbell. He was a guy that, started that. Phil picked it up. Donnie saw it. So Donnie had a version of it, and essentially the best way I can break it's like a board press for your squat that keeps everything in constant. People ask, do I pause? Sometimes I'll do I have a breaking parallel chain. That's why I never bomb in the squat. You know what I'm saying? Like I go to the same place every time. So yeah, like I said, I have a breaking parallel chain, and I don't set my depth in a suit. I'll before I even put my suit on, I'll go down, I pause in the chain, I take a camera angle, okay, yep, that's depth. Then I put my suit on to that raw depth, and then I keep trying to hit it. And a lot of the times you don't get there, but you're always trying that. It's like when you get to the meet and you're getting that last couple inches, and it feels like you're down there for fucking an hour.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you get down there and you just know where you're at now because it's programmed.
Now, do you lower the chain each week, or do you keep the chain the same?
It just kind of depends. Usually, when you're far out and you have to handle big weights, so usually in this chain squat, for example, it was broken down in increments of 2, 4, and 6 inches, and then you'd have a breaking parallel one. If you have guys that can't unrack squats, or they unrack squats and fall all over the place and shit, they obviously need help unracking squats. So if you can't even unrack it, we don't even need to. You can't get down there. Why the fuck do I got to make that strong right now? You know what I mean? So it's a how was I saying it?
So the 2, 6. So you
So
how do you wave it?
Correct. So the 6 inch was if you had problems, like I said, unracking squats, you would go and do max. You just max out on it. You might go up to. I might have been squatting 1100 at the time, but I was doing 1230s on 6 inches. And I just got to the point where I could unrack anything. Just, I don't have problems unracking weights, and it's probably because of that. But the most chains I stay on are the 2s and the 4s, if I'm starting off a training cycle, and I'm real far away from a meet and I need to handle big weights, but I'm not really in shape. Your body can still registers the trauma. You know what I mean? So when you're that far away, any trauma is trauma, you know what I mean? So you might as well cater it to you.
Yeah.
So what I would always do is I would start at 4 inches, just below a half squat, and I would try to work up to a third attempt. So, I'm already, you're talking a 4-inch chain squat, I was getting up 12, 1300s, And then, the next week, you might go through a 3-week wave of box squats again or something like that, 3 or 4 weeks, and then chain squat comes around again, and then you might cut the 4 and start pausing on 2s, and then you might add an attempt. So, if I did, 12 and 1250 to the 4, I might shave off the 50 and go 75, 1235 to a 2. And
so
then,
the chain squats are being implemented on the dynamic day with the box
Louis
squats.
hated me. Louis hated it.
Yeah.
And his whole thing was, see, this is where I think we disagreed on how to implement system. And it was just, I was doing what was best for me. And he was trying to tell me what was best for everybody. That works for a lot of people. And granted, to him, a lot of people, we're talking here, they don't understand the system. So he already assumes that you don't fucking get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I remember one thing that Louis always, was, I don't want to say a mistake that he said Chuck had made. He said Chuck would never read these books. He said I'd give him these books, and he'd just put the books away and throw them down. And I remember right there and then, I must have been 21 or 22 years old. I said, dude, I'm going to read every fucking book this dude gives me. And I remember the very first book he gave me was The Science and Practice of Weight Training. It was Zatorsky.
Yeah, yes.
And I opened this fucking book, and it was like reading Braille. You know what I mean? And fucking, I was like, what the hell? And then I start seeing pictures of waves. So I'm like, I'll look at the pictures first. We'll start there, And some other, the science of weight training was one. Long story short, my whole thing was I had to understand why I was doing things. And even I could tell you, I've read these books over and over and over again, and you still don't retain it. You retain something more each time, but that was my thing.
Well, if you can't understand the basic why of how the things all put together, then how can you begin to even tweak it for yourself?
Or how can you tell somebody else to do it?
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think there's so much oversaturated knowledge. You need a little bit of everything. You need some science. And there's something Donnie Thompson always said. There's this shit over here that science can't explain it, and we don't know why it works, but it does. and you need some of that. You know what I mean? And I think everybody just gets caught up in these, it's like this watered down version of everything rather than just getting rooted in a system and being in it for the long haul. And I think primarily the Westside conjugate system that, that's how I train. I don't know any other way.
Yeah.
Proof's in the pudding.
Well, I've always said that regardless of the system, at some point in time, if you want to excel and go beyond what your normal capacities are going to be, you have to learn how to auto-regulate it. You have to, but if you don't know the system, you can't auto-regulate it, because most of the decisions, and I'm speaking for you, but I'm sure I'm right, most of the decisions you're making in any training session, you have a plan going in, you're probably not going to do what the fuck plan it is. So it's going to change.
This is kind of where like the block periodization shit comes in. Like you can plan, like you can have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you plan to fail.
No, I get it. Yeah.
You can write all the shit down, and when you get there that day and you have this exercise planned, and you're like, dude, I feel like a sack of shit today. Like I cannot do this. Well, some people would just go ahead and do it and have a shitty workout. So you're not setting your workups out to complement your situation. There's being a bitch and not doing what you need to do. And then there's setting shit up to complement your situation. Meaning like, I'm kind of fucked up. That's really what's going on right now. My back's trashed. I can't stand up straight. I'm not going to free squat today. We'll try it next week.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of this system is correcting on the fly and not getting in those blocks. Like, well, it's written down. I got to do this today. You know what I mean? Well, it's written down. I had to take a max effort single today. And so this goes to one thing where me and Louie like different on the max effort lower stuff. See, my max effort lower day is like a deadlift day. It's not like it's max effort lower, but I don't squat on that day. So it would drive Louie nuts that he thought since a free squat was, you take a max effort free squat, it should be done on a Monday. But me, Friday was squat day. You know what I mean? Monday's deadlift day. Like Monday was max effort lower, but we always did deadlift variations. We were doing, sumo block pulls, rack pulls, reverse band deadlift, bands choked over, good morning variations, typical, Westside split, book of methods. So if you get the Westside book of methods, it's training wheels, dude. Like you cannot go wrong if you just do what it says. Proofs, like I said, it's kind of hard to dispute, and it's pretty easy. It's not that hard to understand. It's where people, they just keep trying to take things from it. It's a system for a reason. It's not like, oh, well, I'm going to take this and try this, and that doesn't work now.
Yeah. Well, I think with the regulating and the training, most people have to learn the difference between, you said, when are you being a puss about it? Do you have to do, because there's the other side too. You got to do the things you don't like to do too, because that's what's going to make you better. So you got to balance that out. But when people will give me pushback on this, it's like, well, they need to, no one needs to worry about that until they get to that top part. I'm like, well, you ain't fucking ever going to get there until you start worrying.
Until you do something.
Like when are you going to start, And I think a lot of it's because the pushback is coming from people that want to write programs and give them out to people and say, do this and do that.
This is what I always look at when someone like, what do you look for in a coach? Louis always told me, well, how many world records has that coach made? What do they got? First of all, do they have world records? And then it's like, pause. Are they real world records? Are they not? I invented this category over here and it's a world record. I did, there's raw and raw without sleeves, and I have this raw world record. Like, you know what I mean? Like, are you really a world record holder? Have you been to the top? Do you have reference of being there? And then, how should I say it? Real man here.
Who have they created?
Yes, like, look at their overall body of work. How long have they been in it? Look at their injuries. Look at their biceps. Are their biceps still attached? Do they have calf muscles? Is all their quads still there? Okay, they're still in one piece. I should probably listen to that person. Okay, let's look around. Who trains with them? Do they have training partners? Is there a big group? Okay, well, all right, look around. Who's that person? Oh, that's Alex Kovac. He squatted 903 at 165. That's an all-time world record. Oh, there he is. He squatted 835 at 148. That's an all-time world record. So you see, there's people who have they made proves the system. So that's who, if you look at like, and really look, I tell this to everybody, question. Don't take anything I say for face value, because I don't take anybody's word for anything. Go do your research. Go do it for yourself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like don't listen to what people say. Go ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because someone says it doesn't mean you should go do it. Like, look and see what's behind that. Like, who have they made? Are those people around for a long time? Just stuff like that. Athletes, what athletes have they made? Are they successful? Stuff like that. You just look. And then I try to tell people, like, you should be judged on your overall body of work, because you can't be this one guy that had this world record one time, and then your whole persona is based off this thing from 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to be doing this. Like, you have to keep proving.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it's almost like a sickness for me. Like, I don't know how to stop. Like, people ask me, like, when is it there? Dude, as soon as I walked out and totaled 3,100, I remember I walked back and looked up in the corner room and shook my head, and I said, that was it?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's it? And then it was just like, all right, back to the gym on Monday. It's time to do more. Then it's like 32. So then it's like, what's the next one? Well, we might as well set you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like, I don't know how to stop. I know one day I will have to stop, just speaking,
Yeah.
Just like, Westside Barbell and Louie,
Mm-hmm.
all good things come to an end, and that's just how it is. That's the way of life. Everybody, you live and you die. You're here. I like to say you're but a fart in the universe. So while you're here, you got to make a fucking impact.
Smell like shit, right?
Yeah, right.
Which somebody asked me about this stinky dude you used to train with, how bad he really fucking stinks. Right?
Well, his name, it's Anthony Oliveira. So that's a funny story. So Anthony had come to Westside, and he had trained in the morning, and it just wasn't working for him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of at a time where, and I hate to say it, man, Louis was dying.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? People don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And he was his health was not in great, and he was on the downhill, so he was hard to get along with. He didn't feel good. He didn't want to be in there doing stuff. You know what I mean? He was just tired.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of hard to watch. And cause when I was there, Louis was, and the old bastard will still try to deadlift with him. He's 74 years fucking,
Mm-hmm.
he's the same guy, but like, dude, mortality,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? But anyway, reel me in real quick. Sorry.
Anthony.
So he had come and started training with me, and I remember he had these elbow sleeves, and I was like, what the fuck is that smell? And like, at Westside, they had the overhead fan on it, just kept blowing. I was like, man, what the hell is that smell? Oh, sorry, dude. It's my elbow sleeves. And I was like, dude, throw those away, you stinky fucking bastard.
Mm-hmm.
And he came back with them again, and I was like, well, you know what? Your name's now Stinky Tony. So I'm sorry, Anthony, and it just kind of stuck. Yeah. So now we call him Stinky Tony.
Well, you gave him a shot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could have fucking thrown him away.
I'll tell you what, that dude bulldogged up, man. Like Louis had given up on him. Louis didn't believe in him, told me he wouldn't do anything, and I could just see things. I was like, dude, you're doing this, and the guy needs to do this. It's not that hard. Like, it was just basic things. Like, and the thing with Louis, a lot of it, if it wasn't his idea, he didn't want to embrace it. And why should he?
Mm-hmm.
He's had so many years of success doing what he's doing. That's just how it always was, because he's surpassed the test of time. Everything he's done has gone through way longer than me. So, I just saw things in him, Anthony, that Louis was passing over. And he had I think Anthony had around a 2,300 pound total. And I was like, dude, we're going to go to the Nationals. You just need to do a couple things. And prior to that, he went to a meet and he bombed out, but he bombed in the bench, but he pretty much benched it. So he squatted a huge PR, pretty much benched it. And he just his arm locked out and it came unlocked. It was like something dumb. And I was like, all right, dude, you can total 2,500. It's a guy, I'm telling this guy he can total 2,500, but he's only got a 2,300 pound total. And he's looking at me like I got 10 hits. Like, dude, come on. And I remember, this is just off topic. Like Donnie told me, everybody tries to plan when they're going to have success. Everybody tries to plan, this is the meet, I'm going to do this fucking day. And that's a trap. He said, Huffster, he says, the best meet you'll ever have will be the ones you don't even see coming.
Exactly.
He'll be the ones that you don't even see coming. The ones that you shouldn't do good in will be the ones that you do the best in.
Mm-hmm.
So all that like trying to plan. That's where the people aren't in it for a long haul. They're in it for 12 weeks because there's 12 weeks out from the meet. You know what I'm saying? And then they do a training cycle. They're not fucking training. There's strength training, and then there's power lifting. You know what I mean? Like they're like, I look at them as two different things. Like Louis' system is for absolute strength and explosive power. You know what I mean? Those things translate into the power lifts. You know what I mean? Like you have to use one to get good in the other. You know, I think where me and Louis differed was the circuit max, if you want to go back around to that. I got to the point where, okay, so people want to talk about some of the craziest shit I've ever seen in Westside. There was one day, and this is when I started bailing on the blue, green, purple, you know, max out type stuff. We used to do it for 3 weeks. Oh yeah. The first time we did it, it was 3 weeks, you know, and it literally destroyed everybody. Everybody, even Chuck, that would destroy him. We're like, that's bad if it destroyed that guy, you know, like, geesh. And so he's like, okay, maybe we'll try 2 weeks, you know. So then it went to balls out 2 weeks, and that destroyed half of everybody. And then it was like, well, that's just too much. So the first week we'll do, you know, you'll do like, you know, 6 sets of 2. And then the second week you'll max out against the bands, you know, and you'll put suit bottoms on. And I'm just going like, but I'm not like, okay, I get that. That will make you strong. That will make you a strong squatter. It will not make you a proficient free squatter. You get what I'm saying? There's a difference between a brutally strong squatter and being a proficient, technical, sound free squatter. Okay. We differed on that. My whole thing was there was a point in time where I started having trouble with the big one. When I started getting around 1050, I was like, dude, my knees can blow off. You know, you start really understanding like this can hurt me.
It's
like
a lot of fucking weight.
It's gonna. So after you get okay with that, sorry,
well, the circuit max being the duration that he was running.
So, it got to the point where I trained with Chuck quite a bit, you know. I always looked up to Chuck. Chuck was one of my mentors, I'll say. And I learned a lot of how I squat from him. Mentality, you know, like what to do. Obviously when you're hurt, how to ignore things, you know. You see him do it, you're like, well, it's possible. Then it comes down to how bad do you want it. That dude probably wanted it more than anybody. Yes. But there was a day where Chuck was actually in there, and it was before the 08 Power Station Pro-Am that Mike Ferguson put on. I don't remember it. It was just after the fall of the first WPO. I had squatted 1,000, and I can't remember how old I was. Maybe 20. I was like 20 years old. I had went in there and we did the circuit max, went through the circuit max stuff, and I did 735 blue, green, and a purple, which was 1135 at the top. And they're like, "You're going to squat 1100." And I was like, "All right, we'll open it." Like, I think I opened it 1015, and it took me 3 tries to get it. And it was I felt like I unracked it and felt like I didn't even lift weights. Like I was like, "What the?" And up until that point, it worked. You know what I mean? Like there comes a point where you have to bank off that and learn free squatting. And then to that point, the craziest thing I ever saw in the gym was Chuck was in there. We'd go in on Saturday mornings and squat with Chuck. And this motherfucker, it was before the 07 Arnold Classic, like one of the last ones when like Yarnbash came. And so Chuck was like, you know, Yarnbash was a guy that could beat Chuck. And Chuck, you know, Chuck, you don't like to fucking lose. Nobody likes to lose, but that dude, no. And so I should say he took it personal. Well, anyway, this dude squatted 880, 2 blues, a green, and a purple, and a pair of fucking briefs. And we're like getting calculators, like, what the fuck does that even equal? And Louis like, that's 1410. That is 1410. This guy can squat 1400. And it was like, then Chuck goes to the meet, opens with 1135, smashed him 3 times. So it's like we got to this point with the circuit max stuff, and I kind of like learned this from Chuck. That's kind of how I figured out to kind of abort that kind of stuff once you get to this certain number. So yeah, 880, 2 blues, a green, a purple, goes to the meet, can't squat 1200. It's like, but that's 1400 at the top. You know what I mean? Like,
you think some of that is because the bands are helping you stabilize at the top?
Yes, 100%. I think it locks you into position. And I think once you do that over and over and over and over again, once those bands move away and like you push up and there's just all of a sudden you're free floating.
Yes.
So
I mean, the bigger the weight, obviously, or the more maximal the weight is for somebody, the less room for air. Correct. You know, so even a centimeter movement in the wrong direction at the top, you're kind of fucked.
It comes at a point of diminishing return of where you're taking it for a ride and then it takes you for a ride.
Yeah.
People ask me what's 1,200 pounds feel like. I say it's all relative. You know, like if you know, would you squat in here at 600, 700, 800 pounds the other week or something like that?
Shit like yeah.
Yeah. So like whatever that felt like to you is what 1,200 feels like to me. It's not this like, you know, it's a crushing feeling. Like when you first hit him, you're like, that's different, but it's all relative. Like, so yeah, it doesn't.
With the to kind of dovetail into this, that you haven't had any major injuries.
I like to call them major, but yeah, I haven't, nothing that has required surgery.
Nothing that's required surgery, right? So a lot of that is, I know that you've reached out to Donnie, you've reached out to others. So what are some of the things that you build into recovery?
A lot of what I do, I mean, you can get into the Westside book of methods, any of that GPP stuff, like sled dragging, stuff everybody knows, but like the stuff people probably don't know is the body tempering.
Well, let's go back to the stuff everybody thinks because they don't do it, right? So let's talk a little bit more about how you utilize the sled dragging and some of the extra workouts, stuff like that.
So like when you go into a deload day, you know, you have to save things for those days. You can't do everything. Everybody wants to do everything and then get everything from it all at once. You know what I mean? You have to portion things out. And sometimes I might only sled drag on a deload day. You know what I mean? Because that's when it's designated. So like when I'm not lifting heavy and I'm trying to put blood in my muscles and flush all that lactic acid and shit out and get a big pump and stuff like that, you know, big heavy sled drags, belt squat stuff, reverse hypers, just normal stuff. Different variations of how to drag a sled forwards, backwards, sideways, pulling it doing upper back, pulling it. Just any of that kind of stuff. You can do, you know, anything. Sometimes, you know, narrow stance box squats. You do like a shoulder width squat for like, you know, 4 sets of 15, and you might put only 2 plates on there and just get a pump in your legs. Super squat machine. See, this is stuff I learned from Scott Mendelson. I was telling you earlier, like, I went out, me and Scott are really good buddies, and I'd go out to California every once in a while and stay a week with him. And we get to travel on all over the place. We go to Venice Golds, North Hollywood Golds. And I was like, man, this guy benches 715 raw. What the hell is this dude doing? He's got secrets, you know? And so I'd go and hang out with him for a week and just watch him, see what he did. And I realized that there was no scientific rhyme or reason to really what he was doing. And Westside was so rooted in that, like it was almost a foreign concept to have it the other way around. So he was just like, you know, we're going to work on your 3 board today. I'm like, what do you mean? Like by 3 board, what do I do? You know, we're going to work on your triple. Like, work on my triple. I was like, that, I don't understand. Like, what do you mean? It's like, we're just going to work up to do the, so then I started seeing that Scott was triples, doubles, singles. You know, he would do triples off of a 3 board, doubles off of a 2, singles off of a 1, go to the meet. Sometimes he'd bench 1,000 twice a week. You know, so I started seeing things this guy did, and I was like, well, triples, doubles, singles. So then that was one that this is something some people I don't know. Like, I learned this whole triples, doubles, single thing. So, you know, at Westside, you do max effort every week. But after a meet, dude, I can't do max effort stuff. But I have to figure out a way to do max effort work, right? So I was like, well, I'm going to take Scott's triple, and I'm just going to do a max effort triple. See, Louis was all against it. Nope, that's not max effort, you know. But I'm straining against a percentage as much as I can. You know what I'm trying to say? So in my mind, I was giving maximal effort at that percentage I could. So it's like I type thing. So that's something that I learned from Scott. And other things like, you know, we would be doing machine work, right? And he'd be on like a tricep machine or one I was telling you earlier. We were doing curls in Venice Golds, and it's my turn, and I go down and I try to fucking curl it, and I'm like, what the fucking fuck, dude? And I look down, and the dude's got the whole stack on curls, and he's doing like 1-arm curls with the whole stack, like 200 pounds, and I'm like, this guy is like is like mongoloid strong. Like it's not right. Like he's just don't even know. It's like he is strong by just. I hate to say I don't want to say it, but like, you know,
No, I get it.
we're strong, you know, like, geez. So, you know, things like that I took from Scott, and Donnie was a big one. So you want to go to like the rehab type thing. I remember I basically, from so many years of external rotation, I just, around 2015, dude, like, people ask, like, you know, what do I do from one meet to the next? It's really not all that different. It's what kind of shape my body is in by the time the meet comes around dictates how well the meet is. Not really, because all the time I'm taking 1,300 pound squats. All the time I'm taking 1,100 pound benches now. You know what I mean? Every time I put a bench shirt on, I'm benching 1,000. Like, for real. Like, every time I put free squat, I'm taking no less than an opener. My openers are 1170. You know what I mean? So like every time I'm doing max effort deadlift, I pull no less than an opener. You know what I mean? So I keep this, you know, I always have to be able to get to the first thing, you know, and if I can't do that first thing, then we need to work on some other things. So, Donnie, so going back to Donnie, there had been some time where basically over just years of wide squat and just trashed my hip. I started to get nerve damage inside my hip. Like, that's the only way I can describe it. It started just shutting off my leg. It got to the point where like my right leg, my quad just started atrophy. Like, I remember I'd walk out and I'd slam it on the ground and like, just, it wouldn't fire. You know, you can like flex your quad when you push on the ground. It was just dead. And I couldn't figure out why. I was like, dude, my leg doesn't work. And I remember it was the 2014 Westside Pro Invitational, the one that Donnie ran. I walked out and I had 11:15 squat opener, and I remember I put my foot on the, after they wrapped my leg, I put my foot on the ground and I couldn't feel my entire like right side of my body. And I was like, dude, like, I don't think I can do this anymore. Like, you know, like I saw how, you know, I told myself I'd never be a Chuck Vogelpool. And I was like, what do you mean by that? Meaning like the injury side of Chuck Vogelpool that I saw, I just said, I'll never be that. I will never. That dude has put in so much work and done so much damage, and you know, I should say he's paid a price. We all pay a price, you know. He doesn't regret it, and not that he should, but like,
no, but you can learn from it.
Yeah, you know, I just learned. I don't want my neck fused together with rods. I don't want my back fused together. I don't want bone spurs shaved off my elbows. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, I don't want any of that, you know? So I was going to do everything I could to be able, when I'm 40, to stand up and walk around. So I was like, I got to do something. So Donnie was there and he goes, Hoff, you need to come down and I'll show you some stuff. And he has this compound down there. And this is when he had his gym. Now he's moved everything to his bow tie cottage, which is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool setup. But we went down to South Carolina, and dude, I thought I was done. I mean, that was a year. I couldn't get through a full power meet that year. I'd done some benching, and my leg wouldn't grow back. It just wouldn't do anything. And like, I'd go to chiropractors and, you know, do the reverse high versus sled drags, just try to get it to move, and nothing was working. And I went to a sports medicine guy. And he's like, dude, I think you have some like nerve impingement. And I was like, where basically scar tissues from all the external rotation is basically packed around nerves. And when scar tissue pushes against nerves, and, you know, signals don't get from your brain to your leg that tell your body to do things. And I was like, well, that makes fucking sense. So I'll go down to Donnie's, and he's like, Officer, he's like, these are my ex-wives, you know. And I'm like looking around like, what the hell are these things? And there's this big metal cylinder, you know. And they weigh 100. The first one he put on me was 165 pounds. I was like, holy shit, it's intense, dude. I say it's like an hour of ART therapy in like 15 minutes. Long story short, I'll just tell you what he did, and then I'll explain what it was actually doing. He had me lay on my back, and it was my right hip. So he's like, Officer, just go ahead and put your leg up in the air. You know, so I laid on my back, and my, you know, knee was at a 90. And he got a pad, and he, you know, Donnie was a big ass dude. He was 360 pounds at that time. I remember he basically put my knee in his chest, and he was putting all his weight down on it. And it was pushing my ass cheek into the concrete floor of his gym. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, like I feel lightning bolts. And he's like, oh, he's like, yeah, officer, you have some impingement. We're going to take care of that. I'm like, oh, please. Like, yeah, okay. Because I've been trying everything to get it to be normal again and nothing's working. And dude, this motherfucker, he looks over and there's this chick named Danielle in his gym. She was this like strongman chick, big girl. And she had to have been 200 something, like 220 pound chick, like just a big girl. And he's like, Danielle, come over here and get on my back. And I'm like, what? Like, did you just fucking say? So Donnie's got all his weight on me and he's pushing. And then he has this chick come over and like jump on top of him. So I've got like 600 pounds of flesh pushing down like on the top of my knee. That's pushing my ass cheek into the pavement. And he goes, officer, this is diffusing tissue. We're going to go ahead and diffuse that glute. I'm like, okay. So what he was doing is he was basically taking my hip, like the bone in my hip socket, and pushing it against the backside of my glute. That's what it felt like. I don't know. It's not really like that. It's more like your actually pelvis probably pushing in there. I don't claim to be a fucking doctor or anything. So I just felt tons of pressure. I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. And then the motherfucker twists my leg. So he's got a stopwatch. He's on me for 4 minutes. I'm like, dude, I'm like, it's like, I'm like pass out. Like, I'm like, it's not, I'm like, Jesus, help me here. And all of a sudden he's like, take a big deep breath. And all of a sudden he takes my leg and turns the internal rotation, takes my leg, grabs my calf and turns my whole leg in. And it goes, I remember, I'll never forget it. It was pop, 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 pop. Like 3 huge pops, felt like a lightning bolt, went down my ass cheek all the way down in the bottom of my toes. And it felt like I had, you know, you sit on the toilet too long and you're like, you know, we're going through all your memes and you fucking like, it's like static on the TV, you know? Yeah. That's what it was like. My leg. It felt like everything was starting to turn back on. And I was like, what the hell, dude? And I remember I couldn't drive in a car, like without my leg being, I'd have to cock my leg, move my leg felt like every 30 seconds. And all of a sudden, you know, all this pressure was gone. Dude, he broke something up in there. And ever since that day he's the reason why I came back and even squatted 1273 or anything I did. Because if he hadn't have done that, there'd have been no way that I would have been able to do anything. Because there was nobody else. It was just him. So I was like, well, I'm really going to be doing this stuff now. So he's like, Hoster, lay down. And he's like, well, I'll put this ex-wife on you. You know, he always makes jokes about his ex-wife, you know, blah, blah. And he put 3 of those cylinders on. So he put it on my glutes and let it sit there for a couple 30 seconds. And then, you know, roll it down your glutes and into the bendy of the back of your neck where your hamstrings are. Then he'd get another 150 pound one, sit it on there, roll it down, do the same thing, get another one. So you have 3 of them and you have one on your lower part of your hamstring, one on the middle, and one up by your glutes. And then basically there's 2 kinds of tempering. He has body tempering seminars, so I went through all that and learned all the terminology and like what it does. And we call it, there's static tempering and there's dynamic tempering. Static tempering is where you just sit the weight on you and let it diffuse tissue over a period of time. So you might put it on you. He might put all those cylinders on you. You might wait 5 minutes and let all that break down to that bottom layer of muscle, because a lot of what a good ART therapist, it'll take them 20 minutes to get down to that bottom layer of muscle. But you set 160 pounds steel cylinder on you like that, and it's like a baker dough. It's just like it like wrings all that toxic inflammation out of your joints and connective tissue and your muscles. It's like an instant flush. You will get like red flush from it, pins and needles. I had ribs out of place. That was another thing. That's what he was doing. He was like, I'm going to put this on you and we'll pop that right back in place. He rolls that 160 pound cylinder up the middle part of my back. Boom, right there in the front of my chest. I was like, God, like, man, dude, like, because that's a story in itself. That's when I thought I tore my whole pec off at the 2013 Nationals. That was the year I totaled 3,000. In June, I did the APF Nationals, and I had like a 930 opener, and I just pushed wrong. Like I pushed like this, and something fucking popped right there. But it was a rib. It slid. It like cocked and slid under my sternum and popped a one up in the back. And Mendelsohn was like, bro. He's like, your rib's sticking out, bro. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, I can't really breathe. I was pushing here and I felt squish, you know, like, you're like, what the fuck? And like I was pushing here, I was like, there's like a hole, not like a hole. I was like, did I tear it? You know, like, and I'm pushing, squish, squish, squish. And all of a sudden he comes up and pokes the back. I was like, he goes, you need to lay down right now. I was like, oh God, this big giant mongoloid motherfucker. I lay face down on the bench and he takes his big giant mongoloid elbow and puts it in that rib and jumps on me. I was like, God, it was one of the worst pains I'd ever felt. Well, in hindsight, if he hadn't have done that, I don't think my rib would have ever actually moved after that. Because when you get ribs out, they just almost never go back to the same spot. And they're always popping, they're always moving. Dude, that rib moved for like years. So hindsight 2020, that was in June, and then August was the first time I totaled 3,000. I didn't put a bench shirt on for 8 weeks, and I just went to the meet and benched 970. I was like, well, that worked. So yeah. So some things you'll have everything planned out, and this is the meet, this is the meet. We're going to do it all. And you'll just go there and fall apart. You know what I mean? It'll be for any reason. It rained that morning, like, oh, I didn't get breakfast. It could be anything. Oh, they didn't give us enough time in the world. Everything could be good and you just feel like shit. That's just how it is sometimes. Like, that's just how it is. You can't plan that.
Well, I'm glad you're saying that because you have close to 50 meets under your belt. Right. So
I would say a good amount. Yeah.
Yeah. That where a lot of other people that are just new to the sport only have a handful of meets, they kind of get all butthurt. I get it. I mean, we all get butthurt after you have a bad meet.
I call it the drive-through generation. They want everything now. They want to go through the shortest training cycle possible and get the most amount. I mean, everybody does. Like that's results not typical, dude. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
Like anything like worth having or anything up, it's a world record for a reason. If we're just talking about that, it's like, it's hard, you know what I mean? Like, that's why they're records. They're not easy to get to. And yeah.
So the long-term approach is kind of what we're talking about.
Correct.
Here is, the longevity matters, but I'll get on people. I'm just like yourself, the 8-12 week training cycles. And like, okay, great. You're doing meet prep, whatever.
Meet prep. Yeah.
It's 4 years. Like
people talk to me about off season, right? They're like, what do you do in the off season? I'm like, dude, there is no fucking off season. That's your problem. There is no off season. You either are or you aren't.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, to me, training doesn't, like, that's why I was telling you about the doubles, triples, singles, max effort triples. Like, an off season consists of the same cycle of exercises, but an abbreviated volume and reps and set schemes.
Yeah. So I like what you said there because I think when Louis was saying there's no off season for all those years and all those years and all those years, it gets misinterpreted.
His whole thing was like, he would tell you that you should be able to do meet every 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, that's bullshit, but
I would say results not typical. You know what I mean? Like, there are probably some that could do that, but no. Yeah.
It's towards my later time there, it was you want to stay within 10%, of that, because after the meet, when I was first there, I mean, the meet's on Saturday, we're fucking speed benching on Sunday.
That's a good one we should talk about. Speed benching was one.
Yes.
So, that was one thing that changed from you guys. So this is another thing.
Yes.
Where you guys were, it was 50% or 45% of your floor press was, you floor press 500, you're using 250 pounds in a band.
Yeah.
All right. Dude, I benched 800 and I wouldn't really use more than 2 plates. I bench 1,000 now and I don't use much more than 3. There comes like a point of where you're not going to move that weight any faster. And just because there's like a strength curve, just because you use the heavier weights doesn't mean you will become faster and explosive and stronger from using that. Like, I think Luke Edwards was one. I think he said this one time. He's like, hey man, I've been doing, he had like a 700-pound bench. He's like, hey man, I've been doing like 2 plates, 275, and he was hanging along with me, but you got an 800-pound bench. Why? It's like, that's because it's your max effort work. You can't do speed work to get strong. You get what I'm saying? You can, but it's not for that. You have to understand that it's become more explosive, force-rated development. Louis says strength is measured in time, not speed. Or, I'm sorry, time, not weight. Strength is measured in time, not weight. So he says if you have 2 guys that pull 500 pounds and this guy pulls it in 5 seconds and this guy pulls it in 10, which one's stronger? So it's a measure. So that's something he always said. There's a lot of stuff about falling to the law of accommodation. When you start doing, my whole thing was like when you get away from what you're actually supposed to be doing. Like in terms of my situation, it was powerlifting, free squatting, bench pressing in a shirt, and deadlifting. It was like the systems, like special exercises replaced the actual lifts, where I felt these lifts, you need to perfect these lifts and attempts. And like where I said, the system is the best system, and it will make you a strong bench presser, but it won't make you a proficient bench presser in a technical bencher in a shirt. You have to put a shirt on and do that and be coached. More than likely. I mean, I'm sure there's some guys out there that train by themselves that are just fine, but in the slew of things, yeah. So
it's with the percentages. When I first came there, you know, we would bench out at Tim Van Horn's, right? So you had to earn the right to be able to go out to Van Horn's, and it's just kind of how it was. But the speed bench per se was at 70 to 75%. So for yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, for me, I remember it's me, Kenny, and who else was on our bench at the time? Me, Kenny, maybe Tom Waddle and one other person. It was like 365 for half the sets, and then 405.
Oh my God.
And that was our speed work. And then over a period of time, you know, by the time I left, it was 185 with a mini band, you know, double mini band. So it did drop, but it was always a flat wave.
Yeah.
You know, it never really moved that much.
It was a very constant thing. It wasn't like, it was, I don't want to say like running on a treadmill, but it was like, you do this thing. It's really not about being heavier. These dynamic percentages only move up when your meat lift moves up. It's not, I want to squat and bench this, therefore I will structure my percentages around them. What have I done in the meet? Not what have I done in the gym? Like, people don't know what a base, they off a hypothetical want. You know, I want to squat 1,400, but I can't base all my percentages off that, and it's going to make me squat 1,400. You know what I mean? You have to be like, okay, my squat's like around 1,300 pound squat. You know what I mean? So I'm going to do percentages of a 1,300 pound squat. One thing that Louis, like, I remember you were saying something about like when you come back after a meet, you would do something like 10% or something like that. But we started doing it at the end. I would come back 50% of 1,100. So if I had a 1,270 squat, my workout back, I wouldn't do 50% of 1,270. The first week was 50% of 1,000. The next week was 50% of 1,100. The next week was 50% of 1,200. And that's a weird thing, but like, then it would just go back to normal. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, you know, back to what my percentages off, what I squatted to meet. So there's all kinds of ways to do stuff. And again, to the speed bench pressing, me and AJ Roberts actually figured this one out. It was the whole 45, you take, you floor press, take 45% of floor press, and that's what you use on your speed bench press day. And me and AJ were like, that's a lot. That's not really working. So we just basically started working out to where we felt right, and then looked at the percentage. Like, where is the weight moving fast? Where am I being fast explosive? Where is it starting to get hard? And then we'll wave those percentages in, and it came out to 23% of your max, of your shirted max.
Yes.
So 25% of 1,000 pounds is 250 pounds, right?
Yeah.
So that's usually where I start all my speed benching, is usually between, around 275. And as I go through the 3-week wave, it might, I might end at 365 for my last couple sets or something like that.
But you're in no hurry to try to push that speed weight up.
That's not the point.
Exactly.
The point is to push max effort weight up.
Yes.
And then as the max effort goes up, you adjust the speed percentages to accommodate your max effort work.
Yes.
And that only moves up when that moves up. And that's why I tell you, people get hypothetical off what they want to do. I want to squat 1,000. Well, what do you squat? 900? Okay, well, instead of 500 pounds and, bands and chains today, you're going to use 400. You know what I mean? Because you're not 1,000-pound squatter. You can't will yourself through percentages to do things. Like, you can, but like, results not typical. That's not the way to do it. You know what I mean? There's like a way to do it. You can do. I try to tell people this also. Like, you can do any of this shit, and you're going to get strong. Like, you know what I mean? But there's a way to be the strongest. You know what I mean? And that's basically being fast and explosive, decreasing the time under tension. That's a big thing that speed work does that people don't understand. Speed work decreases time under tension, which is the amount of time that you strain against a weight, right? So like, what happens when you increase, what happens when the time is of the time that you strain is long. If you're straining, Greg Panora was one of those guys. We called him the dude. You take him 30 seconds, dude, pull a deadlift. You're like, holy shit, dude. It was impressive. I seen him get crushed with a 1060 squat, flipped over his head at a meet, and he takes one step back and goes, "Okay, I'm ready." And we're like, "What? You don't want a minute, dude? Like, you just flip 1060 over your head." And he was just kind of one of those lifters, but reel me in here real quick
with speed bench. The time under tension, Greg being more of a grinder instead of like Chuck was an explosive lifter.
Yes.
Greg was more a grinder. So the difference there.
Yes.
And the time under tension.
Yeah. So that's how. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is when like somebody like Greg, if we could have made him more faster and more explosive, he would have been 2,800 pound total guy.
Then vice versa, you take somebody that's super explosive, correct, and make them stronger.
It's identifying what the problem is.
Yes,
you're slow. Like super strong guys would come into the gym. There'd be a guy bench guy'd pull 850. Well, you got weak hips, and the guy's like, "What are you fucking talking about, dude? I just pulled 850." He's like, "No, that is your weakness. I'm telling you what is weak on you. Though you are 850, I don't see that. I see weakness here that makes you stronger. And if you would just do this, you'll pull more." Type deal. See, people, they don't know how to take coaching sometimes, and they, but the time,
which is fucking odd when they're coming to Westside to learn from Lou.
Yeah,
which is really,
it's like they want to argue with him. It's like, I mean, the guy knows more shit that doesn't work than we probably do that does work. And like, so the time under tension thing, if you can decrease the time under tension, meaning the length at which you strain against a weight, you will decrease the time that you, or the chance that you have to get hurt. So if I can be faster or more, because that's how you want to be. You want the shit over with as quick as possible. So because that is the least amount of trauma, damage on your central nervous systems, joints, tendons, connective tissue, than you would if you'd strain. Dudes that strain don't last very long. Like that's no way to train. It's just, that's a very brutal way to treat your body.
Yes. Now we were talking earlier about a powerlifting project that you're working on. Can you talk about that a little bit? And as you're talking about that, because I've already kind of heard the first part of it, I'm going to pull it off and take a piss. Yeah. So just, you were rambling like that. Roger. So just, catch them up to speed with what we were talking about, and then I'll be right back.
Roger. So I'm sure everybody has seen Westside versus the World. Michael Fahey we have been, how should I say it? It's a new document. It's not a documentary. What Michael describes it as is like a pumping iron setup, where this new movie follows lifters that are lifting in the WPO and different levels and scales of lifters. So it follows me around through some of my meets in the WPO. And if anybody's ever seen UFC Embedded or anything like that, it's kind of set up like that. So, UFC Embedded, pumping iron, it's a real similar setup. It has a lot of the same faces from Westside versus the World. It is not a sequel. So totally different story. It's not a documentary about, it's more of following athletes through times going into these meets, and primarily the WPO. I know it follows myself around. Anthony Oliveira is another one. Chanel Nolea are some people that are in it. But yeah, it's from what he's telling me, it's in editing right now. We've been filming it since 2018. So I believe we started when the WPO first came back. We started filming it in Orlando, Florida. We didn't really know, according to we didn't really know what it was going to be or how it was going to pan out. We just knew we had a story and we were going to tell a story. Michael likes good stories, so this one is going to be pretty cool.
What was the name of that?
We haven't. So everybody always asks, like, when's it going to come out? What's the name of it? It doesn't have a name yet.
The information?
Information?
What's that?
I don't know what did you say?
No, I was just asking about the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, it's getting edited right now. Like I said, we've been filming it since 2018.
Oh, so all the footage is done.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
So basically, what Michael's going to do is he's got tons of footage. He's got 4 years of footage. You know what I mean? And it's everything. It's coming to the gym and watching us train, going into some of these WPO meets, us at the meets. It leads into the ESPN WPO that's going to be featured on there. So there's a story there. But yeah, like I said, it's being edited right now. He says tentatively, he's not going to put a release date on it, but he's shooting for spring of next year is what he was telling me. Mm-hmm. And usually sometimes towards the end, as he starts editing it, the story kind of will take shape, and then he'll have to re-edit, put more parts in it. So we have to come back and do more interviews and stuff like that. So yeah, it gives good perspective and insight into like what people like me go through and going into meet. So you'll get a right over my shoulder front row seat to some of the stuff I did.
Does it go into, I mean, when you say people like you, I mean, you're a little bit different than, the others that are out there, but you share something in common with all the other ones. And that is, I kind of call it an all in, mentality, and where powerlifting is like the number one priority, right? It's not like number two, number three, number four. I mean, it's that. Everything else just kind of falls in after that. Is this going to touch on that very much, or is it just the training? And I say but I don't mean to downplay it.
So there is an inherent story in it. Like from what he was telling me, you're going to see different stages of people in the sport. Like, so for me, example, I'm on the top. You see the things that the things I deal with and the things that I might struggle with are different than things Anthony might struggle with. Somebody that's kind of like a mid-level 2,500 pound guy. You see things that they have to deal with, and their mindset and goal is how it differs from mine, and then it kind of like gives reference to people from all starts. So somebody that's just starting out, you'll be able to identify with somebody in there that's like, oh, this person's just starting out. You know what I mean? And then there's that person that's been doing it a few years, and you're like, oh. So I guess I should say everybody will kind of have somebody that will be able to align with.
Okay.
In terms of like where they're at in their walk,
What I'm intrigued by is that all in, because for me, powerlifting was from like yourself from 14 all the way until I left Westside to say 2004, whenever that was my number one priority. And I don't think it's hard to explain unless you've actually done it, what that really encompasses. And what it actually means. People
don't understand. Like it's what is it?
That's why I like to engage in conversations about it, because it's really fucking hard.
It's like this, I don't want to call it this fantasy world of like wanting to live this outlaw life or something. I can't really describe it like.
But we're willing to die for it. You see what I'm saying?
It just, yeah. You have to do these things. You have to be all in every facet. Like, and that's how it is with anything you want to be successful in. It's like whether you're a business owner.
Well, you say to do these things, but not everybody does. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
What I'm trying to probe into is for those people that do, why? You see what I'm saying? Like you know that your mindset's different than other people, and that that you're. Even with the group that you train with now and the groups that you train with in the past, even at Westside, there's people that are not in it as hard as what you are, or committed as hard as what you are. Other people might be, but not for very long. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to discover, and figure out, it's how do you explain that part? Not just in you, let's just say it's in somebody else that would play the different, Michael Jordan, for instance, what he was playing, somebody that is all in at that level of commitment. I mean, yes, it's fucking nuts. Yes, it's insane. You kind of know it, but when people say that, the people that are in it, they're like, whatever, dude.
Well, this is what I was going to tell you. So now I remember what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's very lonely. Like you will lose friends. You might lose family might disown you.
It's not a might, you will.
You're going to lose a lot.
Yeah.
And you're going to be called selfish. You're going to be, demonized. You know what I mean? You're going to, when you go all in on something, it's a very selfish thing. And how can I put it? It's when most people, there are some people that actually go all in, and once they realize they're all in, they're like, dude, this isn't it. You know what I mean?
And that's fine for them.
It's, yeah, you just weren't put on this earth to be that. That's fine. It's like where I keep saying, like, nothing good lasts forever. Like Westside doesn't last forever. I'm not going to last forever. All good things come to an end.
But that doesn't explain the all-in part, unless you get what I'm saying.
In a roundabout way, I'm trying to understand a little bit more.
I don't think maybe you can't, while you're in it, because now that I'm passing out, that's in the past, and I look at it, and this is what I've discussed with other people in the same kind of boat, is if there's something else another path that I start venturing down, then I notice this is happening.
You're not all in. If something over here is robbing your focus. I
actually pause and I'll say, do I really want to do that? Do I really, really, really want to be all in? Because
it requires everything, and not some.
Yes.
And like, there is no half, like, I'm, you know what I mean? Like, my brain can only think really one way. So like, it's hard for me to like wrap around and look at it. Cause this goes back to like, I was conditioned from a very young age not to acknowledge weight, not to feel pain. Like I say people, it's like fucking that movie Soldier with Kurt Russell in it, where he's like, they take him when he's a kid and he's just he's a robot fucking soldier. I was a robot powerlifter. It was do this, and you didn't, when you missed weights, why'd I miss it? It's like, well, who cares? You know what I mean? Okay, forget about it. It's like, there's some things I say in powerlifting, you have to have a short memory on some stuff. Like, you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days. Sometimes you have more bad than good. But
that's you still stay on the same trajectory.
When you quit, you lose. I think that's another thing. Like Chuck's whole thing was to get you to quit. Yeah. Like and if he couldn't get you to quit, he was going to invent the next exercise after that thing he couldn't get you to quit in.
Yes.
And then before you know it, you look down, you've been there 4 hours. My whole thing was like, what, you quit? I'm like, nope, I'm just done with that. He's like, so you quit? I'm like, nope, I'm just done. I'm done right now.
Well, I think a giant part of that was he can't stand to lose more than he likes to win.
He's so competitive, and that's one thing I think I admire in Chuck.
Yeah, I don't even know if he liked to win. He just hated to lose. Yeah. Which is a rare quality.
I mean, if you ever been out to drinking with him, I mean, dude, he'll give you a shot of, he'll give himself a shot of apple juice and give everybody else 151 and just stand there and laugh at everybody. Like, I'm going to get you, you're going to see how long you can drink for. It's like, okay, yeah, like, so.
And then you're fucked up and he's the last one
correct.
standing.
And it's kind of the same thing. It's like, he has like the same mentality and everything. He's going to get you to quit. You're going to get you quit in training. You're not going to want to take these shots anymore.
Well, the fucked up thing in training, just to see if this is still true, or if it was still true with you, is he would always scale up the exercise for your strength. So let's say you're doing tricep extensions.
Oh, I got a story already.
Right, you see what I'm saying? He's using like a fucking quarter per side on the easy bar. You, because you bench more, you need to use three.
I need to be put at a disadvantage
and do the same fucking reps.
So here's a story about that. I had my bench press shirt on, and I'm a pretty good bencher. I benched 825 in a Cairns denim, and that's what I was wearing at the time. So I put my shirt on, and we were doing a reverse band in a shirt, and we were doing it off a one board, or it might have been a two board. I think it was a two board, and I got up to 855, and he was just not. He was upset. Like, no, that bolt, that's too easy. I was like, what do you mean, dude? It's a two board. It's what everybody's doing right here. He's like, well, your bench stroke's shorter, so you're going to use a one board. I was like, but that's not a two board. Whatever, like so. He would try to change the workout. So it's how it was, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
But guess what? You got stronger or you didn't. So.
Oh, exactly. I want to tap into the powerlifting equipment gear.
Yeah.
Because people, from what I see, how can I go into this conversation? When we were still supplying metal, the one thing that I found very interesting in his theory that have is it didn't matter what gear company they came from. If I forced them, well, we did because it was a sponsorship thing. If they had to stay in metal, they all still broke PRs. It had nothing to do with metal. It was forcing them to stay in the same fucking gear and then customizing the gear to be able to work the best for them.
Thank you. Somebody knows it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where otherwise they would just jump from this shirt to this shirt to this shirt to this
And you
shirt.
spend no time actually training. You spend time putting shirts on to figure out what fits.
So would you agree with what's your history with the equipment?
Equipment?
Yes.
Well, it might come as a shock to most people. Like, you know, John Inzer, and I'm sponsored by Inzer. He gives me everything I want. He takes care of me, dude. Like, if I need a pair of briefs, he sends them overnight. They're here in a few days. You know, I have a really good relationship with Inzer now, but like, I was always a person that, like, if it wasn't broke, don't fix it. So just because another meet rolled around didn't mean I really needed a new pair of briefs. So, dude, I'd run briefs for years. I'd wear the same pair of briefs for 2 years, you know? And then if they start to wear out, you know, rather than go, you know, sometimes I go out to Big Iron and Jim Grandick, he's got a sewing machine. So I'd tighten him up with a sewing machine. But most times, like, I wear a 2-ply pair of Predator briefs. I don't wear 3-ply briefs. My canvas squat suit is a regular 2-ply canvas squat suit. It's the same one that I benched 1,000 in. I'm sorry. The squat suit that I squatted 1,000 in when I 19 is the same squat suit I'm wearing right now.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
So it's the same squat suit that you've been using the whole time, just
Correct.
customization.
Aside from there was like, okay, so I had a 42 squat suit. So when I went to 42, there was a smaller squat suit I used, but I only used it for a few meets. Inzer has sent me periodically. He'll send me. It's hard. It takes a little bit of trick. It takes a little bit of practice to get a canvas for exactly the way you want it.
Yeah.
But when you get them right, you don't. They're right forever. So I had one that I used this last WPO that was real close to the one suit I had. But for the most part,
Now you gained a ton of weight too, so the suit's going to work differently.
Well, that's the thing. I think I went up to 312.
Yes.
Like, I think
so. Your first meet with that suit, you were 260?
50s.
250?
57s, 55s, 52s. That's when I was like 2770 and stuff like that. Then I got in the 28s. I was wearing it. When I did like the 2600 at 242 and 1025 at 242, I was wearing a different suit that was smaller. But bench press shirts, my whole thing is I get something and I stick with it. I don't sit there and I don't arbitrarily change it out just because my bench slowed down. I get back in it and keep training. Like, I think people, they try to take the easy way out and think it's just a shirt problem. No, it's a you fucking problem. It's you don't know what you're doing. You're stricken for lack of knowledge. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't need all this new gear. Dude, unless you're really benching, like, unless you're like a Jimmy Kolb where you're benching 1,200 pounds, or, you know, somebody like me benching 1,000 pounds, like 1,000-pound benchers, like, you know, your shirt's going to wear out a little, you know, after you use it a little bit. And that's just the nature of the game. You're talking 1,000-pound bench presses. But generally, I'll have a bench shirt that I stick with, that I usually train in. I have a carbon copy as a backup in case something happens to that one. And then I have one that's a size smaller in areas. Like, I might drop a chest plate, and in case, like, I want to take something big at the end, you know, I'll switch a shirt out. Because to me, it's all form and technique, and shirts don't matter.
So you have to, basically what you're saying is you have to learn the shirt and not jump around from this to this to this to this, like a lot of people do.
Yeah, because one shirt from the next is so different. Like, these minuscule changes. Like, dude, I can put a shirt on, take one weight, and be like, nope, that don't work, and it's the same size. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll put another shirt on, and I'll be like, this feels different from the. It's like human error. It's like, you're not gonna. Sometimes it gets this way, and sometimes it gets that way. You know, like in terms of sizing gears. Sometimes it might be a little bigger. Sometimes it might be a little smaller. Sometimes you might be a little bigger. Sometimes you might be a little smaller. So, like, I kind of have sets of gear. So if I'm a little bit bigger, I kind of will swing towards the bigger sizes. And if I'm a little bit smaller, I kind of swing towards the smaller sizes. I'm not one to be what's called a gear whore. I got a tight bench press shirt, you know, but, you know, the shirts I'm benching 1050 in meets, and I can touch, you know, 935 in. And it's called being proficient. You know what I mean? That's how you learn how to touch. People have to keep trying to add weights when they can't touch. And it's like, what you need to do is put the light weights on there and just learn to struggle down there until you touch something.
So what I'm seeing here is you like to keep the variables
low.
low.
then you know what's working and what's not working. That's where I was telling you, I have 75% of what I do stays the exact same every time. And I had take 25%. So if we're talking training cycle, 75% of it stays the same as the last training cycle. 25% of it is basically straight up, experimentation, new stuff. If you do 50%, 60% new stuff, and then you have a terrible result, then what I'm only looking at this much stuff to try to figure out what doesn't work and what does work. A lot of times that's why we go in 3 and 4 week waves. You know what I mean? You go 3 or 4 weeks, strength testing. You hear Louis talk about strength testing. You got to figure out, some exercises I know if I can floor press 600 for a double, I should be able to bench 1050, no problem. You know what I mean? Because I've done that enough to know that when I hit that, if I can floor press 500 for 10, I know I can, anything over 5 reps with 500, I'm usually good to bench 1,000. You know what I mean? So those are, I can work those things up, and it pushes up that back end.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
No, it makes total sense.
And then so it gets you there, and then you can start to handle those. Then I start the 1,000-pound benches and stuff like that. And then it's kind of like there's this way to get you there, and then to get you to do the things that you have to do.
Well, it's a check and balance too.
Correct.
Back when I always knew my floor press was like 90% of what my shirt bench was going to be. My close grip incline was 62%.
Yeah.
I mean, all these things were things that the carryover was shit for the shirt. So as the shirt
different back then,
it was different. So as the shirt carryover got a little bigger, it changed it. But it kind of, while you want the bigger carryover, it was kind of fucking up all my little checks and balances at the same time.
Yeah.
So it became this weird dilemma to try to navigate you through.
And then also in terms of deadlifting, I don't wear tight gear in the deadlift. I wear a single ply brief and a single ply deadlift suit. That's it. So a lot, my gear is not tight because you need to be able to function and move. You know what I mean? And as you get better, tighten the gear. You know what I mean? When things slow down, maybe tighten your gear a little bit. People, they want everything all at once, so they throw all the variables in all at once, and you don't know what variable is causing you to fail and what is causing you to succeed.
Which is, to me, is always kind of saw it as it's really fucked up, because it's already fucked up to figure out how to implement the gear into the training.
Yeah,
because it wrecks you.
Oh yeah,
because of the weight. So so you figure the training out, right?
It's and it presents a whole different problem.
And here's a whole nother level, and then you want to take that other level and fuck it up even more by adding all this other complexity of this, and this, all these changing shirts and all the other kind of stuff.
My whole thing was basic, dude. Keep shit basic. Elon Musk says eliminate a process, eliminate a step, It's I'm going to do exactly what Louis calls it. What does he say it? I'll think of it. But basically, you do exactly what you have to do, no more, no less. That's always what I did. I didn't overtrain, and I didn't overtrain. I didn't undertrain, and I didn't overtrain. I did exactly what I had to do. Sometimes there were times where I needed to do more, but it was easy. It's easy to do more.
Yeah.
It's harder to do less. When you've already done more and the damage has already been done and you're trying to roll shit back. That what happened to Lily at this last meet when she did the women's pram. She's a couple weeks going into the meet. She starts, hitting a turd ball. She starts I'm like, whatever you're doing, stop. Whatever supplements you're taking, quit taking all that stuff. Whatever. But basically, what it was when you train with me, I don't put girl accommodating resistance on there. If you train with me and you're a chick, you're using a blue band. I'm sorry. And over the course of 6 weeks of, I call it man accommodating resistance. When you're not using purples and blues or purples and greens, you're using double 3 and 4 chains instead of 2 and 3 chains. It's that adds up over the course of 6 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And it's just starting to overtrain her. So it's and you could see it. They just start to look tired. One workout just doesn't look good. I don't feel very good. It's well, you're just overtrained, bud. We just need to pull you back. You know what I mean? I said some shit you do 2 weeks ago affects you 3 weeks later. It's the same thing with her, for example. You're getting tired. We're not going to run you into the meet like this. Nothing if you're not going to do anymore and get any better, so you might as well just pull back and do a bunch of blood shit. It's go train like a bodybuilder for a week. You know what I mean? So I try, and people ask me about speed bench pressing again, how do I train like a bodybuilder for speed bench pressing. Like it's not, I like machines and I like, I like doing isolating muscle groups and getting the pump. And because like Arnold, you don't get the pump, you don't grow. You need muscle to support weights. Like you have to, my whole thing is it look like you fucking bench 1,000. Look at the dudes that have benched 1,000 pounds. You got Blaine Sumner, big ass guy. You got Ryan Kennelly, monster. Tiny Meeker, big ass dude. They're not slobs. Even Gene Reichlach was a big man. Scott Mendelson, just an ogre. Look like you can do what you're supposed to do. That goes a long way. So I think like there's something to that people get away from. They don't sit there and build muscle. They don't. I think bodybuilding is good. It complements powerlifting, but it can't be like, I got to have bicep. I can't bicep day. Chuck's whole thing. He called me on a Tuesday morning. What are you doing? I'm like, he's like, you ain't doing nothing. He's like, go to the gym. We're going to do some neck and biceps. We do neck and biceps on Tuesday. It's like, what? Like neck and fucking biceps? Like, yeah. So needless to say, I don't do neck and I do neck. I do neck. I just don't do a neck and bicep workout every Tuesday.
With that in, because you're now at the doghouse, so it's the night crew. And you've been there for a couple years, right?
I think we went over there in September of 2019.
Okay, so it's a few years. So you got a group now that you're working with.
Yeah.
So, you just mentioned one example of somebody. What are some of the other issues that you're seeing with their coming in? Because now the group, it's not, I don't know how Westside was in the past 10 years either, but I'm going to assume that they're not coming in at the same skill level.
Similar.
Yes.
Similar. They're like there's a guy that trains me. He's a world record holder. He squatted 903 at 165, which was an all-time world record. And then he's done 815 and 835 at 148. So he's a little guy with a big ass squat.
Those I don't care about. I'm more interested in the lower tier.
Yeah.
What are the common? I want to say
max effort. Like,
what are their biggest issues that you're running into training wise? Sometimes
not in shape. So sometimes when you start lifting heavy weights too much, you have to suspend that and do more work to be in shape. Sometimes when you get, when you free squat a little too much, sometimes I don't always box squat, 3 weeks in a row. Sometimes I'll box squat once and I'll free squat 2 weeks in a row. I'm not, it doesn't happen too often, but sometimes that's just what we do. A lot of people, a big thing is like squat depth. With newer people, they you have to get them to where they can get there first, and then you start piling shit on. A lot of the stuff I see, some of the guys that I have is not overtraining them while giving them weight. So how can I explain it? Like there's like a happy medium of letting them take weights and letting them rest because they haven't been doing it. I try to tell them, I'm like, dude, I've got 10 years on you. You know what I mean? I cannot do something today and be fine. I try to tell people this, you're not going to get weak in a year. Like I could stop lifting weights for a year and still be strong. It's like you've done this, you've been in here 6 or 7 years. You're not going to lose it in a week. You're not going to lose it in a month. And I think when people understand that, it makes some of this other stuff easier, like being patient and waiting. But yeah, more or less some of the beginner people that I have, and they're all relatively strong, a lot of it was reintroducing the max effort stuff. We got away from a lot of so I call it waving. Louis says waving intensity. Sometimes you not making the workouts heavier, but making them harder. So waving intensities could be the amount of time that you push between sets, like running behind somebody, giving them a 30-second break, boom, 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 boom. That's one way. Lowering a box height, that's one way. Adding a band, that's one way. So you waving intensities.
What about the mental intensity, right? So the mental intensity you're going to bring to a meet, you're throwing up after lifts. Obviously, it's a different intensity than you're going to bring to the gym. But a lot of times you'll get these people on max effort day and stuff like that in the gym trying to bring that intensity.
Well, that's kind of what I tell them. I was like, you have to understand that, like, you need, like, I don't want to say hyper focus. A lot of people, they're like, man, where does your head go? It's like a lot of people, they try to go somewhere else. I just go to my happy place. It's like, No, I need you to be right here, right now. Like here we are.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to be in the now, not 10 seconds from now, not 10 seconds behind you, not assessing what's happening. I need you to be doing. And it's like, once they realize that, like, you have precious seconds and you waste time, you know, like just for example, like if you unrack a squat and you go, oh shit, that's heavy. You just wasted 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like it needs to be like, this goes back to where I was like programmed. You program these people to only react to certain things. I think kind of like getting in a militaristic way and yelling at them like a drill sergeant type thing allows them to function in a fight or flight.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if I'm sitting there screaming at you and then you go to the meet and there's just nobody really screaming at you, it makes things a little easier. It's like another thing this was a Westside thing. We always made the gym harder than the meet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So when you went to the meet, it was just like, huh, okay, like.
Mm-hmm. Whatever.
Mm-hmm. So general stuff. I mean, just little stuff. It's really nothing anybody's never done. It's just people don't do it, you know?
Yes. And the technical aspects.
That is like, if for anybody, that is probably what made me be who I am, and is technical prowess. Technique equates to pounds on the platform. And this goes back to like Greg Panora. Like I remember the whole Greg Panora Louis thing. Louis was mad at Greg because he had shitty form, and if you ever watch Greg, you know,
Shitty form.
Yeah, sorry, Greg, but you had poo-poo form.
Strong as fuck, though.
Oh yeah, that was all that mattered. Louis didn't give it, but it came down to Louis was like, well, if you just change your form up a little bit, you'd squat 1,100, or you'll do it all. You just lay numbers out. You'll do this,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and you know, Greg's like, I'm a fucking world record holder. What do you mean? I got bad form. You know what I mean? It's like, and that goes back to where I was telling you, like some guy with an 850 deadlift, Louis back. When you got weak hips, your lower back's weak. It's like I just pulled 850, but it's like no, you understand that's your weakness. That's where you're lagging, and you can do more. It's not that I'm calling you weak. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
you with that, now that you're working with these other people, you know, how have you changed the dialogue narrative?
Like I said, it's more of a camaraderie now. They're people I want to be around.
Yeah.
They're people that give me their all. They reciprocate everything I give them.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, they travel all over the place to help me. They'll all travel 16 hours to Florida to help me. We'll go anywhere and help them. So it's like it's a give and give, not a give and a take.
Mm-hmm.
So we have like good camaraderie. What else did you say?
Well, just I'm trying to think of the average person that's listening that wants to get stronger, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not going to be the world record holders. They're not going to be there. They're going to be the people that are first coming in. Not the complete beginners either. I'm talking powerlifters and stuff like that. Where what I'll typically see is technique's always just a clusterfuck. You know, so
it's literally everything. Like, because there's one thing to be strong without gear on and have good form.
Yeah.
But the second you put gear on, the first thing it does is try to turn everything to shit. Tries to bring your knees in. You know, bench shirt tries to fold your elbows in and, you know, cut you in half. You know, deadlift you round over looking like a dog taking a shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that is like weakness flags. So if somebody's rounding, it means they have a weak upper back. If somebody fucking can't lock a deadlift out, they got no fucking hips. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you know, someone can't make depth, well, you know, your fucking hips are weak and obviously down in the hole. So like a lot of times you can watch somebody and see when it goes to shit, there's a problem for the solution. There's a solution for the problem. I think I learned that a lot from Louis. He'd just walk in and look at somebody strain a certain way and be like, you're straining this way. This is wrong with you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think years of seeing that, it's just kind of second nature where I can see from week to week where if they're getting faster or slower, okay, we got to lift heavier. Okay, everyone's getting tired. We got to back off a little bit. You know what I mean? You can just kind of see it. You know where to steer the boat type deal.
Mm-hmm. With the, there was a couple questions that were in here dealing with criticism.
Yeah.
Like how do you handle the criticism and the shit that comes along with actually multi-ply, but just powerlifting in general?
Well, in the very beginning, like, you know, when I was like 20 years old, I tried to do everything I could to please the internet.
Mm-hmm.
people would talk shit and I took it personal. I was like, why are these motherfuckers talking shit? I've worked so hard and I'm doing all this stuff. And it came to a point where I realized that it didn't matter what the fuck you do. Somebody's always going to run their fucking mouth off.
Mm-hmm. So
it's my choice whether to entertain that. And when I'm entertaining idiots that don't have my best interest, that is taking away time, focus, and effort to what I'm here trying to do, and that's being the greatest of all time. So I'm not going to let somebody rob my focus because of shit they say on the internet. That's why I'm not really on there. Because I just came from the generation where I'll just cut you, and you know what I mean. Like that makes me want to fucking cut people. I just don't look at that shit. I say a lot of time opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. Some stink, some don't. So
we're coming up through that Westside environment, and basically
you got to have thick skin, dude. So like it come to the point where I said trying to please the internet is like trying to slam a revolving door or yelling into the black hole, the abyss. You're going to yell in and nothing's going to come back to you. You know, the whole point of these people running their mouths is because they want a reaction out of you. They want me to defend myself, and fuck you. I don't need to defend myself. I'm not here to get anybody's approval. I'm not here to get the internet's approval. I'm solely and utterly focused on what I'm doing, and there's not anything that's going to rob my focus or derail me from what I'm going to do. And that to me is a trap. So that's kind of like where, I just fuck them.
See, that going back to what I was talking about, being all into certain things, that also makes me wonder where, the people who say that they're all in, but yet they're entertaining all that bullshit.
Can you dance in the fire? You know what I mean? Like,
well, are they really all in if they're entertaining all the bullshit?
Correct.
You just kind of validated that. You're not going to let them suck away your energy, time, or focus because it has to go in a different direction.
My dad always told me, he said, son, he who angers you controls you. And I'll be goddamned if I'm going to let anybody control me.
Yeah. With the crew that you're working with now, it's let's go way back, right? Yeah. So you come into Westside at 14 years old. Now you're in a position with this night crew that you have that you're now that person, that when they come in. So now they're not walking. Now you walk into this environment, like what the fuck? There's people here that are, out of their minds, nuts, crazy, all that other stuff. But it guided you in a certain way. Social influence, right? Pushed you in this certain way. But there are certain things that you found were counterproductive.
Yeah, like for example, I guess there's really good people out there that can really help you get to where you need to be, but that doesn't mean they're great power lifters. You know what I mean? And Louis just wanted great power lifters. I want great people.
Yes.
So I look at the person first, and I'm like, what can this person offer this group? Can they contribute to it? Like I said, will they travel? Will they follow us all over the United States? Will they be here on time? Will they show up? And yeah. So like all my guys do, and girls.
So it's kind of circular, right? So a lot of the principles that you came into the sport from, you're now the person responsible for bringing the sport through.
I call it like culture. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I think one thing, like I think I might have said this earlier, one thing that's like ingrained in me, and maybe on a soul level, is the culture of Westside Barbell. Like I've lived it so long, I don't know any other way, and I can't change. It's like it's kind of like I don't know any other way, and I refuse to fail. I don't know how to fail. Like when it happens, it just does it. It's like a short circuit move forward. Like, yeah. I'm sure there's something else.
Well, with that, how are you going? What I'm trying to get at is how are you trying to ingrain that in the crew that you have now? I guess by example, that's one thing, right? But how else are you looking for that? Is it in the culture?
A lot of it, and this is one thing that might be answering your question. I always give people a tryout. So there's lots of things, there's lots of parallels between what I do now and how Westside was. You know what I mean? Because they weed out the chaff, they weed out the weak from the strong. And strong can mean a couple different things, like not just physically strong. Like if you're a strong asshole and don't contribute to anything, I don't want you anywhere near me.
Mm-hmm.
If you have potential and you want to learn and you don't want to, I don't have any problem explaining shit to people, but I'm not going to defend myself because I don't fucking care. You know what I mean? I've already done everything. I don't have to sit here and defend myself to people about why this works or doesn't work. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't want to do what I do, that's fine. I don't care. But I'm still going to be over here winning.
Yes. Because they can help, those people that you're talking about can help the rest of the group.
Yeah, it's like I teach them, and then they all know what is expected of them, and they all give that. And if it's not given, they get called out on it. Like, hey,
Yes.
you need to be doing this. You will not be here. And we're all friends. You know what I mean? It's like, it's different from where it's like they're a training partner. That's why I think it got a little different. You need that camaraderie to have people. You need people that care about your well-being. Remember, like in the Westside movie, you're like, haha, I put a plate on and he missed it and fucked himself. Ha ha ha, I got that fucker. You know what I mean? It's not really like that, you know?
So you need people like Bob Coe.
Correct. You need Bob Coes.
Yes.
And Louis at times would criticize Bob Coe. You know, he's just a cheerleader, blah, blah, blah. I was like, dude, but you need to understand, you need people to believe in you.
Yeah.
As much as you believe it. Like people that are coming up and that aren't like rooted and they don't have it. You develop these things. You know what I mean? You're born, you can be born with intangibles, but you have to develop these skills. You know what I'm saying? Like your mental skills, you have to, you know, it's like.
Well, a lot of times the people who help us, you know, on our way, you know, up or on our journey, right, also become the type of people that either we want to become or we want to put other people in front of to be able to help them with their journey. You know, so, you know, through your journey that Bob Coe is a significant, you know, piece of that. So you're making sure that's a significant piece of what you have. I guess was Louis.
Correct.
So you're making that a significant piece.
Yeah. So there's things that I like, you know, Louis, like you have to be cutthroat, but you also have to understand that people have jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like Louis sometimes wouldn't give a shit if you had a job. It's just times, you know what I'm saying? Like if you want people, if you really want a long lasting, if you want to be in it for the long haul, your group has to be in it for the long haul. And you need to be able to get along with these people. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're going to be in it, they need to, you know, you're talking years. You're not talking, you need people to be around you for years. And a lot of people don't look that far ahead. I do. You know.
All right. Well, I'm going to wrap this one up. I appreciate you coming out. We're going to have to do this again. Why it's taken me so long to get you out there in the first place, I don't know. I would say, where can people find you? But you don't give a fuck. They can find you on the platform.
Yeah, I'm on the interweb somewhere. I think my Instagram's at Mr. 3K103.
Yeah.
I make quarterly posts. I make jokes on there. I'm like, hey, I'm making my quarterly bench press post to let you all know that I'm still here.
You're still here.
And that I will be at the meet in November.
Yes. So that's what the next meet?
Yeah, WPO Finals, which is in November in Orlando this year.
Yes.
It's at a nice big resort, and it runs in conjunction with the Worlds. So the Worlds runs Wednesday through Saturday, and the WPO Finals is on Sunday.
Okay.
And they'll have a stream where they have the broadcasters and the color commentary and all that stuff. And, you know, he tries to Wayne does good with it every year. He makes it a little bit bigger, a little bit better, adds some things to it. He said there's going to be a new design of a championship belt. I was going to bring the belts in maybe next time if we do this again.
Yeah.
I didn't want to like.
No, we'll definitely do it again for sure.
Yeah. It's a good time. We've always been around kind of like the same groups of people.
Keep missing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was good to sit down and like on a personal one-to-one level. And
no, it's awesome. I enjoyed it. Thank you. Sure. We're out.
Later.
Whew. Today's episode is brought to you by Element, a tasty electrolyte drink mix with everything that you need and nothing that you don't. In other words, no sugar, no artificial coloring, no artificial ingredients, no gluten, no fillers, and no BS. With Element, I love the watermelon. The watermelon tastes freaking awesome. I drank 1 pack every day, no matter what. People that train out here, It's sitting out here for them all the time. The boxes don't last very long. Right now, Element is offering Table Talk listeners a free sample pack with any purchase. That's 8 single serving packages free with any Element order. Get yours at drinkelement.com/Table Talk. The deal is only available through the link in the description. The other thing is, if you don't like it, you can just give it away to a salty friend and Element will give you a 100% refund. No risk, money back guarantee. Head over to drinkelement.com/Table Talk. It's one of the best ways that you can support the podcast and your training is to join the crew. When you join the crew, you get an extra crew cast podcast every single month. You also get access to our Discord, which has a training Q&A with Team Elite FTS members. You get form checks. You can upload any of your training footage and have your lifts diagnosed, sometimes within minutes, by multiple people. Access to close to 30 different ebooks, training logs, and first sign up access to our weekend training retreats, train your ass off, and other events that we do. Biggest takeaways from that, though, what people enjoy the most and get the most out of is the training Q&A and the form checks, as well as the extra podcast. Hey guys, I'm back in the gym with another limited edition apparel drop. This is the new Live, Learn, Pass On shirt. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our cambered grip American cable attachment. This attachment has 4 grips and it's cambered. So when you flip it, it actually becomes 8 grips. And if you turn it upside down, there's actually 16. This is one of our most used cable attachments out in the gym. Even got that full range of motion. We got a second limited edition drop this month as well. Head over to elitefts.com, pick up the shirt, pick up the cable attachments, and we'll see you next time.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. All right, guys, we're back with another episode of Table Talk. The guest today, again, is Dave Hoff. Really requires no introduction.
Hello.
From the last podcast that we had, it was him and Anthony. The WPO is come and gone. Dave won again. So we're going to talk about that meet. We're going to recap that meet. We'll get into how your training was for the meet, but let's just get straight into the meet first. So you were telling me off air that on the way there, you felt like you were going to pop. Right. So,
yeah, dude. So, I think this kind of couples with the training. So I trained, I don't want to say I changed training up a ton. I just went to a lot of stuff I did like years and years ago. And it was a lot of minimalistic stuff Louis would yell at me for, like, well, you can't do that. You'll blow this off, type thing.
Yeah.
So generally I just lifted a lot of heavy weights all the time. Like that. I just, you know how Westside, you're maxing out every week. And it was kind of like, I really kind of like stuck to that, and it made me grow. Like I just like in a week, I'd put on 5 pounds. Like I'd take a heavy squat, gain, like I'd do a free squat in the gym, gain 5 or 10 pounds, like not 10, but like 5 pounds. And then it would slowly kind of come off. And then 3 weeks later, I'd be doing something again like that. And then it would push past that. And I'm looking at the scale like, man, like, gear's getting tight, like
yeah.
I'd put my squat suit on the gym briefs that fit 4 weeks ago, or like I'm like telling people, go around, like, go tell me what size these are these the same, did I see the same size? And yeah, so everything was very tight and very uncomfortable.
What did you weigh before you left?
307. So I got on the scale at the gym and I was like, well, I need to make sure, because every year I go, I weigh myself and I kind of have an idea of what like body weight, because usually anytime I come in these WPOs, I'm kind of like around like a low 290. Between 89 and 94 is kind of usually where I land. I've had a couple where I'm a little bit bigger than that, but so I was 307 when I left Columbus. I didn't really,
So the heaviest that you've been before going to?
Correct. Yeah. Okay. This would have probably been, there was another meet in 2019 where I was 312, around the same size. And I did a meet out in Iowa. One of Jim Grandick's meet. It was a meet out there, and it's in the new movie coming out. But I tried to squat the world record at 1273 at the time, and I get fucking smashed with it because nothing fits and everything's tight. And so that was my like, oh no, if I get this big, those things happen. So I'm like, man, I don't want to really be this big. Because like I don't wear tight gear, but when it gets tight, you know, I get a lot of carryover from it.
Yeah.
And it's just, you're just walking that fine line.
So what are you doing at that point? Are you eating less? Are you pulling less sodium?
Yeah, typically I just start watching sodium. I'm like, okay, well, I'm maybe not going to eat freshest big boy today. You know, like I'm not going to get my super big boy combo with my 1,000 grams of sodium. So, you know, I kind of just, anytime I'm wanting to just like get fluid off me, I kind of go to like fish, you know, fish and rice, just stuff that like, and I don't just strictly eat that, but when I get meals like that in, my body like burns through it and it kind of wants more and it starts taking that that flurf off me.
Now, what day did you lift on? Saturday or Sunday?
So I think we left Wednesday. We left at like 3:30 in the morning. And me and a group, I got a great group of guys, and we always run a big SUV, and then we just drive power down through there. I hate flying on planes and stuff, but yeah, we drove down there, got there Wednesday night. I think weighed in Friday morning. That was that was probably the longest I ever had to walk for a weigh-in. That was pretty cool. Yeah, we just pulled up at the Orange County Convention Center, and you know, I'm like, well, where the hell do I go? And you had to walk up to this little people at the visitation center, and like, oh yes, sir, you are upstairs, down the hall to the right. So the upstairs and down the hall was like going to your concourse at the airport. So the building seemed bigger than the Arnold Classic, like it was bigger and nicer. So I had to go a little further to weigh in. They had these little side rooms, and we'd walk in, and you go back there, fill your stuff out, and weigh in. So like I said, I got there, and I weighed in. I think I weighed in at like 296. So I always typically, like whenever I drive like long distances, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not sitting on my ass eating food all day long. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I just kind of get out of that rhythm. Yeah. Well, I weighed in at 296, and I was like, well, that's better. I don't really think that's right around the heaviest I usually weigh in for meets. Did you look at the meet site before that after you weighed in, or did you just go when? So I like, dude, like I just don't. Like, I don't mind talking to people and stuff like that, but like, I just got to get out of there. You know what I mean? Like, I need to go eat food, sit down, relax. And I need to like literally not think about that. You know, some people, when they get to these meets, they want to go look at everything and like, wow, this is cool. Like I was telling you earlier, you get this like overstimulation type feel where after you get so overstimulated, you're just kind of like, ooh, you know, you don't really care. I kind of saw pictures of it, so I know it looked cool. I knew it was pretty much in the middle of the expo. And I was like, all right, so I know where it was at. They basically had a map to tell you how to get there. They're like, hey, you come in this store, and and what was cool about that is they had all these people that were working the doors. Like, you couldn't just go in and out. They'd be like, stop, let me see your band. And you would tell them, you're like, hey, I'm doing this. And they would like know exactly what, oh yes, you're down this way to this. It wasn't like you go to some of these meets and they're like, what are you doing here? What do you need? Hold on, let me check your credential. They're just like, they already knew who we were. So I basically weighed in and just went I think what I go eat at Uno's. I ate a bunch of pasta and all right. So then you get there for the warm-ups. What did you think when you got to the site, to the warm-ups, and you're walking through? Well, like I said, like what was also cool is we could pull up right out in front of the building. Like, I didn't have to go find a garage. Like, if you were a competitor or something, you could pull up in front of the Orange County. It was a big place. You could pull up right in front of the doors, and you pull up and tell the people. There's always guys there like directing traffic, and they're like, what are you doing here for? I'm like, well, I got to go weigh in. They're like, go over here and put your blinkers on, and have someone stay with your vehicle. And so if you were a competitor, they'd pull you off the side of the road and let you run in the building real quick and do whatever you had to do and come back out. Yeah. So that was really cool. And that was like a big plus for me. So the morning of the meet, we basically did the same thing. We pulled up out front of the building, and I got all my stuff, started walking in, went up these escalators. It was on this like second tier floor type place. And like as soon as the doors open, it looks just like the Arnold Classic. You know what I mean? You walk in there, it's a big, tall ceilings. It really didn't. The big difference is I noticed it seemed like quality over quantity. seemed like I've never been to an Olympia up until that point, because it's always in Vegas and it's kind of hard to catch it. I've lived in Columbus my whole life, so I've been to the Arnold Classic is just like a redundancy now. It's just like it's like Christmas. Oh, it's Arnold Classic season. Here it is. So I think the Arnold is cool and it has its perks, but if you're asking which one I would rather go to, it'd probably be the Olympia by far. So yeah, I walked in the door and it was like a side door straight to the meet, and there was like nobody there. Like I could just walk straight to it. So we walked straight down. They had a pretty good warm-up room. Like the warm-up room had 3 monoliths in it, 3 benches. It had just everything you need, the right bars, enough space. I mean, there wasn't a ton of us. Like I think there was 35 or 40 guys or something like that. And we had 2 flights, so it wasn't anything crazy to need this huge space, but we had enough room for sure. So I was pretty excited. Like I was like, okay, I'm not smothered. There's not really, and it's not that I try to keep away from people. I'm just need to do what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I kind of just put my stuff down and get where I want to be. And then, I always go through this, I don't know, the period of dread where you're just like, what am I doing here? Like, can I want to go home. You're like, where's the door? I want to get out of here. You're like, wait, no, I can't go home. Like, so yeah, I'm in there twiddling my thumbs, figuring out if I should be doing this. But yeah, so then, yeah.
So then how'd those squat warm-ups go?
Squat warm-up, I mean, just like any other one, I do one, I hate to say it, but like it's gotten to the point where the numbers, it just takes a lot of training to do these numbers. And how can I put it? They always feel like shit. Like there's been like really a few times I go in the warm-up room and I'm like, yes, and like I said, I think it's because I was in a big place and a lot of distractions and noises and people, and most meets are not really like that. They're kind of like low key, and then you kind of have your own little corner over there, but like everyone was in your corner and there's people walking everywhere. And so it was different. Like I've been in those kind of meets before. So it's like, I knew what to expect. So it wasn't like overly stimulated to the point where I couldn't think what I was doing. But yeah, I started warming up and I put my gear on pretty quick because it was super tight up into that point. So I was like, I don't know how long this is going to take me to get in this shit. So I put my briefs on and just I go pretty quick. So I'm not there to work out in the warm-up room. Some people, they want to take like a 50, 60, 70 pound jumps like every time, and I'm just like, dude. So I think I did like 4 200s raw. I think that's 455. I put my briefs on, went right to like 300s. I think that's like 675 or something like that. And then I just immediately put my suit on, or tried to. So I'm back there like trying to squeeze into my squat suit, and I'm like, oh no, I can't really breathe. That's great. I think my first attempt, I just go. So like I went from 675 to like 860 or 70. And then I went like 9.7. I'm sorry, excuse me. I went like 860, 960, 1060. And the whole time in training, and I don't know if it's just me getting lazy, but dude, wrapping your knees is a pain in the ass, man. Like it just takes so much time. Like to me, it does. So like all in training, I mean, you can ask any of the guys I train with, like I'd work up a 1060 with no knee wraps just because I didn't want to fuck it. I didn't want to take the time and put them on and almost be at the gym another 20 minutes. Like, it's just like, it's like, if I can't do this, then we don't need to be here type thing. I guess that's just kind of where I've gotten. If I can't do this, then I don't even need to worry about this other stuff. Yeah. So
do you wrap in the warm-up room?
That time I did. So the difference between training is I never wrapped for a 1060 in the gym. Yeah. I just went out. I just took it and did it. And then when I got to the meet, I knew I would, I was going to put one on. So I got in there, put knee wraps on, did 1060. It felt fine. When I unracked it, I don't know if I stepped too far up into the rack, but I unracked it and just started falling backwards. I'm like, take it, catch it, take it quick, like grab me. And there was a second where I thought they weren't going to grab me. I like said it like 3 or 4 times and was like, please help, and they grabbed me and put me back in. And then, so anytime that happens, it's like the ticker's still ticking, you got knee wraps on, you just try to take it out, you fell backwards, you put it back in. So here we are, like twice as long as it's supposed to take. Yeah. Rather than just getting under it and doing it real quick. And then, so yeah, that was like 1065 or something like that. And, I just went down, stood up with it, and Most time I just go down to where it locks up, and then I try to hit a dip and come up, and then let the judges make a decision.
Do you do that in the warm-up room for that last
all
one?
of them, all of them.
Okay.
So that's just what I do. Like,
Yeah.
I box squat and then I free squat. They're two separate things.
Mm-hmm.
Like my box squat is nothing like my free squat, and they're like I said, they're two different things, two different. And I think people, they kind of get that conflated. They just see it as a squat. I'm always like attacking, proactive. Like I'm not waiting. I'm like slowly swinging until I'm allowed to type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a weird analogy, but what I basically do is I'll hear like a 3, 2, 1. And then after I hear one, it also kind of depends on how shit is going. Sometimes I might hit the dip sooner and it might look a little higher or something like that. But sometimes when I go down, I'll start shifting or something. I think on the second squat, you'll see here, I stepped too wide on one foot. So like one foot, when I unracked it, I kind of went like this, and I felt like my foot was a step too wide. And I remember I went down, and I heard 3, 2, and then I started like shifting back and forth. And I was like, I almost lost it. And I was like, please, no, stay with me, and I heard 3, 2, 1. And in an instant like that, once I hear one, I just hit the dip and come up.
Yeah.
I don't wait until I'm there. I just count on the dip, and the judges, you just kind of, it's a very quick thing. So I'm kind of like, dude, I've done squats all over the place. I've had one, everyone has it. You probably have one, maybe it shouldn't pass, some that get turned down that you shouldn't get. Then you have all the good ones in between. And I'm just going to attack it and make the judges make a choice. Like, I'm not going to, I'm the whole tapping shit. Like, when you get there, let's give you a tappy. It's like, can't we just perform a squat and get judged on it? You know, like, why does everyone need this extra help with a tap and stuff like that? It's really not that hard to call depth. You know what I'm saying? So I guess the moral of the story is I try to get close. I hear a 3, 2, 1. When I start getting around, I try to like, in my brain, I know it probably happens a lot faster outside of my brain, but in my brain, I try to go like 1001, and I learned it from Big Iron. That's all they used to do. If you remember them dudes in the past, like Becca and Jimmy and like Nick Hatch, who else? Sean Frankel. You'd watch those guys squat. They'd go down and he would tell them where they're at. And I thought they dipped twice as far as me. So they would start at like 2 inches and dipped. And I would be like, how do you fall that? Dude, I would just fall straight to the floor. Yeah. So like my whole thing was I tried to tighten that window up and get around like an inch or wherever they're telling me I'm at. And then I just hit that dip. And hopefully that's enough. If it happens quick and they can't make a call, good for me. You know what I mean? So what was the opener then? 1168 was my opener. All right, let's see if you can find that. I think we got it queued up. So is this it? This actually felt all right. I hate watching myself. This is why I'm not on the internet. I hate watching myself. Look how tight, look how big my belly is. That's all Kellen would tell me. She's like, your belly's way too fucking big. She's like, dude, I see you sit down and your belly's hitting your thighs. And I was like, oh my God. Like I feel it, dude. It was. So the gear felt tighter. Oh my, like, you can see how tight it is. Look how tight it is in my legs. Look how tight it is. My belly was the worst. And then I got my belt. So I always tell people this, that where you put the latch of your belt matters. Like if you get the belt latch on too far to the left or too far to the right and it gets in the crease of your hip, you won't break on that side. You know what I mean? You'll squat crooked and one side will get down. That's why sometimes squats might just look bad and you'll get a light on one side. So, and then you'll look and somebody will have a belt buckle like in the crease of their groin or whatever. So that's one thing that I'm real anal about that kind of shit. So how'd that one feel? It felt really good. Honestly, it didn't feel like anything. I'm kind of like a meat lifter. Like once I get out there and in front of people, I think it's like something Louis always instilled in me. I thrive on expectations. So when I go out there, everyone expects me to do that. You know what I mean? They see me, or even if they haven't seen me, people expect me to do things no matter what. And I expect that twice over for myself. So it's just a switch. I hate to sound so cliche. Yeah. But it's just a switch that gets flipped and you just know what you got to do. And man, I'll tell you what, one different thing about this meet is, dude, I cannot get fired up anymore. and it's like different. I think I went from like, I don't know. I had,
Is this the same one here?
I like went from the Spartan aggression, you know, like this is Sparta, let's do that. You know what I mean? And that I think triggers like, I get whacked out of my gourd, dude. So it like triggers a fight or flight response in your body. And when that happens, it's almost like your body dumps its adrenal glands or something. And I'm butchering the shit out of this, but this is what it feels like to me.
Yeah.
Then I get sick. So I get all worked up. I perform the lift and I'm fucking just not even just trying to, it feels like you're just in a tornado, you know, you've done it 100 times. And, sorry.
Yeah. So did that happen after that opener?
So so back in the back, like I hit the 1060 and, I was kind of under it too long. Like I remember I was telling you, the clock kind of went past the ticking point. When I unracked it and I fell backwards, that, you know, and then they put me back in, I should have already been putting it in the rack. You know what I mean? So then it's like that extra time, it's like I have to like, then you have to pull more. You have to tell your body to do more. And then and like I said, you get this fight or flight, like this adrenaline jump now at this age or this like port in my career of lifting weights, age, whatever. I just can't do that anymore because I get so jacked up and I'll need to puke. And if I start puking, I'll start cramping. My intercostals will cramp. Everything. It's just a downhill thing. So like my main thing was like, I need to like I almost went to like Bruce Lee focus, you know, you must become water, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
Just more chill.
yeah. You just more in my own, you know, I wasn't trying to get in my own way. I wanted to perform the lifts. I wanted to win because this would have been my sixth WPO championship belt. And this one kind of meant the most because it was the real belt. Like, not that they're not all real belts, but when you look at they brought back the throwback belt. And that's something I really wanted. Is at the Olympia. It doesn't really get any bigger than that.
Yeah. Go back to that live stream because I want to see the second attempt.
Second attempt that one scared me.
I don't know what this one is here. You know, that's 1278. So that's the third. So on the live stream, you'll have the second.
Yeah, but the squats felt the like in terms of like weight.
Only the first one's on the live stream. Then it ends. All right,
second,
so walk me through the second one.
So the second one, it felt fine. So when I mean fine, like when it comes like in terms of like how weight felt to me that day, I was on. Like I was like I can lift anything. Like, but just because you can doesn't mean you should type thing. There's a lot of things that went into the choosing of the jumps I did.
Well, what was the second attempt that you
1241.
Okay. And why did you decide that?
So 1241 gives me a 3,000 pound total. Okay. And I got to win the meet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have some dudes coming in this meet where this it's like, it's hard now. Like you got dudes that are 220 damn near totaling 2,700. Well, I think the second place guy totaled like 2662 at 220. He squatted the world record squat. 1113 or something like that. So, you know, you have like a Frankel-esque type person. And I think we go by Glossbrenner formula in the WPO. And I think his Glossbrenner was a little over 700, like 705. And I think mine was 740. So like I need 3,000 to beat those smaller dudes. Like I could probably edge it out. Like, you know, I could go pound for pound and really edge them out. But like it's this realm beats these numbers. Like once I get over this 3,000 pound number, it's going to take so much more for them. Yeah. So I try to get into this realm of where they can't, like it's just out of where they can reach. And if they get out of, if they try to do something a little more than they are capable of, that, you know, it just causes people to make dumb decisions. You know what I mean? I try to push it in a realm that makes it really hard for them to even come close. They're either going to have to choose second or try to win. You know what I mean?
So how did the second go?
The second squat. So I walked out, and again, it was a very big crowd. Like I went to all the WPOs that were at the Arnold Classic in their inceptions from like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I went to every single one of them. And this was really close to that. I think the only difference was the production stage, which that's all coming from what I understand. But beside the point, so I walked out there and like I said, big crowd. It reminded me a lot of it. I did the animal cage. I don't know, maybe 2011 or something like that. And it was very reminiscent of like a turbo-sized animal cage. There just people as far as you can see, rows of people. They had little. I don't want to say little. There was a place where a couple hundred people could maybe sit in front of it. And there was just people as far as you can see. So I walked out there. I looked up and I was like, weird shit goes through your head. I was like, wow, that's a lot of people. Like I wasn't expecting that. But anyway, beside the point. So I went 11:68. I called for 12:41. To me, that was a PR from the last meet. So this is where kind of like I am a proponent of practicing what you preach. I do the things that I tell you, you know what I mean? I do the things that I tell you that I do. Like, and especially for this. So the first and foremost was do more than I did last year. I squatted 12:34 last year. This year's 12:41. That's more than I did last year. Let's progress. This kind of goes back to the last podcast where we were talking about the 12:78 squat. And when I went 11:73 and jumped right to it and just squatted it. But I didn't really get in there and conquer numbers above 12:50. You know, I was real proficient in like 12:15s and the 20s and the 30s, and I just jumped to 70, and I just tried to ride that wave of just jumping to it. And I just had a good day. You know what I mean? And sometimes that's hard to swallow. You're like, well, it was just I can do it, but it's, you know, I got to back up, take 2 steps backwards to go, 3 steps forward type thing. So I kind of just pulled everything back and was like, all right, I'm going to go back to establishing a total, winning and pushing PRs, you know what I mean? So 12:41 got me enough I could total over 3,000 with that.
How did it feel though?
Oh, so I walked out there and I remember I got under it and I stepped too wide. And I knew this as soon as I unracked it. I got under it, went through my whole thing, and I looked at my feet, and it was like I caught something out of the corner of my eye, but I was like, fuck it, I've been under here too long, I got to keep going. Because like I told you, just like in the warm-up room, when the numbers get bigger, the ticker moves faster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I remember it felt in my brain like I stepped a little too wide. And you always see me when I step up to the squat rack, like I step up into the rack. Like you'll see me go way up into the rack and I kind of come back to it. And the reason I do that is I would rather unrack a squat and fall backwards and somebody just catch me rather than me unrack it and then start falling forward and dump 1,200 pounds over my head and sandwich me and blow it. It's just bad. It's a lot easier not getting hurt the other way. So that's kind of like my mentality of always stepping up. And I think, like I said, the fatter I've gotten through this training cycle, the wider step I take. Your belly gets bigger and wider, you step wider. And I just think I overstepped it, stepped too wide, got under there, unracked it. It felt good. I was like, great. Yeah, I was like, great, super. Felt like the last one. The squats didn't feel any different from the first to the third. They all kind of. So I remember I went down, heard 3, 2, 1. I did my dip. I stood up, and I heard lift is good. And then this dude in the front row yelling. I think it was Fred Clary. He's like 590, 590. This dude's yelling, want me to take 13. I'm like, dude, like I just like. Like you must try 13 something. I'm just like, okay. So they're going in the back and they're like, what do you want to do? And I'm just like, I know. I felt after that one, I could squat 1,300. I was like, I can squat 1,300 pounds and I can do it now. I was like, but, and then there's the ors or the buts. And this is the, I think, what's the word I'm looking for?
Maturity.
Yes. Like, I've just lifted weights a long time. And after you get in, like, this is what I told you. Experience. Yes. I can't believe I couldn't come up with that. But it's almost like I told you before, once you get there, once it's a possibility and it's not my wish or my want anymore, you have to just be like, go for it. Like, I'm not going to overstep. So I said, hey, could I squat 13? I think my two numbers were 13. I was going to do 1322 in the chips. That had been the biggest squat of all time. So 600 kg, that would have been, it would have been like I don't know, like a 70 or 80 pound jump or something like that. And I make those all the time. So it's not, and at those numbers, once you're used to that kind of stuff, dude, I trained a lot. I squatted 1250 or more, probably 3 or 4 times in this training cycle, but I didn't take the 13s. So I kind of pulled back and I really perfected just getting through those first 2.
Yeah.
You know, so like I remember the first time I put a squat. I know I'm getting way off subject here, but yeah. So I'll get back to the squat. So like I said, I stepped too wide and got the squat, went through it, went in the back warm-up room. They're asking what I want. It was either 1322 in the chips or 1278, which was a PR. And you probably heard me say this. It took me 4 years.
Yeah.
To get a 5-pound PR on my bench press. So here I am. I'm like, okay, do I take a shot? 1,300 pounds isn't guaranteed. I've not, you know, I know, like I knew I could do it, but it's like, I'm going to get a PR. So I just went 1278 and just got a PR. And that took 4 years. I haven't squatted 1270 since 19.
Yeah. No, that one we have that video of. I believe that was the one, the Instagram one, which actually that shows the crowd there as well. All right. So when you go ahead and pause that for a minute. So when you come out, you notice the crowd, right? At what point does the crowd disappear for you?
It's pretty much right about there. Because right when you see me right here, you see me kind of fidgeting around. I'm trying to get my feet set to where like my toes not pointing. The big thing for me is I have to make sure my toes are pointing the same way. Like I can't get one toe pointed, you know, further to the left and the other one pointed straight ahead because that dictates where your knees go. So my whole thing is I got to get my knees going out and not because your knees come in, you're going to blow your knees off. It's going to fold you and bad things will happen. But so me, I'm just trying to get my feet set and fiddling around with my feet, making sure it's good on my back. And I always try to set it on like the bottom side of my traps and where my delts are. And this is the first time I've even seen this. Should have lowered the rack. And that's another thing I do. I lowered the shit out of the rack. Little dipski. What did they say? Looks good. I'll take it.
Yeah. So what did you think after that?
So after the second I stood up with it, I said, I should have went 1322. I was like, I hit it just right, man. Dude, those squats are so big, dude. Like it's not like, I hate to try to say I make them look easy, but like those are hard. They're hard to execute. Like things have to be very right. And everything has to be like from where you, like I say, where your feet, your toes, like how it's sitting on your back. Cause dude, like if I don't put it right in my back and I unrack it, sometimes the bar just bends in the hooks. So like I have to do things like they ask me when the meet comes around, where do you want the hooks? You want them in or out? And I'm like, in the middle. They're like, I don't know if we can do that. I'm like, yes, you fucking can. Like, put them in the middle. So that's actually something Chuck did with me. It was like back when I totaled 30-10 a couple years back, I was having trouble getting them out of the rack. And he looked up, he's like, dude, just put the hooks in the middle. So like where the bar would bend, the hooks are like picking it back up. And as these weights go up, dude, I'm always having to adjust the rack. It's this big thing. It's not like you just put it down there, you put it in the hook and you walk out and you squat it. It's like, once I hit this number, all right, I need you to bring the rack down to this number. Because as the weights go heavier, the room on the bar starts to run out, which causes the bar to bend and flex. And then if I don't sit there and like, you'll kind of see, I never really like jam them straight out the rack. It almost looks like I can barely, I don't want to say barely get them out, but I really ease them out the rack because dude, I've dropped 1250 in the gym. I mean, last time we were talking to Anthony, they were all like, you know, I stood up, the bar rolled down my back and fucking fell off and they all caught it. And they're all looking at me like, dude, you okay? I'm like, sometimes it rolls, buddy. And I can't stop it. 1,200 pounds. So they're hard squats, but there's nothing like it.
Now you said there that you should have adjusted the rack.
Yeah. So like as the weights get bigger, you have to, like I said, you have to bring the rack down to adjust for the weight that you're putting on it. And sometimes you always find yourself, and Anthony's one of them. I always yell at him. He always, anytime and I do it too. As the weight gets heavier, it's almost like the same thing with the bench. You keep trying to put your grip out further. It's like as the squat goes up, you want to get a wider stance. You know what I mean? And before you take a step wider, you're shortening yourself. And that rack's, and if you have the same rack height and you stepped wider, the bar is now higher. So you're trying to unrack it and you're pushing it. Before you know it, your legs are locked out, the bar's still on the rack, and then you do one of these shrug things, you know. So but when you get to those big squats, dude, a lot of that little stuff matters. Like, so I usually always crank it down. I was like, drop it a half, make sure they're in the middle, type stuff.
Mm-hmm. Then now you go into the bench after that. How much time did you have?
Oh, I think I had, so they've given us like a 15 or 20 minute break, and then I had a flight ahead of me. So,
Mhm.
35, 40 minutes, something like that, maybe a little bit more. And I kind of, as long as I'm not cramping, dude, like if I start cramping, it's over. So like I got to kind of keep moving, and like I'm just drinking stuff, eating bananas, drinking this stuff here. They gave some of that electrolyte stuff
Yeah.
out at the meet, and I started cramping real bad, and I took some of that stuff, and it was like, it was gone.
Oh yeah, the element stuff.
I was
the shit.
It was, I'm a firm believer. Like if it works, I'll tell you. But yeah, so like, I did the squat and I got all the squat shit off, and I was like, all right, let's walk around. And I try to keep moving, because like if I sit down, I'll just sit there and get cold and freeze, and then you want to go home and take a nap after.
Well, as you walk around, there's a ton of people, right? So is there people that, what's the warm-up room look like? Can people watch you warm up?
Yes.
Or is it closed off?
Yes, they can. So how it was set up, it was about the size of the gym here.
Mm-hmm.
And the stage had a big WPO banner with some pipe and drape, and then the crowd was in front of that, and then down the side they had this pipe and drape that was only about to your hip.
Mm-hmm.
So when you walked behind the curtain, it was you could see right. It was like as high as this table.
Yeah.
You could see right over into the warm up room. So there was I start warming up, and people were coming up to the side and asking how much is on the bar, and then I've got guys like, just get away, just get away, go over there, leave me alone. I had people coming up. There was some guy that came up and asked me for a picture, like right after my squat. I'm like, dude, I need a minute. Like, I was like, after the meet. So if you want pictures, if you want to like ask me for a picture, like I don't care about it. Just not like when I'm squatting, and not or like directly after it, like when I'm coming off trying to figure out what planet I'm on. Don't come up. Please don't come up and ask me for a picture, because so yeah, there's that kind of bugged me a little bit. But so I'm in the corner there. I kind of was off into a little corner, and I had this little place set up where all my stuff was at, and we kind of had chairs around it. So I was kind of like in the middle of the chairs, and had a little chair barrier where all my guys would sit and kind of like give me a bubble. And the bench was kind of funny. So this is funny. I had no idea what was going to happen in the bench press. Like no idea. Like I just didn't know. I was like, well, I've benched 925, 935 every day. I've done it every meet for the past 15 years. I should be able to do that. I guess I should rewind a little bit. So last year at the WPO, I had a 975 bench, and I was down on my chest, and I heard something make a like a noise, and like a popping weird noise, and I felt it down in here at like my tricep. And I thought I tore my tricep. Thought of always thinking, I'm like, did I just do that? But I think it was something in my shoulder. Like I don't know what it was. Something right here on the collarbone. I don't know what it's called. But I got this knot like on my collarbone, and I don't know if it was scar tissue building up in an area just from always doing bench shirts and doing low boards. Cause dude, I was doing like 1120s on a one board and stuff like that in a poly shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And 2022 beat the shit out of my shoulders, like cause I was really trying to bench 1100. And I remember that. So last year's WPO, something popped. I just felt something cut loose, and it just hurt. Like it just felt like I had tendonitis, tendinosis, all the tendinoses was going on in there, dude. And I had limited mobility. I just had weakness, like when you tear something and you try to push it, you don't have it there. So it took me. That meet last year was also in November, and it took me till March, April, more like May, to where. So around March is when I started like being able to bench raw, and I couldn't even, dude, I couldn't bench off my chest. I was doing board presses. I was still getting into like the high sixes raw and stuff like that. But like anytime I tried to get down towards my chest, it just really aggravated it. So I put a bench shirt on and I started working down. I did some two boards. I got up to a little over 1,000, like 1,025 or something like that, 1,019 in the gym. And I was like, all right, I'm not going to go any heavier than this number. So I didn't go any heavier than 1,020 or something like that, around that 1,025 area. And I just slowly started working that number down as the meet got closer. So my last bench workout in the gym, I did 1,019 because I use a kilo plates and to a one board. And I was like, okay, it's felt faster before, but it's like it's 1,000 and it was moving fine. So I was like, all right, and I could get into the top, made sure I held it and stuff. I was like, okay, so I should be able to bench at least 925. That's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So and I did those. I did all the attempts off the board. So I did the 25, the 75, and then my third was going to be like around 1,020 or something like that. So I remember I was back there warming up. So this was before I get into the whole platform thing. I'm sitting there warming up, right? And I'm like sitting on my chair, and I'm in the back of the warm up room, and in the very back of the warm up room there was a tall pipe and drape, and then on either side it was like the ones to your hips. And I look over to my right, and this dude comes around the curtain with his wife or his girlfriend. And I looked at him, and it was kind of like, dude, I know that guy. Like, I know you. And he like looked at my eyes, like, and I was like, I gave him the look like, I think I know you. And he was like, I don't know you. But anyway, it was fucking Rob Van Dam, the wrestler.
Yeah.
And I was like, Rob Van Dam, like, hey man, I'm a big fan. Watched you a lot growing up. Super. And I just started shooting shit with him there. And I was like, man, can I get a picture? I was like, I'm a big fan. I watched wrestling growing up, ECW, WCW, WWE, all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, man, that's cool, dude. I'm like, dude, this is so cool. So then I turn around and start getting a picture, and he does the Rob Van Dam thing, and I about lost it. I'm like, ah. And then the funny thing is I thought that was it. I was like, all right, man, cool. I met Rob Van Dam. And he goes, hey, man, what is that? I'm like, are you asking me a question, sir? Like, so he starts asking me about like, what's on the bar there? And it was my last warm up in the warm up room. I had 880 or something on there. I was like, yeah, it's 880. I'm just going to take it down to a board. Then I'm going to go out there and try another one. He's like, man, that'd be awesome. I'm going to go out there and watch you. I was like, dude, sweet. Hell yeah. So I finished the warm up, and it had some zip on it because Rob Van Dam was watching me. It was so funny. I stood up, and my buddy Drex, who always hands out to me, he's like, well, that one had some spunk on it. And I was like, we should get Rob Van Dam back here watching you more often. I was like, well, maybe that might help. So that was kind of cool. Rob Van Dam was back there watching me warm up, and then I walked out front, and he's out there watching me. And I opened with 925. I'm pretty sure that was the number. It was 35 or 25. I think it was 25. And they hand it to me. I'm like, hell yeah. It felt great. It's coming down. I'm just like, it was kind of one of those ones where I just felt fine. It was the first day. It didn't hurt. Was at the meet. So I was warming up, like looking for it. Like, where is that? It's not hurting me. It's not hurting me. Cool. It was like calendar year to the day almost that it didn't hurt. It hurt all through training. Every time I put a bench shirt on, and the day I got to the meet was the day it didn't hurt. And I was like, sweet. So I was going down there, and I'm just assessing it on the way down. Like, this doesn't hurt. This is great. This doesn't feel heavy. Press. And then like, it's kind of like when you haven't done something for, like I was telling you earlier, I haven't touched my chest since the meet last year.
Yeah.
I've just not been able to. My whole thing was, let me get to the meet and I'll take my chances there. I know I've always hit these numbers. These are numbers I've conquered. You've heard me talk about that. I just know I got them. So on a bad day, I should be able to at least do that. So that was kind of like my mentality. Like I said, I got the press call on it, and then I go and I shove it up. Like, it just come off my chest too fast. And then I quit pushing. When something launches, you're like, yeah. And then you're like, no. Like, so I launched it up over my face, and they caught it. And I was like, damn it. Like, fuck. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, damn it. Like, I should have been able to do that. Like, and I'm sitting there, I go in the back, like, what do you want to do? I was like, I guess repeat it, repeat. And I'm just sitting there like, can I still do this? Yeah. Then all the little demon of doubt starts whispering in your ear, like, you little pussy, look what you've done. You can't do this. And I'm like, so then the other one's over here telling me, dude, you've done this 100 times. you just screwed it up. You did these two things wrong. Like I said, you just need to calm down, not try to make it the fastest. Like Bob Coe would always tell me, he'd be like, you don't get an extra light for making it faster. He's like, how fast do you want this shit? You don't get an extra light for making the shit faster. You only get 3. You only get 3. You can't get 4. There's no fabled 4th white light. So I was like, okay, I'll just settle down a little bit. So, I was trying to make it fast for Rob Van Dam because I wanted him to be all impressed. And it didn't work. So I was like, okay, now I got to win the meet. I got to get this, or I got 2 dudes behind me that can, Daniel Tinanergio. I'm sorry, Daniel, if I pronounced your name wrong. Had a great day, dude. And he was coming up, and there was another guy, he was coming up. And so I was like, I've kind of felt a little bit of pressure. I was like, I got to get this, or, I'm not going to get my fancy, nice belt, and I won't get the nice fishing money to go fishing with, so all these things are going through my head. Like, I got to do it. So I just said, fuck it, reset everything, went out there and just slowed it down, went down, pushed it up just like a normal bench. Didn't feel hard. It just kind of felt like I was rusty at it a little bit. When you don't do something for a while, I always know how to do it. And I'd handled the numbers enough to make them not feel heavy, but it was like in the areas, like, I really, as I get closer to the meet, I'm down, I work everything from the top down. So when I get closer to the meet, things have to be at a certain distance, at a certain weeks out from the meet. That's just kind of how I've always been. And I kind of just pulled away from that a little bit because I couldn't just take those low ones. So I kind of saved it just to do it at the meet. So the meet was going to be that workout for me, where that's kind of how I was thinking. So I did that one pretty easy, and they asked me, like, what do you want? And I was like, 975, because 975 sets me up for 3,000. So my whole goal was set me up for 3,000, because 3,000 is hard to beat. I guess it would be hard to beat, but that's kind of like my thinking. Well, I called for 975. I went out there. They handed it to me. It's the same type of thing. Didn't feel heavy. Nothing hurt. I went down, heard a press call, and I started pushing it up. And I slowed that one down too. So that one was like slower than I would have liked it to be, but I didn't want to lose it. Because, dude, as soon as when you get shit to like 3/4 of the way up and it starts giving it back to you, and you just kind of aren't patient and just stay under it and keep pushing, it'll want to travel. People, when the bench starts slowing down, people want to try to make it keep moving rather than just kind of like riding the storm out. So that was kind of what I was doing on that second one. Well, I guess it would be my third. I missed the first, came back and got it on my second, and then I took 975 on a third. I remember I got it, and I remember boom, I locked it out, and it was kind of moving, and I was waiting for the press call, and then it started like sliding back, and I remember I caught it with my like traps like this, and I was just like, please give me a rack call. And I heard rack, and I was like, whew. So I almost lost that one over my face too. So. It was a very rusty benching outing. People always ask me, what happened to Dave in the bench? It's like, well, training's not, shit happens, and you got to work around stuff sometimes. And that's just, that meet was a workaround. I didn't train the bench. I worked around it.
Now, did you have the same time period between the squat and the bench as you had from the bench to the deadlift?
It was a little shorter. So usually, since you go from the squat to the bench, you have to get your squat gear off, your suit, your briefs, and put everything away, kind of calm down from it. It kind of seems to, and people, usually in meets, people bomb out here and there. So the list gets a little shorter of people. Sorry. Go ahead.
So basically leading into the deadlift warm-ups is where I'm going.
Correct. So I think it was about the same, like I said, same amount of time. It was maybe 25 minutes, something like that. And I'm already ready. Like, I don't fuck around with the deadlift. I'm just doing it to get out of the meet. I'm like ready to go. Like, I want to get this and get this show on the road.
So what do your deadlift warm-ups look like?
Okay. So I remember I just start with 3 plates. Like, I'm not taking a bar, a plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't got time for this. I'm already warm. I've benched, I've squatted. Let's just do the damn thing. So I remember I went like 3 plates, 4 plates, 5 plates, and I put a pair of briefs on. I wear a single ply pair of briefs, and they were tight. They were so tight. And I'm like, can somebody please read the size to me again? Like, They're like, no, those are yours. I was like, oh, good, because I thought I got yours. Like, so I got my briefs on. It took like 500. Then I put my single ply suit on, adjustable straps, and that was tight. And I'm just like, man, like everything's tight today. And then I think I did 6 plates, 7 plates. So I went like 585, 675, and then I went out and opened with 766.
And how'd that go?
So it was fine. Like so the deadlift training in this one, I was going to ride the deadlift. I had to ride the deadlift because I knew the bench was going to be good enough to win, but I didn't have those 1050s. They're there still. Like, things are starting to come back to normal. They're there. But that day they just weren't. And I'm not going to be stupid. I'm going to play my cards and get the most I can wherever I can. So like I said, I opened with 766, went out there and did that fine, just stood right up with it. And during training, where I told you, like I had started lifting heavier more often earlier. Sometimes I'll do a lot of work and then I lift heavy-ish and then it's heavier going into the meet. I just kind of pulled back and was like heavy. And one of the big things I did was work on my grip. I mean, me and my guys, some of my guys, like some of my dudes, they were like, we were dropping deadlifts. It's like, well, how do we not drop deadlifts? We do a bunch of grip work, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I was doing grip holds, there's grip machines, I was doing plate pinches, dumbbell hold. I was just doing everything I could for my grip. Cause I needed to hold on to a big one, to get where I wanted to get a PR total, I should say. So I opened with 766. I did that real easy, and I went 804 on a second because that totaled 3058. I knew that would put second and third out of question. Like no one's gonna, like the guy in second would have had to pull like 825 at 220 to like come close, and it still wasn't enough. So I looked at like he was close enough to where I was like, you know what, like I don't want to take a jump and then I miss it or something. And then he come back and just make a smaller jump and edge me out. So I wanted to put it out of reach I just wanted to win the meet. So second deadlift, I'm like, let's just win this thing, put it away, and then I'll try something. So I went 804. I went out there, dude. I grabbed it and it felt real easy. Like I just pulled it right up. I was like, great, dude, that felt great. Like grip felt, and I tore this callus right here. And I was like, God damn it. I remember I was sitting there looking at it, and Ilya was there. And he's like, do you want me to put, he's from Cyprus. He's like, do you want me to put super glue on it? And I was like, yeah, if I can do it, you know? So he's squeezing like super glue in there and like shutting the callus and shit up and spraying my hands with this. It's kind of like alcohol, like dries your hands out, and then you put chalk on it and you have this like super grip. And I think that's kind of what tore the callus to begin with, but that's neither here nor there. So I got super glue on it. I'm like, all right, we're going for it. And I'm like, what do I need for 3107? Because that'd be a PR. My best is 3103, and I needed 854 for 3107. In the gym, like I had just started the training cycle, and I was maybe 6 weeks in. I was and probably 12 or 13 weeks away from the meet, like we're way far away. And I pulled 850 or 86. I think it was 860 in the gym, and I got 900. Like I like caught it on a whip, and I lost it. So super early in this training cycle, my deadlift was super strong. Like, and I think this goes back to the last time I was telling you where I went to Power Shack and I was doing tons of back stuff. My back just got like super fucking strong. And it was like, what the, like, so everything kind of like changed. I was real strong on those deadlifts early from all that other weird shit I was doing. That's the only way I can describe it. Or like, that's how that transpired. So, I called for 854. I pulled it. Like I said, there was no doubt in my mind that I'd pulled it. I pulled it in the gym. I was like, dude, I can do this. It was either go for 832, which is a PR, which I think I probably would have done, or go 854 for 3107. And it's like, well, I've already won the meet. I've already totaled the second highest total of all time to myself that I'm getting ready to try to break. Like I said, I won the meet. I got a PR in the squat where, you know, I already knew the bench wasn't going to be spectacular. So I was like, fuck it, we're going to try it. So I called for 854, man, and I went out there, and I don't know what the fuck happened, but I I set up normal, it was just like all the other ones. There was just nothing different. I remember I reached up, I grabbed the left, grabbed the right, and I picked my head up. I don't know how far it fucking went. To me, it felt like it's just started to come off the ground. You know, when you grab a deadlift, you know, like, right, you just know. You're like, I can, like, you pull it and it feels like it's fucking stapled to the ground, or you pull it and it feels like it's going. And to me, I grabbed it and it felt like it was going. And it was like, as soon as I lifted my head up and started to get it come off the ground, I felt probably the single most loudest audible pop in my leg. I've never felt it before. And I jumped up, like it felt like someone hit me with a whip. Like it was like boom, kaboom. I was like, oh shit, that's it. I was like, I thought the whole thing was gone. I thought I tore my hamstring from my ass cheek down to the back of my knee. I thought the whole thing was gone. And I'm reaching back there and I'm going, Lord, it's like, if you still want me to be here, do this. It's going to have to be there. And I'm like I'm like, it still feels like it's there. And I run to the back and Fred Clary's there. He's a PT guy. And I pull my, dude, it felt like it was gone. Cause I tore in 2021. I got forward with a 1268 or something like that. And I kind of wrote it down real, I rode the squat down too fast, and it basically caused 3 big pops in my left hamstring. I split the belly of my hamstring, and I got a bruise on that one. So this one, it felt 10 times worse than that. And I thought, dude, right there and then, I thought it was it. Like, that's it. No more powerlifting. I can't powerlift without a hamstring. I can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I can't squat 1,300 with no fucking hamstring. So I'm just in the back, like, this is it. That's it. And I'm just going, like, if you want me to still do this, Lord, you're gonna have to make sure my hamstring's there. So like I said, they're pulling my shit off, and he's poking on it. He's like, it's still on the bone. I'm like, no shit. Like, no shit. So I'm feeling around back there, and there wasn't a hole in it. There wasn't, I don't know, dude. What people were telling me is that you have a tendon that runs under, from your glute and your hamstring. And I think I rolled the tendon because I was getting real dry towards the end of, the meet. Cramping's an issue, and I'm dry, and, gear was real tight. Usually don't deadlift in gear that tight at all. And yeah, I think I just rolled that tendon, and then when I put pressure on it, it popped over. Never bruised, nothing. It's still a little like if I sit on it, kind of, it's still not all the way. I did something to it. I don't know if I tore fascia or if I jerked some fascia loose or pulled it, like we just jerk it off the bone a little bit. But yeah, so I just kind of went for the gusto with the old 3,100, and it didn't happen.
Yeah. So you ended up with a 3,000 pound total, which was
3058.
So 3058. So the 5th time over 3,000.
So I've done a 3,005, 3,010, 3,014. That was at a nationals. I did a 3020. A 3058 and a 3107.
So 6
over 3,000.
Yeah.
So the cool thing about this meet, and I don't want to say like pat myself on the back or anything, but like I was there again. You go 4 years and you're not there. And this is where I was telling you of like where we talked about those dudes that they get in this time period of not having any success or going anywhere. And you're like, dude, if you just hold on. And that's the thing in the back of my brain. Just hold on, dude. Just keep holding on. And I got to where a 3,100 pound total was in my hands again. And like, that's hard. Like, it's like, when you're there and you actually can do it and it's in front of you and you can take it, you don't get them every time. It's just kind of how it is. But I was happy because I got to it with in my mind, no bench press. I mean, when I say 975, that's a big bench press, but to me, it's not. Like, to me, that's like what I should be opening with. I should be closer to 11. That's just how in a perfect world, I had the start of the training cycle, I was wanting to bench like 1050. I've got like the 3,200 is there. Like it's just, I just have to set it up. Like I have to hit that 31, maybe hit another one and make a jump to it. It's going to take a 1,300 pound squat. It's going to take a 1050 bench, and it's going to take around an 850 deadlift to total 32. So I've done them all in the gym. I can do them. I know I can do them. It's just bringing it to the platform and having the day. It's a lot hard. Well, it's easier said than done, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's what I try to tell a lot of lifters is you have to physically be able to total more than what you're actually going to total, which is kind of hard to wrap your head around.
It's like you have in the engine. It's like you have the ability to go 200 miles an hour, but maybe you should only take this track at 160. You know, it's like you have, it gives you margin for error when you kind of pull back on some of that stuff. I just try to not get too out. There's what you want to do and what you can do, and then there's like what the day gives you. You know, I wanted to total 3,200, but it turned into totaling 3,100, which didn't happen. And really, what happened was 30:58. So then you just got to stop and look at everything. Like, okay, did I get a PR? Yes, I got a PR on the squat. Okay. What is 30:58? 30:58 is better than last year. 30:20. We're making progress. So, I guess you start to learn like what numbers equal what you need here, what you need in the squat. And, you know, I kind of learned it from Chuck a little bit because he was so squat and deadlift heavy. He just kind of would bench what he could. He's so messed up. So that's kind of the book I was taking out. I'm just going to go get a big squat and then put it all in the deadlift. And a lot of times you have your plan and it just never fucking works. You get there and your whole plan's out the window and you're just shooting for stuff. But my plan and it was good. I guess what I'm trying to say is it was really good to have a plan, and the plan give you, it's kind of like a coach putting you in a position to win the ball game. Like, you know, you got 30 seconds left in the game. You're down 6 points. You got the winning drive right here, and you either go down and you win the game and score a touchdown, or you throw an interception. And I just happened to throw an interception. Well, you know,
that's part of the game.
Yeah, damn Ohio State game.
I need to take a bathroom break.
Yes, sir.
Today's episode is brought to you by Element, a tasty electrolyte drink mix with everything that you need and nothing that you don't. In other words, no sugar, no artificial coloring, no artificial ingredients, no gluten, no fillers, and no BS. With Element, I love the watermelon. The watermelon tastes freaking awesome. I drink 1 pack every day, no matter what. People that train out here, it's sitting out here for them all the time. The boxes don't last very long. Right now, Element is offering Table Talk listeners a free sample pack with any purchase. That's 8 single serving packages free with any Element order. Get yours at drinkelement.com/Table Talk. The deal is only available through the link in the description. The other thing is, if you don't like it, you can just give it away to a salty friend, and Element will give you a 100% refund. No risk, money back guarantee. Head over to drinkelement.com/Table Talk. One of the best ways that you can support the podcast and your training is to join the crew. When you join the crew, you get an extra crew cast podcast every single month. You also get access to our Discord, which has a training Q&A with Team Elite FTS members. You get form checks. You can upload any of your training footage and have your lifts diagnosed, sometimes within minutes, by multiple people. Access to close to 30 different ebooks, training logs, and first sign up access to our weekend training retreats, train your ass off, and other events that we do. Biggest takeaways from that, though, what people enjoy the most and get the most out of is the training Q&A and the form checks, as well as the extra podcast. Hey guys, I'm back in the gym with another limited edition apparel drop. This is the new Live, Learn, Pass On shirt. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our cambered grip American cable attachment. This attachment has 4 grips and it's cambered. So when you flip it, it actually becomes 8 grips. And if you turn it upside down, there's actually 16. This is one of our most used cable attachments out in the gym. Even got that full range of motion. We got a second limited edition drop this month as well. Head over to elitefts.com, pick up the shirt, pick up the cable attachments, and we'll see you next time. All right, so we'll jump back in with the WPO because this is what, the 6th?
This is the this is the 6th super finals that they have ran.
Well, the 6th that you've won.
Correct.
Okay.
This is my 6th belt.
Okay, so out of all these belts, which you, by the way, don't carry around, I asked you to bring these in just so people don't think that you like have them all in your truck.
Yeah, I don't have them.
And
in
when
the
you
car.
when you go to the restaurant, you kind of lay them all out and hopefully get a free steak.
Yeah, it didn't work. I tried it. Longhorn did not approve of my belt.
So out of all these, which one means the most to you?
Well,
they all have their own story, right?
Each one of them has their own story. 2021 was probably my least glamorous WPO, so I don't particularly love that belt because when I see 2021, I think I almost blew my other hamstring off. I don't like, but that kind of represented a meet that I won that I shouldn't have won because I squatted like 1173, fucked my hamstring all up. I benched 1047. I remember I opened with it was the first time I ever opened with 1,000 in a full power meet. I was like, this doesn't happen, but I'll try it because I needed it because I knew I wasn't gonna pull nothing. So I had to basically push the whole bench forward. I opened with 1,008, did it. I was like, hell yeah. Then I went 1047, dumped it on myself, and then I came back on a third and did 1047. I think that's pretty hard to do, when you see them dudes, they dump something and that's just it. It's hard to dump one big one and come back and get it, dude. But so I guess that 2021, it's nowhere near my favorite, but just since we're talking about it, I'll tell you a story about it. But just overcoming adversity, doing what I know, doing what you had to do, pulling your nuts out and fucking letting it go. You just I just made a choice. I'm going to win or I'm going to lose. And I'm going to do everything I can to win. Like I said, I benched 1047 and I pulled 600 pounds. I remember I had to lower my opener from 771 down to 501. And I remember I went out there and I couldn't even really bend over to grab it because of my leg. So I kind of was like a modified fucking sumo where I didn't even know. It was terrible. I pulled it up and it felt like my leg was ripping off. Long story short, pulled 600. I think I totaled 2820. One of the worst days I've ever had, but I won and I overcome. So that one kind of has a little bit of a story to it. I would probably say the best one, the one that means the most to me is probably 2019. And it's somewhere over there. It's either that one or that one. But that was the one I totaled 3103. That was the ESPN WPO. So it was the biggest stage powerlifting has ever been on. Never been on ESPN. Let alone for 4 hours. We had a 4.5 hour window on ESPN. It was the biggest powerlifting meet of all time, in my opinion. You had some of the strongest guys there, and that was just shortly after I left Westside and all that stuff. So there was a lot of animosity. There was a lot of I'm going to show you, motherfucker, you fucked up type thing. And I think that was kind of a cool thing with Louis. You always wanted to show him up, okay, well, we'll see. Heard a lot of shit on that end about how I would perform at that meet because I didn't have A, B, and C from Westside Barbell. Yeah. And that one right there was the middle fingers, hey, I don't need you. I can do it without you. And there I did it. So that meet was that bell is probably the most sentimental to me because at the time the world record was 3014 and I just came up and put 80 something pounds on the all-time world record at the biggest meet on ESPN. All the things, it had everything. It was everything anything that could be riding on that meet was riding on that meet. And for me to pull the biggest day out in the most extreme circumstances, whether it be personal circumstances with Westside and Louis, or whether it was people thinking I was done or washed up or I didn't have it anymore, that one's probably the most near and dear to my heart. That means the most. Probably after that one is probably the one I just won. I think part and parcel it's because it's the throwback belt. It's I've gotten every WPO belt that they've come up with has been pretty fucking sweet. But that one, you know, when I first saw the WPO, you saw those belts. You saw like Andy holding the belts, and you saw, you know, Chuck holding the belts, and Franco and all those guys. And you saw it, and I was like, man, that's what I want. And it's like all these years later, there it is. You know what I mean? So that, I would say 19, 23. The three favorites are 19, 22, and 23, because those are all 3,000 pound totals or more. So, you know, and then some of those medals I got. One was we did a semifinals at the Arnold one year. One of those medals represents that. That was cool, getting to compete at the Arnold. We were supposed to be on ESPN for that one. That one's a kind of a funny story. If I think back to that, in 2020, we had the semifinals at the Arnold, and we were slated. ESPN was all slated to be there. They had everything paid for. Like the flights for the cameramen, everything. And they kept trying to like get like, hey, Arnold Commission, we need to be able to pull the truck up here so we can run the wires in the door. Long story short, the Arnold Commission was just acting weird. We're like, what? They like couldn't get it straight. It was just weird. Like, you know, like being weird, avoidant, not being clear on stuff. And then you come to find out, oh, they're shutting the whole nation down because of COVID. So that's what happened there. We couldn't get ESPN in there because they basically were like, nobody's going to be here. So we found out like the day or two before that happened. So yeah, that one of those. And then there was a bench bash we did in Boca Raton at Redcon 1. I don't know if that was near and dear to my heart, you know, but whatever.
Yeah.
Jimmy Cole got me on that day, but I guess I was the only one wearing a bench press shirt.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll try again.
When we spoke last time, your off season was different. You know, it was more bodybuilding shit, more hypertrophy stuff.
So it was kind of like, I think I may have said this on the last one. It's kind of, Louis taught me this. So like I always, you know, Louis is like always in my head. I always hear that old man's voice tell him like just coming over. You know how I did the interjection from across the gym, you know, like type shit. But he would always tell me something along the effect of, if you're doing something and you're basically not going anywhere, you need to turn around and run the other direction. Like if what you're doing, the path you're taking is yielding no results, and all you're doing is spinning your tires, which sometimes that's kind of like, I try to tell people, like, it takes sometimes years to figure that out. It took me 3 or 4, you know, sometimes it's like your body, it takes a year to get your body back right to where you can train again. But that's basically the off season. This time I was like, I got to do something different. Like I think a lot of the mistakes that I made that I learned through some of these past WPO meets is where I would take a lot of time off because training was so grueling and it was so, you know, everyone's got jobs and life stuff, and you know that you know, work has, you know, gets real busy for me, and it gets hard to have the want to go to the gym and just make yourself even more tired. So I was like, man, I cannot take any time off like I did. I would sometimes take the whole winter off. Like I wouldn't even go to the gym until January because I just needed my brain. And I think that was a way that I kept or used to keep from getting burnt out. I felt like if my mind is my strongest thing. So if my mind goes, everything else is going to go behind it. So that's where I was like, I went back to reiterating what I was saying. I just was like, what is completely different? What have I not been doing? And what I hadn't been doing for a while was going to like in this instance, a commercial. I just say commercial gym where they have a bunch of machines and stuff that I can get on. I was doing a lot of the, you know, heavy fives, heavy tempo stuff, and a ton of back work. And I think that really, like, you know, always pulling on those machines, I think like kind of brought my grip around and just gave me a different kind of strength. It tied in a loose end somewhere. I was beaten some way. I was beating down a certain way for so long that sometimes it's hard to see what's actually not making you stronger. There's things that they make you strong, but they don't make you stronger. If that makes sense. Like there's things that you do that'll like make lifting heavier weights easier, but they don't like push the 1 rep max up. So I just felt like I had to change everything in terms of just get away from the powerlifting approach. I just took a bodybuilding approach. I was like, well, I'm just going to try this and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, then, and I gave myself like a window. So if it didn't work, I was like, so I guess I should say it like this. I went through, let's see, February, March, April. I did like 3 months. So maybe it was March, April, May. It was March, April, May, or something like that, or April, May, June. It was one of those 3 month stretches, and I really didn't go to the other gym. You know, I'd go in there and pull some deadlifts and lift heavy, but because I was doing so much assistance work, it's like I had to come in there and just do all this assistance work. Everything was just, and I kind of learned this from Scott Mendelson. We would go to like North Hollywood Golds, we go to Venice Golds, and you know, when I'm thinking, you know, Scott's one of the best bench pressers in the world ever. And I was like, what does this dude do? You know, like really a lot of the stuff he did was he either wore a bench press shirt and did board presses, or he'd go to like these gyms and he would just max out on everything, dude. So he did, like, in my brain, I'm like, well, you're doing max effort stuff, but you're doing it on machines. I was like, I guess you're strong. I said, look at yourself, you know, like it's obviously working. So I was like, I'm going to take that approach where, you know, it would just be like half stack, 3/4 of the stack, full stack, and then just do it till I couldn't do it. Like sometimes stuff like that. When you first start, I'll tell anybody that even wants to try this. If you go from powerlifting and you go straight to a commercial gym and you're doing a lot of isolation movements, you will hurt. Dude, I couldn't. And that's the problem, is like I was too strong to know what I was doing. You know what I mean? Like you can, you know, you could pull 4 or 5 plates on a lat row machine. You're just pulling it. But then the next day you're like, my brachioradialis feel like they're about to blow off. I can't, why you wake up in the morning like this, you know? You have to figure out how to, like, maybe I shouldn't train like that, you know? So as I was like rooting myself on that kind of training, I kind of figured out like, hey, you got to pace yourself a little bit when you do this kind of training. And just kind of fast forward, like after that 3 month period, I was like, I went through like this testing phase where I was going to find out real quick if any of that worked. And that's where I was telling you when we were talking about the deadlift, where I just put my deadlift suit on after just going in there, and I went in there and I pulled 855 or 860, and then I was like, fuck it, I'll try 900, and I put 905 or something like that on the bar, and I tried to pull it, and it was going. I felt like I'll show you the video sometime, but I got like past my knees, and you can kind of see the bar whip a little bit, and it was just enough to like just stop me. And so I was like, wow, that was noticeable. We will continue to do that. So,
yeah. So how did that change when you started to get ready for this meet?
So basically what I did is a lot of the training, I kind of just left it and went into, I didn't do like this. I did one or the other. I think you just kind of, like when you talk about going all in, you just got to go all in and do this, and then go all in and do that. Like I think when you start mixing all these things and you have a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, you're stuck at mediocre. There's nothing that pushes anything. The reason I went to that to Power Shack was to push some kind of capacity. I don't really know. I don't know words I'm trying to do, but the way I'll describe it to you is I was trying to push this up. So when I came back to it, I was starting at a higher place than previous years. Yeah. So I was in a lot better shape. So since I'm in this different kind of shape, and like, I will just refer to it as being in better shape. When you do those kind of like reps, tons of reps, you're in better shape in terms of like muscle endurance and stuff like that. So I had a lot of endurance. I had a lot of I was real pumped up. I think I put on a little bit of muscle through that. And when I came back to like the whole powerlifting thing, it was like I abandoned. This is where I was talking about. I went back to like super basic rudimentary shit. And I rode the wave of those 3 months into the meet rather than, see, I think, and this is something like Westside, Louis would just throw 30 things at the wall, and whatever stuck, you would do. You know what I mean? I was trying to do like, how can I say it? When you go from doing a bunch of reps to lifting heavy, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is I just went all in on lifting heavy and left the reps behind. So I went back to the split of like a max effort Monday, a max effort Wednesday, you know, your dynamic, like I say dynamic lower, but to me it's just a squat day. I have a squat and a deadlift day. The deadlift day isn't typically always max effort lower. I'm always like maxing out on a deadlift variation. And I would literally just go in the gym and just lift heavy weights. So I'd work up, make big jumps, boom, 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 boom. Maybe do a thing here or there, pull sled, maybe, so a squat, for example, we do like a safety squat bar. And I was backing sets down, dude. I was in like 5, 6, 7 sets of 2 type shit where see, this is where, I had been I'll rewind to 2019 and something Louis told me. I had been doing doubles my entire life, you know, leading up into, whether it be, you know, 8 sets, 8, 7, 6 sets, you know what I mean? 8 sets, 6 sets, 7, or 8, 7, 6, or 8, 8, 7, you know, like, it was always doubles. And Louis was like, well, you're too, you've done this forever. In a nutshell, your body's just too used to that. You need to do triples, but you need to do the same workload. So, you know, 8 sets of 2 is 16 reps, but 6 sets of 3 is 18. You know what I'm saying? You're doing 18 reps, but one's a triple and one's a double. So I had gotten so rooted in that double and my firing mechanisms were so in doubles, I switched to these triples and it shot my squat straight up from like 1230 to 1270. And that's when in 19, I squatted to 1273. So I stuck with that and I was like, I'm gonna stick with these triples. And then it just slowly started like petering my squat out. Like it wasn't, I think there's something to a double. Like it's hard to be fast and explosive on triples because you're trying to save yourself for that third one. If you know you only got one and then one more, it's like you can pow pow, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's a little bit different. So that like in the squats, like I really backed that kind of stuff down. I was doing like heavier weights, less sets and less reps, but they were heavier. I did that in the bench press. So, you know,
when did you know what weight to stop at?
A lot of the stuff I do is I always know like how strong I am. Like I've trained enough to know like if I'm hitting these numbers, it usually means this training cycle. It was a little different because I kind of had to go through the first like free squat and like assess. So for example, to figure out if what I did was viable, I wouldn't really find out until I took a 1,200 pound squat. So the first free squat I did, I squatted my opener and it was really easy. And I'm like, wow, that's weird. How am I so strong off of, you know, I've done these 2 things and they both have made these squats and I did this thing over here and it quit working. So I went back to this thing over here and it started working again. If that makes sense. And I'm kind of running around in a weird circle, but, yeah.
So your timing wasn't disrupted on any of these things when you went back?
No, I mean, no, it's like for me, I should say, and it worked for everybody. Like a lot of like, Tyler on our team, he went in there. That's the guy last year. He unracked a 914 squat and it rolled and like snapped his his spinous process off, you know, boom. Put him on a stretcher and they thought he would never lift any weights again. And he came back and we basically, he went through the whole Power Shack thing. What I noticed mostly is it really affected deadlifts. Everybody's grip strength was up and deadlifts were up and squats were up. So usually they say if your deadlift strong, usually your squat, they complement each other. So if your squat's strong, chances are your deadlift is probably okay. And if your deadlift is strong, chances are your squat's really strong, especially. So it wasn't just me doing it. I kind of guinea pigged my dudes before. I always do that. I'm like, oh, but try this. And then, so sometimes they'll go like 3 weeks before me. Sometimes I'll stagger them 3 weeks and I'll run them through something. And I'm like, ooh, I ain't doing that. You know, like, or ooh, I'm going to do that. Look at what they're doing. So they started pulling big, heavy deadlifts. So I was like, all right. So we come around to a free squat after doing these doubles again. And everyone was just strong, and everyone it was mechanical, automatic. Like it was like it didn't take all this thought and think. It comes second nature. It almost made the. I try to say sometimes you have to get away from something to forget how to suck at it. Is that, you know, it sounds fucked up.
No, I get that.
You have to get it. When you develop bad habits or habits you don't even know that you have that are affecting things negatively, that are like, you got to just get away from it. Brain fart.
Well, that makes sense, because if you've already ingrained how to do the thing,
yeah,
right, but then you now have compiled shitty parts about how to do the thing. Then if you just quit doing it, if it's really ingrained,
all the stuff, all the shit that you really gain sticks, and all the shit that don't matter falls off. So it kind of leaves that core of what you really are after you peel off all this shit. So and this kind of is another way that I was thinking about this, is like going to Power Shack made me forget that this hamstring was fucked up, made me forget that like this was fucked up half the time, you know, like, because I was working out, I was training, but I wasn't hurting. I wasn't trying to protect something. You know what I mean? Like, it's just different. And then, you know, like when you if you've torn a pec or blown your shoulder out or anything like that, you come back and you're easing into it. And then before you know it, this one can always push more than this one. And you're just going through this thing of trying to ease something back through, where I just forgot about it. Like, I forgot my hamstring was messed up. I forgot my shoulder was messed up. I went back to squatting like in the most rudimentary way possible, meaning like, I call it the minimalist approach. You know, I find it easier to do less and get to the meet and know I can always do more than get there and I have done all this shit. Like, have I done everything I can do? It's like, no, and I don't on purpose. So I know that it's almost like I ride something to know what it will yield. And then it's like, wow, I yielded a 30-58 total off of some of the most minimalist training I have ever done. But what it also did is, this is the kicker. It's almost like training is in these waves of like going back and forth. And like, as it switches, boom, there's a meet there and you have the day of all days. And then you kind of go back to this way, and then it's always moving. So it's like, when it's moving one way, you have to add something in to kind of move it back the other way and then make the thing happen. I know I'm just getting, people say I talk in platitudes, but I'm sorry.
So it's moving, you know, and back and forth in waves, right? So you start training for this meet, and because you're going to be stronger because there's less work.
Correct.
It's almost like how you would peak for the last few weeks before a meet. You pull shit out, more stuff it comes up. But if you do that for too long, then you're going to lose work capacity. You're not going to be able to recover.
So that is exactly, and that's where I think while the whole hamstring thing down here happened, I had rode it as absolutely far. Okay. So I did all this work in the very beginning of the training cycle. I rode that through the training cycle, lifting heavy weights. And towards the end, I was starting to fall out of, I was starting to come to, I don't want to say fall out of shape, but the point of diminishing return, like it only holds on for so long and it starts to fall off. And I had just put the meat there, and that last deadlift, dude, it was like, boom, there it is. It's like, okay, I got to do more, you know, like, so there's sometimes where I'll get to a meet, and this one in particular, I didn't do a ton, but just lift heavy weights. I didn't do a ton of accessories. I didn't do all this 20,000 sets of hypers and do this, you know, A, B, and C, and 3 main exercises. I was very basic. It was like main exercise, 1 or 2 accessory movements on everything. I didn't really go hard or crazy. Some of that was due to my shoulder, but yeah. moral of the story is I just had to forget how to hurt and then peel myself down to this base layer of what I am, and then go back to the thing of powerlifting again.
Yeah. So if you put this into training blocks, right? So now you're like in a recovery block, right? It's after the meet. So
I call it the break, and
Yeah.
and usually the break always seems to go faster than what you want it to. It's like, you know what, I'll come back to the gym. So like I went down there, I took like a week off, then I came in the second one, and then, you know, I worked hard a couple of days and I got tired, and I was like, well, I'll just go next week. And it's like, so like now I'm at the point where I'm just now starting to like really get back in and start training again. And I think you need time to do that.
So what's this recovery time look like? I mean, how long is it?
So
do you expect this to last?
Another week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's short. You have to, and I look at it like, if I don't get back on the horse again, then you start all the stuff I did in March, April, May will be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for me to take that, whatever gain, you call it gains,
Mm-hmm.
you gain something from all this, so I don't lose that. You lose that as time, obviously, you know, and you know, so for me it's just get back in there. So first it's like, get everybody back together, you know, get everybody in the group, get the group back together, everybody start doing stuff. Then once we get everybody in there, then it's like, as each week goes on, you just start putting more bricks on, and you start requiring more. So
it slowly gets added back in.
Yeah.
Right. So one way I explain this to people is, if you look at how many total repetitions that you've done, say from your last heavy squat, say 14 days out, and through the week after the meet, because normally you don't do anything after the meet, it's probably 300 total reps, maybe. Work reps, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. You know, you can't go back when you start training again and start doing 400 reps per training session. That's more work, or
it's
more
like
volume.
you have to understand, like, the reason you peak for a meet is we're not working out at the meet. You know what I mean? Like, Louis would always call it, he'd say some crazy stuff like delayed onset muscle transformation, or maybe not onset, it's delayed muscle transformation, where basically that's why we do the 3 weeks out or the 21 days out. You take your biggest squat, because your body goes through this funk of adjusting to what you did to it to give you output on the date that you want it.
Yeah.
So like,
it's like a super compensation. So you hit
Correct.
it, right? So then you're recovered when you go into the meet. Full.
So then when you're going into the meet, you technically aren't in the you're not in the kind of shape you were 12 weeks out.
Oh, exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
It's a different shape.
It's like you're passing off one way and hanging it to the other. And then once you're out of the meet, you have to like go back to here and like start that back up. See, now I'm kind of in the spot where I'm wanting to go back to Power Shack now. So like that's my plan. I did this. I'm like, hell yeah, we're doing that again. So
so you're going to lay out the year basically the same way as last year. What things do you think need to change to make that better than how it worked last year?
Maybe a little bit less in the commercial gym, honestly, and then as like in the middle, rather than maybe just for me, rather I kind of went from an abrupt switch from one to the other. Because I was kind of in the position of where I had to know, like, do I keep doing this, or because I only have so much time to meet, so I'm kind of like against the clock a little bit. It's like, is this working? Yes, no. If it's working, we're going to roll with it. Okay, it's working. I'm going to roll with it. I've never done anything like this really before, so I got to find out. That's like where I was kind of trying to tell you, like, sometimes it's better to just. I ride the minimalist train a lot. So I know exactly what made what. Like, there's these 3 or 4 things that just make, like, this will either make or break your squat. You're either going to be strong or weak. You know what I mean? You go to the meet, you're weak. Well, that didn't work, you know, so we're going to throw that out and put something else in there and add this, so to say. It can be anything. But yeah, it's basically, I found out that it was almost like I went back to 1973 where they were just like lifting, like Larry Pacifico lifting heavy weights. A guy will post some of his training logs from like 1973, and he's benching like 600 pounds 2 days out from the meet. It's like, what are you doing? Like, like, what are you doing? Like, but yeah. So
what you're going to add in would be what would traditionally just be called a transitional block between that hypertrophy work.
You got to have that because your muscle. Okay, so you were in the shape to lift big heavy weights. That work, that little bit of work I did was enough to sustain that output. And sometimes, if you do too much work, it'll pull away from the output because you're trying to recover from the work rather than the work complementing the end. And I think that's a really fine line. Like, so that's why I said sometimes it takes years to figure that out, because you go through cycles and you're like, well, that didn't really work. And then you're like, well, it takes 12 weeks, 13 weeks to go through another one. You know, you're going in 4-month blocks, you know, before you know it, a year's gone. You know what I'm saying? So you really have to, I try not to overcomplicate stuff. Like, you got to know what's working and what's not working. If these things make you strong, and like for my instance, like if I'm starting to tweak something a little bit, you know, I need to do a little bit more work in the middle, you know, because that all that shit I did in the beginning kind of fell off to where I wasn't really benefiting from that endurance curve, if you want to call it.
Well, you don't need to test to see if it works.
Yes. So we're lifting weights. We're not testing, you know. It's like there's like in that middle area, there's, you know, like where I went from the commercial gym back to the powerlifting stuff. That's like test. Like, okay, we're going to, and then from the test, you figure out, okay, in that test, you establish numbers. So like, for example, I was like, all right, I'm going to try openers. We're going to see if what I did over here will at least warrant me openers like that I expect to do. So that's where you're like, where do you start? That's, you know, I'm always thinking, my thing is like, if I can't do openers, I ain't going to the fucking meet. So it's like, okay, well, all right, 1168. Okay, I squatted that. It felt great. Felt, you know, just anytime you first free squat again, really you're not going to really be making depth. That's not important. It's really about just getting in the gear, feeling the pressure, and going through the motions of the squat. So you're introducing your body to it again, rather than putting it on and trying to squat a PR. It's like I kind of get to this area of like a starting point, like openers. So I'm trying to think what I was trying to say, but
for this last meet that you were training for, with it being heavier across the board, how did that, were there less max effort exercises that you were rotating through?
Well, that's the thing, like,
or were there none?
The secret is, man, is there's really only 5 or 6. And then of those 5 or 6, you have 4 or 5 variations of those 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So like for me, it's like, I say it all the time. It's basically like Westside split stuff. Like, you know, floor press, board press, pin pulls, mat pulls, you know, and in this instance, I was pulling kind of off in the bench press because of the shoulder, but yeah.
Those haven't had to change over the years.
Like what?
Well, as far as variations that you're using, they've just
what really changes is the version of the variation. So like floor press, for example, like you might do a max effort straight weight, or like I remember at Westside, a lot of the stuff we did far out from the meet, you put 3 or 4 chains on the bar, you know, and you do triples. Then a lot of the times it just kind of depends what's hurting and what's not and what you can push. Because like I said, in the bench, my variations were limited. They were a lot of high stuff away from my chest. So, you know, I did a reverse band in there here and there, and it kind of upset it. So I was always on boards. And then since I was always on boards, I had to change, like I had to do chains, bands, you know, from different board heights. So it's not always a straight weight. So sometimes it'd be straight weight. The board height would change. Sometimes it'd be against a band. Sometimes I change the bar. but it's always a board press. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Same thing with the floor press. It would, sometimes it would be 3 chains for I call it max. Louis always yell at me. I call it a max. It's not max effort. It's like, well, the max effort 3. So rather than counting sets, I would just keep working up and doing triples against 3 chains until I couldn't do it. And then, you'd pull a chain off and do a burnout set, stuff like that. And then, the squat stuff was probably the most stuff that didn't change out of all of it. The squat's pretty, you either box squatting or you're free squatting. Typically don't use a lot of bands. Like this whole training cycle, like I said, I squatted with that that yoke bar.
Mm-hmm.
And I free squatted with a straight bar. But we would change the intensities would change sometimes, like the speed at which you'd push somebody out from under the bar, like, all right, you're done, get out, get in, like that would be like typically something like that would be on those week ones, when the bar weight's not high, but you have to have intensity output to get response. See, I'm always about like cause and effect. Like if my body responds, that's good. So any kind of response is good. In positive, like if I can do something and then I feel it, like, wow, like that, that feels better. It's like, then, you kind of keep working that until, I don't want to say ride it till the wheels fall off, but.
Well, you'll know, right? Bar speed will slow down. Something's going to be indicative.
Louis would always say, like, law of accommodation. He often used the analogy of a boxer. He would say, like, if you're a Golden Gloves boxing champion and we're boxing and you knock me out for 3 weeks straight, as soon as I knock you out, like the 4th week rolls around. Week 1, you knock me out. Week 2, you knock me out. Week 3, you knock me out, or knock me down, or maybe not knock me out, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure if you got knocked out 3 weeks in a row, you'd be pretty retarded.
Oh,
yeah. But the whole gist of it is, like, by that 4th week, you're going to know that right hook's coming. You know what I mean? You're going to be like, I've been knocked out 3 weeks in a row. I'm probably going to duck now and throw a punch. You learn, your body acclimates. So Louis would say, once I duck that punch and knock you out, I'm immediately getting worse. Like, meaning like you're either getting better or you're getting worse. And once your body acclimates to something, the stimulus the stimulus winds down and it becomes less prevalent. So
if it's a 3-week wave and you're talking on the squat, so the first week it's a shorter rest, right? So you're pushing that.
Correct.
Then what's week 2?
Week 2, so usually all my squats are the general Westside, 50, 55, and 60% of your 1 rep max straight bar squat. And I usually go off what I do in meets, not what I do in the gym, not what I want to squat. I always hear that. I want to squat 1,000. It's like, okay, but... And I think some of the problems with these percentages is some people, they're able to do the percentages of 1,000. They might be a 925 squatter pushing themselves to do numbers that a 1,000-pound squatter would do, but all they do is overtrain themselves, and it like doesn't push to push that number up. You have to lift the weight. Like Louis would always say, reps don't equate to absolute strength. You can get strength endurance. But doing 3 reps of 400 doesn't mean I'm going to bench 475. I've seen people do 5 reps with 455, but they can't bench 500 one time. So kind of bringing it back around to the squat on that 2nd week, typically we move the bar weight up, or I move, and when we're further out from the meet, I bump tension up before bar weight. So when I'm way far out, the last thing I really need to do is just handle a bunch of heavy weight all the time. And then you have to like give yourself some room to grow. Like I said, I would usually further out from the meet, I'll use bands. When I get closer to the meet, I can't use bands because put bench shirt on and fuck shoulders all up. And I always find that bands kind of lock you in a position, and they kind of can adversely affect the free squat. I would see that at Westside all the time. You'd see guys squat 700 pounds in 3 bands, and they'd go to the meet and can't squat 1,000. You know what I mean? It's like, but that equals 1,200 at the top. It's like, so So typically, like in that second week, and I should say the first couple waves of the starting of the training cycle are like that. So you kind of like get the juices flowing. You get your body knows I think there's something to like kind of walking your body through what you want it to do and then asking more the next week. I think that's kind of an approach I have. I introduce it. Hey, this is what we're doing. When you're in those instances of where you're introducing things, it doesn't have to be heavy, but it has to be hard. And that's where, well, we drop boxes. You know, if dudes are having problems making depth and meets, it's like, well, you're going to start on a lower box now because that box height obviously didn't help you at the meet. So we're not going to start there. It's like little things like that. Harder is lower. So we start lower. We start with more chains or bands and less bar weight, and the pace is faster.
Okay.
You know, and then it's like the passing thing. You know, the next week you maybe will keep the chains the same, and add a little, and then go up to whatever it is, 5% more on the bar. You know, and then the next week you might add just another chain and leave the bar weight the same, and you might add another set at the end. You know, instead of, dude, I mean, towards the end there, I was doing like 5 sets of 2. Like the shit, like I'm like, I don't know how this is working. It was very odd. I was like, I've never done this and it equal that. It was just, so I don't know. I guess one thing I have to find out is if it's almost like I don't want to find out again. You know, it's like that worked, but like results not typical every time. So yeah, I guess I'm just, as I go and as I learn, I've learned that training is first and foremost assessing yourself. Like, where am I at? What's my health? And primarily training. Health is going to dictate training. So if you want, don't go into a training cycle if you're not healthy. That'll probably help you. Nobody has to do a meet, you know. The meet is today. I don't have a bicep, a tricep, or a delt tendon or whatever. It's like, but I'm doing the meet. It's like, great. Nobody will remember you in a year. You know what I mean? like, not that anybody, you know, not that like, it's just, you know what I'm trying to say. It's like there's no $1 million check in powerlifting, unfortunately.
So with the squats and speed work, it's always the straight bar?
No. So, typically the 2 bars that I'll use are the safety squat bar and the giant cambered bar.
So then how do you adjust your percentages? Because you can't base that upon your meet max. So
the percentages of the dynamic squatting is based off what I did at the meet.
Even with the specialty bars?
That's all, yeah. So everything is dictated off a straight bar squat.
Okay.
So like if I squatted this training cycle, I was actually going a lot lower percentages for whatever reason. I was squatting like percentages of like 1250, because the last few training cycles I've been trying to push a 1,300 pound squat. So I kind of fell into that's what I want to squat. These are the percentages. I could do them, but yet it did not yield a 1,300 pound squat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, okay, I got to get back into this zone of where I'm moving weights with how they are supposed to move, meaning like fast and explosive. You get that explosive power back. I think when shit gets too heavy, you can't build that Chuck zest, you know, where he like hits the switch and it's like a bomb goes off. It's like you have to build stuff like that. You have to set that stuff up. So yeah, I got a little off track there.
Well, the question was going into the percentages with the specialty bars.
Okay, yeah. So like everything is based off a straight bar squat for me.
Yes.
So the reason I even really switched to a safety squat bar is because I felt like my deadlift and my didn't feel like I just felt like it was going back. I just felt like stagnant. Like I wasn't really getting any stronger and it wasn't feeling any easier, but I could still pull the shit, you know? And I was like, well, what the fuck sucks? And nobody uses that. You go to Westside, that red bar, nobody want to use that bar. But we did, you know? So, the hard thing. So I just went to the hard thing. It's really hard to squat with a safety squat bar. So when I originally went to it, my percentage numbers didn't match like a giant cambered bar. Like I could squat so much more on a giant cambered bar and it would match my straight bar percentages. But the safety squat bar out of all the bars will put you really behind that. It's a hard bar. You're going to be 40, 50 pounds off of what you do with any other bar. my whole thing with that is I felt that Louis would always say that safety squat bar complements your deadlift. It just makes you brute strong, you know, brute strong. So yeah, but basically my box squatting percentages are straight off of like meat squats. So like those are your best squat. And this is where it goes back to, you have to assess yourself. Like, do I go off my best squat or do I go off of what I did at the meet? You know what I mean? If you're trying to build back in, it's kind of like where you're at. If you're trying to build back into the PR and you've not had success and you're trying and things aren't working out, you got to kind of like take the back end route, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah. How do you assess it when you're coming back from the hamstring, right? So you'll go into this, but
I think it's a little bit of the forget thing. When you always know your hamstring's hurt, or when you have an injury, you always know it's there. And when you go to the gym, you always know, you're always thinking like, what can I do so this doesn't hurt? Or what can I do? And sometimes I think that's counterproductive. I think sometimes rest is the workout. You just need to forget. So typically when I kind of go in and I kind of just look around and do what I want to do first. And then you start doing the things that you don't want to do. And usually by the time you get to the things you don't want to do, the hamstring's back around. You get what I'm saying?
So your speed work for your shoulder this last meet, how did you navigate that?
So that was more of like, do what I can do. Like I knew I was going to have good days. None of the days really ever felt great. You know, when I don't think I went above 275 for speed work, but you know, and I stayed more on the chains and the bands, you know. Typically when you've pulled something or you have a tweak or something, bands are not your friend. You know what I mean? Like if you, like I've always found, at least for me, that, you know, chains seem to have a less torque on you, and it makes it easier to do things like speed bench pressing, you know. So when I'm pushing off my chest, I don't have this band sitting there. It's more of a gradual release, and I can increase that difficulty by just adding a chain, you know what I'm saying? So, like with a hamstring, it's a lot of do what you can do. The shoulder, it's a lot of do what you can do. And usually if you've taken a little bit of, this is why I think that the time off is important. And I keep saying it, like you just learn to forget the bad things. Sometimes they're still there, you know, not everybody's the same, but a lot of like, mentality is so much of like, of any kind of difficult sport. Like, you need to learn to, if you tell your body to do something, it's almost like I tell my body it's going to heal and it'll do it. Like you just have to believe. It's like you have to stare down shit that I don't know, that is against the odds sometimes, and just, you know, believe you can pull through. Sometimes you just got to believe in yourself, you know?
So how do you lean into the mental aspects now, where throughout the past you've had, you know, fuck you, Louie, I'm going to win this, you know, so you got that driving factor. And then when you're at the top, right, you're not driving to beat the person ahead of you, you know, so you're in a different mental place than anybody else, you know. So how do you navigate that?
I think, okay, so like, I'll just start talking and we'll eventually end up somewhere. But I would always, like, dude, Chuck, growing up, man, Chuck was like my idol. He was the best out there. He was one of the best squatters, and probably the best squatter in the world, pound for pound, and how he was set up and what he had to work with. How can I say it? Repeat the question real quick.
Your mindset now.
Okay,
you know.
So I would watch Chuck. Sorry.
Yeah.
I would watch Chuck, and, you know, he'd go out there and he'd be spitting at the bar, going bullshit crazy, kind of nutso, and, you know, he'd get out there and follow the squat, and you're like, oh, you know. And I thought that's how I had to be to lift those weights. So I remember when I was younger, you know, I would just try to, you know, headbutt the bar, you know, go all crazy and use my adrenaline to lift the weight, you know. And that got me to some pretty good places. And then as time goes on, you realize that you got to kind of like not get out of your mind to lift some of the weights you're trying to lift, for me in particular. So as time went on and the numbers got bigger, I couldn't just get out of my mind. And sometimes when you get to that mind, I was telling you about the fight or flight, like I would hit a thing of ammonia and I would just go whack. I'd get under the bar, I'd lift it, and I'd come back out, and I would have such a massive adrenaline dump, I'd just start puking. And after you start puking, I'm puking up electrolytes, fluids, you know, anything that, you know, keeps me from cramping, I'm now puking up, you know, and it's the squat. I'm like, great, now I have to bench and deadlift, and here I am, you know, just got on this emotional high and I've crashed. So I think over the years I've just kind of, and I was telling you about this meet, I really just took the Bruce Lee route rather than the Leonidas 300 Spartan route, you know, of just kind of like being very in my own mind, not worrying about jazzing myself up, pacing myself to lift the weight, and then the next one. I think sometimes people, they lose sight of that you have to do the whole meet and you have more than one attempt. So, yeah.
So what drives you though, right? Because there's 6 of these now, you know, so.
That's a good question. I've never, you know, I don't know. I guess I mean, to say that I want to be the greatest of all time or be considered in that conversation, that's like a goal of mine. If you're not, like, it's cliche, you know, everyone's like, I want to be the best. It's like, no, but I actually want to be the best. I want to prove it. And I want to put so much out in front of you that nobody can do it. I mean, 7 is the number of completion, and there's 6 there. So,
7 is the number of completion. What do you mean?
I have no idea. It just sounded cool, you know? 7 is the number of completion. Google it and you'll, I don't know, you know? 7 is the number of completion. I've got 6 of them. So I know I'm in it for at least one more. You ask what drives me? Winning. Winning, being the best, proving people wrong, being here when they quit, being here when they come back. You know, like there's dudes that have quit to 5 or 6 years ago, and here they are coming back, and you're like, oh, I remember you from 5 years ago. You quit. You know, it's like, here I am still winning. You know, it's like that. There's something like, I want to be the guy that's still here. I told myself I would, and I'm not that old, but, you know, I don't have a ton of this. I don't have a ton of these left. You know, I'm not going to do this forever. I'm not stupid. I know that it'll eventually come. There'll be an end sometime, somewhere. And my mentality was to leave a very big dent. You know, like, I mean, I said it in the Westside movie. I'm going to make you remember my name. Like, if you look into anything with powerlifting, you're going to have to come across that somewhere. And so my mentality was to litter the books so much you can't not find me. These are just things that I think about. Like,
yeah.
I just want to make it impossible for the next guy. Like, I hate the cliche where people are like, records are borrowed, you know? I was like, yeah, you know, not the way, not mine. Like, mine are mine, and they're going to be mine and until I'm just not here, and then somebody else can have them.
Well, it's the reason I'm asking about the mindset is there's one aspect which is under the bar for the max weights. And I think sometimes people just get too lost in that and think that's all of it. But there's the other aspect of, you still have to go to the Power Shack. You still have to train a lot of times when you don't want to. You know, there's times you need to back off when you don't want to. You know, there's all these micro decisions that happen throughout the whole fucking year that kind of play into all that. And that's where a lot of people quit. You know, they don't quit. I guess you could say they can kind of quit at the meet, right? But most people quit in the off season.
Yeah, because they did the meet. Like, I think we talked about this also. So sometimes people, they train, they do a training cycle to do a meet. I train. Like, that's what I do. Like, I'm training. Like, I might take a break from training, but like, I don't train for a meet and then stop. I think that's where people lose that's where I was talking, like, some of that shit you gained if you just do the meet and quit, you put yourself back. All that work and all that time you put in to get any kind of gains is gone. And it's like, juice ain't worth the squeeze, you know, like, so you got to keep going. And I guess some people, they don't want to keep going, and it's hard to keep going.
Well, your break from training that you take is intentional to be able to train.
I think I had to, I had to, and it's like, it took me some time to like realize that that's what was required. Because when I was at Westside a lot, I think this was in my like early 20s, like 23, 24, dude, I would do 4 and 5 meets a year. I was totaling 2,900 in every single one of them, you know, like, and I remember people would ask me like, how the hell are you doing all these meets? And I was in great shape. I was young. I didn't have any injuries. You know, I had great help. But yeah, you know, like you just,
well, we do a meet on Saturday, then speed bench on Sunday.
Yeah, remember I got Westside.
Yeah,
like if you were not back, you would do that. You could have won the meet on Saturday, and if you were not there speed benching, or at least you could maybe get by with like not speed benching if you won the meet. But like you had to be there to help the dudes. You had to be there to load plates and get everybody to get ready for their meet. So I think that's something that people could take anything. Sometimes. Just the meet isn't the period. The meet just lets you know what you got to do to keep going. You know what I'm saying? What I did here is going to tell me what I'm going to do in 4 weeks. You know, like what changes, what percentages change, you know, like, okay, this bar worked. Okay. These things yielded these results. I'm going to stick with this. We're going to add a little bit of this. I mean, you hear me say it, like it's, I hate to say it. It's so it's getting strong is so basic, but like the non-basic part of getting strong is when you hit a wall. You know what I mean? Like what pulls you out of the rut? What makes you break through? And sometimes it's just keeping your head to the grindstone, so to say. You know, like. So this was like rewinding. This is what I was trying to say. Like I would do 4 and 5 meets a year, dude, and I would just bang, 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 bang. And then, you know, I'm down. I do basically 1 meet a year now. It's just.
Do you think those 4 meets a year at that age was necessary?
Well, I looked at it like it's what was possible. So like it was, you know, at Westside we were always trying to change the board. So I looked at meets as like money. You know, Louis would pay me for any world record I broke. If I, you know, he'd come up, you told 3,000, I'll give you $3,000. It's like, all right, we're telling 3,000 today. You know what I mean? Just like, you change that board, I'll give you $750. Any world record, I'll give you $750. Bench 1,000, I'll give you $1,000. It's like he would, so there was a lot more incentive to do that stuff back then to keep going. But yeah, I think there was something else I was getting to with that, but.
Just the daily mindset is kind of what I was speaking about, you know, throughout that whole year, you know, kind of what drive, because there's good and bad days too.
Yeah.
Right. So on those bad days, you know, you kind of talked about it a little bit in the meet. Things didn't go as well as you expected. So you got the two voices kind of battling in your head. Well, you have to decide which voice you're going to listen to.
You made a good word. It's auto-regulate.
Yeah.
I've taken that a lot, and I that's kind of always sits with me, and that's what I think I when I say do what you're able to do, that's like auto-regulating. It's like if.
But how do you know when you're being a puss, and how do you know when you need to step up?
Well, normally you have to look. It's like, what did you do at the meet? Did you bomb out, or did you win, or my always thing is based on PRs. Did you go to the meet and get a PR? Did you walk away with something? And if you didn't, you're a pussy. That's, you know what I mean? We need to rewind. And when you were being a bitch back here, you need to stop being that's kind of like where everything I do is like based off of results. So what was my result? And if this is my result and I don't like it, what caused that? And I think back to that time where I should have done, you know, like you say, how do you know when you're being a pussy? It's like, well, if I don't like that, maybe I should be a little tougher back there. You know what I mean? It's like it's you are the one to blame. You know what I mean? Like I'm the one to blame for not doing something. Like if I didn't do enough, that's my fault. Like if I'm a pussy, your results are going to show it. You're going to, the proof's in the pudding. You know what I mean? If you are not getting PRs and you're not getting any better, and you look back here and you're like, well, that hurt, you know, back there. And, you know, I cut it a little early. It's like, well, where was everything just down, where you know, all your supplements down, you know, was you lose all the body weight after the meet, you know, gear don't fit right, you know, it could be a list of shit. And sometimes I'll give you an example. So in this last training cycle, my last squat workout, I squatted, I had 1241 on the bar, and I remember I went down, and I shifted really bad, dude. And I did it at the meet too, which is weird. I shifted really bad, and I stood up, and it wasn't easy, but it wasn't hard. And I was like, man, fuck. I was like, well, 1241, that's good enough. I was like, and Kellen was beside me. She's like, are you going to take that? Are you going to take another one? Like looking at me like, you should probably, like, because when you get close to the meet, your body's only going to remember the last thing it did. You know what I'm saying? So if you lifted this is what I get with people. Like when you're 3 weeks out from the meet, you shouldn't just do your opener and then go to the meet and expect to squat a PR, because your body's going to base off of what you last took. So if it's not like a big max weight, your body's not going to give you that output come the meet. Does that make sense? That's something that, at least for me, it's like that. And so I remember I took the 1241, and I was like, man, and I was like, all right, that's good for today. That's 1241. That's all I needed to meet. But you know what? Typically on that day, you need to take another one, so that one is in the bag. You know what I mean? Usually, so what I'm trying to say is, if I would have stopped at that 1241, that 1278 might have not been there. You get what I'm saying? So my mind on that was like, well, I could be a pussy, because 1200, dude, I'm telling you what, when you're in a gym, and it becomes redundant, you know, things are just like, and then 1200 isn't 1200 anymore. It's not like when somebody calls 1200 at a meet. I'm just walking up to 1200, and this thing has mangled tons of people in powerlifting. They're like entities to me. Like this weight has mangled many people, and if I don't pay attention, and I am not mentally sharp to this, and I am not trying, and I don't want to try, bad things can happen. That's how you get fucked up in training. You know what I mean? So that is the kind of situation that happened. I was like, man, that didn't feel very great. I felt a little out of sorts. I could just stop here and I'll probably be fine for the meet. And the word that came back was probably. I was like, probably isn't good enough. You know, like, okay, no, fuck that. Let's go 12. I think I said 1278. So I took that. I didn't feel good that day. Like I was like, man, I was like, everybody, you better stay close on this one. I don't know. I'm just going to try it. And it was actually better than the 1241. I was like, wow, okay, that's great. So sometimes you have to just let your nuts hang out. Fuck it. Let's just do it. You know, like worst you can do is miss it. I guess it's a little different for me. The worst I can do is get crushed with 1200 pounds.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit that goes in it. A little bit more than me, and I have to really make a smart assessment of the situation and really ask myself, was that good enough? Because if it wasn't, it'll show. You know, and I've lifted enough weights to know that wasn't enough weight, because I wanted to go in here with a shot to squat 13. All right. And I knew 1241, that's not enough. I was like, well, 78, that's a lot closer. If that moves, and I can judge speed, because a lot of times when you get into these big squats, like the smallest thing will end you. All right. And I had a few things on that second, and I was like, man, you know, all right, we'll just try it again. And you just have to trust and believe that you're strong, trust and believe in your training partners and the training that you've done. And like in this instance, it went really well. And if I hadn't taken it, I probably wouldn't have done, I would have been more apprehensive at the meet. I wouldn't even been thinking 13. You know what I mean? So there's things like that. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, no, that helps. More. That helps. Let's take a break to stretch our legs. And I got some questions here that you're going to like. Okay. So I have a list of questions here. Right. So we're going to have some fun.
I apologize in advance for my answers.
That works. Some of them are just going to be kind of stupid. Like, all right. Have you ever shit yourself while training? kind of hard in gear because you have so much
You have so
compression.
much. Yeah, I was just
don't know if
thinking
it's
that.
even
Like,
possible.
so I think maybe a raw lifter might have more of a problem with this. But man, when you get those briefs on and you put that squat suit on, it really pinches the cheeks. So me personally, no. There has been a few scares where I was like, but no, I've never actually shit myself.
So let me go here then. How do you navigate once you have your briefs on and your suit on and you have to take a piss?
You don't. You navigate it after the squat. So I've learned this one. I'll go piss and then I'll sit down. And then just before I put my briefs on, I'll go piss again. Because, like it gets, you start getting antsy and here comes the piss train, like.
When you get the pressure then on your stomach.
But I'll tell you I'm going to tell you a poopy story here. And this is a great one. So I ran a meet here. It was at the Greater Columbus Convention Center. And a guy I trained with at Westside, his name was Elliot Baum, right? And he went, I think it was like a 700-pound deadlift, right? Dude walks out there, picks it up, and he's pulling it real slow. He's pulling it, and he gets to the top. And then all of a sudden I see this. I was like, oh no. I thought he blew his back out. Mm-hmm. Like it looked like when a disc goes, you just freeze. So he instantly drops the deadlift. And then he looks over at me, and Joe Jester was there with me. And he looks over at Joe. And I'm like, dude, are you okay? And with the most concerning look on his face, he looks at me and goes, I pooped. And he shit his pants. So from there on, we dubbed Elliot the poopy puller.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about the only good poo-poo story. I think there was one where Gritter did it once, but I can't really remember that far back. It was a long time ago. But it happens less often than you think to us multi-ply guys.
The compression, I just can't see how it would actually happen.
Poop in the morning before you come to the meet. Right?
Yeah. So the next one would be if you could pick any movement. So you got the squat, bench, and deadlift to compete in. So you can remove one of those and replace it with any max effort movement. It can be a partial, it can be any max effort, it can be block pulls, whatever that movement would be. What would be the movement that you would pull out, and then what would you replace it with?
Man, I hate deadlifting. But Louis always says a deadlift is a true test of strength,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. That's a good question. Maybe we could pull the deadlift out and put a fucking leg press in there. Leg press or a hack squat machine. I don't know. Hack squat, fucking max out.
Max out on the leg press machine.
Yeah, because if you, what do they say? Usually it's like half of what you can leg press is what you can squat. So if you
some shit like that,
if you can leg press 1,200, you're around a 600-pound squat. That was a weird question. There's really no good answer for that because I don't really know what I would replace anything with.
If you were a dessert, what would you be?
Ooh, strawberry shortcake.
Why?
I'm sweet and savory. Easy to look at. I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't know, man. Strawberry. Maybe just because I like it. I like strawberry shortcake. Or you can go to the Schmidt Sausage House and get you a peanut butter cream puff. That could be misconstrued. I don't want to be.
No, but I know what you're talking about though, and that's.
I only say that because I went there the other day and had a peanut butter cream puff.
Yeah, so it's just fresh on your mind.
Yes, sir.
All right, so
sometimes it's what's in front.
If you're in a low riding car and you're the passenger,
yes,
then they pull up and there's a curb there and you have to get out of the passenger side. How do you get out?
Window. Straight out the fucking window. If you got a sunroof, we're probably going out that.
Yeah. So how would you navigate getting out the window?
Feet first. You just got to stick your legs out and kind of worm over on your little tummy and get out the window. I'd go feet first.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm talking about though, because I know you've been in that position. And I highly doubt you went through the window, but I know what I just asked him to like drive someplace else and
get away from the curb so I can open this door.
Well, you can still open the door. It's just now you're so much lower to the ground. You see what I'm saying?
So you basically open the door and your feet are hitting pavement.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't know. What's the question?
How would you get out? Right? Because say you can grab the car door to grab that, but then the car door comes towards you as you try to lift yourself out.
Man, these are confusing. Really confusing, simple questions that for some reason I can't answer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fucking know.
Well, it's you haven't been in that situation for a long time. So when I read that one, I had to think back.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking like
I remember that, and it sucks, especially when you're over 300 pounds. It's really fucking hard.
So how do I get out? Like, well, out of normal cars, the first thing I start reaching for is fucking handles, you know?
Yeah.
Or the handle up here. Hey, you know you're real big and fat and sassy when you go get on the handle and you rip it off. I've done that.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah,
all right,
yeah.
time to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, shit. That didn't work.
So then how do you get up into a tall truck?
Running jump.
Yeah, and you ain't doing that.
Dude, I can grab rim, dog. I'm serious. I got some ups, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could, if I lost 35 pounds, I could slam dunk. No shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, like right now I can jump up and touch a fucking basketball rim and I'm 300 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just from all the box squatting and the plyometric shit.
Yeah.
I used to do tons of big box. I'd jump on like 48-inch boxes and stuff at Westside.
Yes.
So we always did those plyometric. We'd jump. I remember Stafford, Chester, we'd always jump on the boxes with dumbbells in her hand and stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe that would come into play somehow.
So when you jumped on the boxes with dumbbells in your hands, this is one thing I've always wondered because we had like just box jumps. What do you do when you miss?
You eat shit. What happens is usually what happens is something unsavory, like your shins hit the nice corners of the wood, and normally the dumbbells in your hand will weigh you down and scrape you down the front of the box. And then sometimes you might slap your. I never really had a bad one. Usually I fucking hit it and go up over it or something.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had dumbbells, the first thing I was doing was letting them sons of bitches go.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit, get off me, you know. Like,
do you think those helped you?
I can't really say. I think it's just one of those things where we did it because people were strong. And we did it at the chance that it might make us stronger or more explosive. Which I think maybe back then it actually did help. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I think when I think back a lot of like coming up and training and stuff and all the weird shit we did, I really think that like that really tied me together to just do the big things that, like now.
Mm-hmm.
Like it took it. I mean like years of that kind of stuff, like just years of weird shit, like plyometric jumping and pull-ups, weighted pull-ups and dips, like just weird stuff, you know, like Jimmy Ritchie, he wants you to do like the prison workouts, you know, he'd be in there doing like this weighted dips and all kinds of weird stuff, like just, you know.
What were some of the things that when you first came in that Bob Coe instilled in your brain that was different than what everybody else was doing there?
Well, like at that time, I had come in just as you were like either gone or like you were on the way out. And that was like where everyone was tearing pecs. Like everyone was tearing pecs and shoulders. Dudes were just getting torn up. I think the big thing was when I first got there, dude, you not only were you not allowed to miss a workout, you were not like, if you missed a weight, you put a plate on. And then, no, it's like if you let me restate it. If you like barely floor pressed 405, those motherfuckers were putting quarters on. Like, 50-pound jump. It's like, but I barely did that. I don't give a fuck, you know, do it. This is what's on there. Do it or don't. So like the whole herd mentality of everyone taking this jump, I think fucked a lot of people up.
Yeah. Plate quarter, plate quarter, plate quarter.
Correct. And then kind of like when I got in there, it was form and technique was the first thing. You know, if it looks like shit, we're not going up. One good thing that I think Bob did for me was he never let me get in front of my skis, so to say. He would always his first and foremost thing was not getting me hurt, because he always told me he didn't want my dad to sue him. I don't want your fucking dad to sue me. You know, like, I'm like, I don't think he would sue you, but still, he was always scared of that for some reason. But his big thing was form and technique, and once I started breaking form and technique, it was time to stop. Rather than back in the day, you know, you would, you'd flare an elbow and it would be real hard, and then you would just make the next jump, and then on that jump was where you tear the pec or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of from like when I first got there, because I kind of like came into the end of like the style that you were in.
Mm-hmm.
So I experienced it. Like my first like year there, I was like, we did all that. And then it was like, we started getting away from it because we kind of took the position of, well, we want to be here in a year. You know what I mean? Like we started setting ourselves up for the long haul
Mm-hmm.
rather than short term.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, at Westside, you get caught up in the short term real quick because you're expected to do numbers. And we just, our approach was, we're just going to go 5 pounds at a time, 5 and 10 pounds at a time. And if I do 3 or 4 meets a year, that's 40, 50 pounds and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So if I moved my bench up 20 or 30 pounds, I moved my squat up 20 or 30 pounds, and moved my deadlift up there, that's 100 pounds on your total in a year. That's pretty good, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of the thing with Bob. Like we always set myself up for success. I was never put behind the ball. You know, I never went into meets where I just didn't do a meet if I tweaked something. We didn't really, unless it was like a big pro money meet. You know, if I had, you know, there was a few times where, like the first time I totaled 3,000 at 275, it was kind of the same thing. I didn't put I separated a rib on my chest in June at a nationals, and the Westside Pro Invitational was in late August. So I went something like 10 weeks without putting a shirt on, and then just hoped it healed. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so there was like times where we did push the issue, but it was for the right reasons. You know, I didn't push it for a state meet. I was at the big meet type thing. So yeah, a lot of it was leaving some in the tank. You know, we didn't overextend ourselves. We always, and a lot of it was, and there would be some meets where those PRs were really hard, and then there was like stretches. I don't want to say stretches, but there was like clusters of time where things were really hard, like PRs were really hard. There wasn't a lot left in the tank, so you're like, okay, I don't have a lot left in the tank, but that was hard. It's like circle back around to train harder, you know what I mean? Do more, you know, like that's where I was talking about earlier, where that's why I'm a real minimalist thing, so I can see what exactly works and what doesn't work. And I think I took that a lot from Bob. Like we just did what we had to do, training optimally. I've said that before, doing exactly what you have to do, no more, no less. Do what you need to get the outcome that you are shooting for. Because like there's no fourth white light. You only get 3. You know, it's like you only, yeah.
All right, so moving into psychedelics.
All
right. So
bring it.
What major revelations have you taken from any of those experiences?
We, as human beings, sir, are but a fart in the blip of the. We are but a fart in the universe. Like we are nothing. Like, how can I put this? You start realizing, like, when the fabric, like when the veil gets peeled back, you start seeing things for what they are, and you see the world for what it is. Like you peel back all the just technology, you peel back, and you start seeing like Earth, stars. You know, like you start realizing that you're this little thing on some kind of cosmic body. And it's wild. You realize, I guess what I'm trying to say is some instances like that, they call it the ego death, where you basically, So a mushroom experience, like sometimes like when there's Terrence McKenna. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's a big mushroom guy, and I've listened to a lot of his stuff. And there are certain dosages of mushrooms that'll get you to a certain level, and they call a heroic dosage of mushrooms like 4 grams or more. There was one time where I took like 7 or 8, and I can't. It's so hard to describe when you get like down that kind of a rabbit hole, but like it's almost like you feel a connection to the prime creator source, if that makes sense. Like the things of the world you don't see. I think like I said, but you're just a fart in the universe. You know what I mean? You don't, like, nothing matters. Like nothing matters. You know, like this, what we are right now is like, you know, you're on whatever we're on for 70 or 80 years, but what about that? What's after that? You know, it's like, you know, the eternity is long, but there's eternity ahead of you and eternity behind you. You know, it's a wild thing.
Have you ever come out of it and been,
oh,
like, this is what I need to do for my training?
Yes. Dude, no shit. Okay. All right. I got to think how this went, because there's been they kind of bleed together sometimes. You're like, whoa. Grr. But this was before this was like 3 months before I think September. This was in 2019, before I totaled 3,100. I went and I took a heroic dosage of mushrooms. I took like 7 or 8 grams, and we went out in the fucking woods, and just everything just started melting. And it's more like you feel energies. Like I was feeling the fabric of time space. And the only way I can describe it is like, you go through this thing when you're on mushrooms, people, they try to fight it. You know what I mean? You go through this thing of like trying, like, I'm okay, I'm in control, you know, and that's the problem. That's your ego. Your ego's in control, and you're trying to control where the ship's going. And the ego death is where you just Jesus, take the wheel, let's go. You know what I mean? And it just drives you. And once that ego dies, it's like it peels back. You just see things for what they are. You see the forest for the trees now. It's like you don't see things the same way. It's like the mushroom gives you this download of something you can't audibly explain, but you understand it. You understand. You have this. You get this understanding. That's where I think, like, some of these, like, I kind of encourage the mushrooms. You know, I think it's medicine. I don't think it's like people that are looking for a psychedelic mushroom trip. Be careful what you wish for, because the mushroom will take you where you do not, like, you can't. Don't try to drive the ship. You know what I mean? Let it do its thing. And I've learned that a lot. So I think psychedelics like mushrooms, ayahuasca, Spud, I'm sorry, but I'll say this a little bit. Spud, he was telling me he went to Peru, and he did a nice thing down there, and he told me all about it, and it was a great. Maybe someday you can hear about it, but it's life changing. It helps people. I think these things. I think in today's age with technology and the influence of electronics and other things, things like mushrooms, like, peel that away, and they connect you back to what you were before any of this shit came around. It's like, these are just some of my observations.
Yeah. So what training ideas have come?
Well, so I don't want to know if it was training ideas, but that's after I did that mushroom trip. Like, it was like I got the download for 3,100, all the numbers. It was like I can't really. The only thing I can explain is, like, I got this download of understanding. It was like, not I, it was you. You need to do this, 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 and this. You need to do this, this, and this. And it was like, okay, I'm going to do these things, and I'm not going to worry about these things. And I can't really put my finger on, like, what those things were, but I understood. And I think that's a cool thing about mushrooms. It's it's not always words. It's like, you just know, it's like a knowing, like you, and once you pull back the ego and the ego, you get that ego death. You're open to these other, I don't want to call them downloads or revelations, so to say. Mushrooms for me were like a serious thing. Like, I don't look at them as a like drinking alcohol, because they will humble the shit out of you. You ever hear people have bad mushroom trips and stuff? That's good. You have to have the right mindset. You have to like prepare yourself for it. It's like a wild ride, buddy. But I'll tell you what, they've seen stuff where it helps with depression and like, I don't want to say this wrong, but like rewiring the brain, and stuff like that.
Have you ever had a bad trip?
Oh my God. Yes, buddy. Oh, it's such a crazy story. Dude, it can get intense. And the thing with mushrooms is you're on the ride and you can't turn it off. So sometimes you can get these insane feelings of dread. You're like something's attacking you. And then in that moment, it's like, okay, what's going on here? And it's almost like the mushroom is bringing compartmentalized things that you have like compartmentalized in yourself, that you don't even know that like you could have this thing robbing your energy that happened in your childhood, and the mushroom like brings it forward and like forces you to deal with it. And sometimes when you don't want to deal with that thing and resolve it, you start having a bad trip and freaking out because you're like, well, I didn't know what's going on here. So I think mushrooms are like psychedelics are really good for that stuff. They really bring anything that's masking a problem or anything that you're hiding from yourself, almost like it'll bring forth to you, and it like forces you to resolve them. So I think at that specific time, after then I told 3100 after it, like it just like rewired my brain. I thought differently. At that time, I had a lot of resentment for Louis, with the whole Westside thing. That'll be in the movie that's coming out. But you'll kind of see like where my head was at and like the things I was dealing with, and the amount of anger and resentment I had, and how that was like adversely affecting me. And it was taken away from performance. So, you can't run off hate, dude. Like that'll run you, like you can run off of it, but dude, the road at the end of that is no good. So there was things that I had to like let go. There were things that I had to resolve, in terms of like how I felt, just for Louis, for example, how I felt towards him and Westside, stuff like that. So they can be pretty personal, like it can be pretty personal stuff. And I know I just got off on a wild tangent. Some of that probably didn't make sense because it's really hard if you've never done it to try to explain your experience. So every advice, don't try to control it. Start off slow. People always ask me, 3.5 grams of mushrooms will get you the ride that you want, and anything more than that, be careful what you wish for. Sometimes they can be real intense, and it's a ride. But like I said, I think one of the things that I noticed mostly is that the thing, like at that instance before, like that 3,100 pound total, I had all this like resentment because of the whole Westside thing. And basically I felt that, Louis had turned his back on me, and I felt, I'd given my life for that place, and they kind of turned their back on me. That's just the way I felt, whether they meant it that way or not. That's how it was. And that stuff that kind of thing will eat you, man. It'll get in there and it'll eat you. And before you know it, it robs your joy. And you can't let people or things rob your joy, because you'll die miserable. It'll kill you.
How would it be different than THC?
I don't think THC, I think is just a little different. You don't really go psychedelic on it. You don't, I'm sure there's some strong THC products out there that'll make you a little loopy, but In terms of psychedelics, I don't think THC kind of classifies as a psychedelic. I kind of put that as medicine also, like for, when you talk about THC, like, there's different kinds. You have your indicas and your sativas and your hybrids, and this day and age of everybody kind of there's dispensaries everywhere now, and if you have problems sleeping, THC, indica, heavy indicas or something that help you sleep. If your daytime smokers or your sativas and stuff get stuff done. Sometimes they give you an energetic like feeling to it. If you're trying to gain weight, there you go. People always like, how do you gain weight? It's like, well, THC will help you with your cause, my boy. Like it'll get you there. But I think they have their place. Mushrooms are kind of thing. I should say psychedelics, like mushrooms, ayahuasca. Buddy, like you have to have a mind. Like, don't go in that kind of shit with respect. That's the kind of, it sounds kind of corny, but if you don't think I'm right, go eat 4 grams of mushrooms and then try to control that ride and tell me how it goes. Like it's can be bad.
Because THC is recreational legal now in Ohio. So how is that going to change your life in any way?
I think anything in moderation, you know what I mean? I don't think it makes it just because it's, what is it? Narrow is the road, just because you can have it in all these different ways doesn't mean you should have it all the ways you can get it. I know that was a weird saying, but, I don't think it really changes a lot. I think now that it's legal here and you have like dispensaries, you can go into there. I think my whole thing about like dispensaries, and I'll just get off on a tangent here, is the shit's too expensive. If you want, you got to get a medical card. If you want like, medical price, if you have a medical card, they usually give you a better discount on, prices and stuff. But all in all, I just think the shit's overpriced for being in dispensaries. If you trade, yeah. But yeah.
How have you used that for recovery training and so forth?
Yeah. So you can actually, there's like science around this shit, I'm not a scientist. I'm more of a practical kind of person. If the proof is in the pudding, I'm going to use it. For me, it's always been like it helps with inflammation. And I could be way wrong, or at least it makes me feel like that. And if it makes me feel like that, then that's half the fucking struggle right there. Inflammation, anxiety. Like I don't have anxiety, but it always, even keel kind of keeps you on target. People like Adderall. I don't like that shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm actually ADD, and like Adderall and shit makes me a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll just, like it doesn't speed me up at all. So you actually have cannabinoid receptor. Now I don't know if I'm saying that right. You guys can fact check me. But you have cannabinoid receptors in your brain. So your body is actually hardwired to process cannabis and THC. Then there's different kinds. Like I know I might be butchering this, but there's when you decarboxylate THC, it becomes like it like drops something or adds something. It becomes THCA or something like that. And when you eat it and it goes through your liver, that's like psychedelic shit. I'm not one for edibles, buddy. You cannot turn that stuff off. You're on a 4-hour ride,
mm-hmm.
and it's heavy. So I think lots of good uses for THC and flower medicine. I noticed a lot with cancer patients. When they're taking chemo and they don't have an appetite or they feel nauseous from the medication, things like THC and flower and concentrates and stuff like that really alleviate their nausea, gives them an appetite when they're in this wasting mode. And I kind of like, it's the same thing. Like, when you're training and you're tired and you need to unwind, the last thing I'm doing is reaching for a bottle of whiskey or alcohol. You know what I mean? Alcohol dries me out. I think it's one of the worst things. Like when I see people drinking whiskey to deadlift, I'm like, nah, I'd never do that. I think like alcohol is really bad for training, and it's really bad for any kind of, like, and don't get me wrong, I like drinking beers, you know what I mean? I like going, you know, having a beer, drinking some shots, whatever. But like, in terms of like that's the thing I go to, you know, like Matt Demmel, we'll give him as an example. Dude, you do drink a case of beer like every night, you know, and show up at the gym and smell like, you know, like a French whorehouse. You know, it's like, you know, back then that dude alcohol fueled, stone cold, you know, it's like, I ain't like that no more. You know, it's like, so my whole thing is alcohol's always hurt me. You know, it's always dried me out. Never makes me feel good. No one likes being hungover, dude. You know, like you get up the next morning, it takes you 6 hours just to get right, you know, from being shit-faced. And, you know, so I was kind of always one that went the, you know, THC route. Whether it be, you know, after training, you know, have a little bit and get you a meal and go to bed. You're relaxed. Kind of just unwinds you, you know, you're not stressed. People go have a cigarette to get, you know, they smoke to get, you know, people stressed out, they have to go have a cigarette, you know, just take a couple hits of a bowl.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, some people, they ask me like, what's the best way to start? And I say a porcelain one hitter. That way you can control the ride. You know what I mean? So, you know, anything in moderation, you can always take more.
The switching topics, the one thing that I've been trying to explain to lifters that get in the sport, or say they've been in the sport for 3 or 4 years, is when you're in the sport for a long time, you've been in the sport for a long time, been training for a long time, you know, training partners are crucial. They're important. You know, training crews, I think, are very important. But something else that kind of gets lost in that conversation is if you're going to do this for a long period of time, your training partners are going to change. Your crews are going to change. It's just part of the process. And I think if you already kind of know ahead of time, those people aren't going to stay most of the time. You know, they're going to kind of fade away. Then you won't get as caught up in the drama that's associated with the groups, the training partners, the crews, or even the federations, because over a period of time, the people who are creating the drama, they're just not going to be there.
Correct.
But at the same time, you don't want to have over reliance on the people that are in the crew or your training partners, because when they leave, which they inevitably will do if you stay on this journey, you don't want to be fucked. You know,
high turnover rate.
Yeah. So how would you?
So I'll talk about my team for a little bit, because I always come on here and tell you, like, I probably got the best group of guys and girls around me. The same synergy, like when we left Westside, they're all still there with me. Like here we are, what, six years later, and I still have the same core groups, you know, like Alex and Snooki and Anthony. He moved to New Hampshire, but we're still all on the same page. You know, we kind of still get everything in the same page in terms of training. He's like, hey, I'm doing this week. You know, do we do this or should we do that? And then we, you know, hey, do this or do that, and he goes and makes his decision on what he thinks. But in terms of like people, I've had the same group of like 5. I have like a synergy of like 5 guys, and they've been around since we left, and even at Westside, dude. These are the same dudes there. So like half of them spilled over from when I was there, so they just came with me, and then we added some people, you know. And there's only one guy that joined the night crew that isn't there anymore, and he quit maybe back in. Maybe 2020 is when he quit, but he was, you know, that's one. So I guess the point I'm making is you really have to vet the people that you put around you. It's like, again, you'll hear me say, you keep using the word cliche, but would I trust this person in a foxhole? You know, if bullets are coming, and it sounds stupid to say, but like, those are the kind of trust you have to, that's the kind of dependability you need to have. I'll give you an example. There's a guy named Jeff McDowell on my team. He's been with us since day one, and he just got cancer. So he's been dealing with a bout with cancer, and he just got out of his he just went through an intravenous treatment. I don't think it was chemo, but whatever the cancer treatment was, this dude is in a bad way. You know, he's, and you know what that guy did? He fucking drove his ass down to Florida and was loading my plates, wrapping my knees, getting stuff I needed. Like, so, you know, I got a dude that's fighting cancer that drops everything and says, where do you need me? You know what I mean? I got, you know, Drex, you know, he doesn't even, he lives in Southern Ohio. You know, he's nowhere near here. That dude drives up an hour and a half to hand out to me. I'm like, dude, I need you. Can you come? I try to ask him. I'm like, I need you on this day. Like, I try to give him a heads up. I'm like, hey man, I'm going to put my shirt on. Can you make it this day? And if he says yes, I'll move it if he can't. But, you know, I got dudes like that, you know, like, so they're really hard to come by, and you have to, and some of them, and the ones that you bring in, you have to really hold their feet to the fire and be like, look, you see these dudes here? This is what's required of you. Like, this is what is required of you. This guy has cancer, and he came down and handed weights out to you, and then drove 14 and a half hours back home and got another cancer treatment. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people, they get in this thing of where there's a guy that power lifts over there and a guy that power lifts over there, and maybe we should all power lift together, you know? And sometimes that's just not because you might have a cancer in there that's all about them. And then they bring drama, strife, division. And before you know it, you got this guy talking shit about how he doesn't like this main exercise. And then it comes back around to me or something like that. And it's like, hey, you know what? If you don't like it, then you can get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't care what you like. I've been doing this 20 years. I don't have to ask you what you like. You know, these things make you strong. If you don't like them, don't fucking do them. Like, it's like, so a lot of my guys are, I don't want to say all of them. They're all great men. They're men. They're not fucking boys. And that's another thing. There's a lot of fucking boys out there, and there ain't men that act like men. So the men in my group, we all have each other's backs. We're all there for each other. It's been built over time. So like, it's almost maybe the opposite. As time goes on, we get closer and stronger. And, I not just looking back, you know, like when it all kind of came together there when we left Westside, or we got kicked out, whatever the fuck you want to call it. We all just kind of rallied around each other, and we're just like, we're going to do this and fuck everyone else. And here we are 6-7 years later, still doing the same thing. And not only are we further, it's like when you look, I guess the thing I say, I look back and I'm like, am I in the same spot as I was 6 years ago? Am I spinning tires or you know, have I made these guys better? Have these guys made me better? And the answer is yes. Those guys are getting stronger. They're doing what it takes. Like my guys, we don't have to, like if somebody needs something, like if someone's in need, like we're all there for each other. Like if some guy is having relationship problems and he's got to move, it's like, let's go move him and get him to where he's got to go so we can get him back on track so his head's where it needs to be. You need more from a training partner. It's not just powerlifting, dude. It's life. These people, you life with these people, and you're around them a lot, and you have to put trust in them. And I know I just kind of went off on a tangent, but I'm super blessed. I think the Lord has put people like this around me, because there's no way that I can continue. There's just no way, dude. Like to do some of the things that I've done one time is hard. And then to come back around and then try to do them again, and then to keep doing them. And then you keep asking people like, hey, I need you to, it's just, I don't know. It's just something to say, like, who is around you, that's who you're going to be. You'll become the people you're around. So you're either going to elevate to a level, or you're gonna like lower yourself down to somewhere. You never stay the same. You're either getting better or you're getting worse. So I've always just tried to make it a point to have people around me that only elevate me. You know, they say, if you want to be a millionaire, you better start hanging around a bunch of millionaires. You know what I mean? By osmosis, one day you might figure out how to make $1 million. You know, it's the same thing. If I get these guys around me, I act the way I'm supposed to act, and I lead by example of what I expect from them, and I hold them to the standard that I put out. So if I'm not putting out something, and I shouldn't, you know, I shouldn't yell at them for not. You get what I'm saying? It all
Yeah.
starts with me, and that's the kind of thing. I'm a real what's the word? I'm my own self-critic, you know. I'm going to look at myself first before I start pointing fingers, because a lot of the time the problem starts, you know, here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if you can get in that mindset of like, maybe it's not out there, it's here. And if I fix here first, I'll project the things that I want, and that'll attract the people that I need. And then once those people come in, they then lift you up to a spot that you couldn't have been before. So I think that's kind of like the story of my group. It's still growing. It's getting bigger. You know, I didn't think it would. Dude, I just didn't think I'd be, like I said, 6 years later, and it's still growing. So, yeah.
What's the update on the documentary?
I'm so glad that you asked. So I talked to Michael. I went to Tallahassee, and we did. Oh, when was this? I think it was in July. It was hotter than fuck, dude. I was wearing the humidity down there. I love you, Michael, but my goodness, that Tallahassee weather I did not like. We went down there, and I did a photo shoot for some products that he had, and then we did the last interview. So I did my final interview for the movie, and that was, I don't know, a few months ago, 3 months ago. And I talked to him the other day, and I asked him, I was like, hey man, I'm going on here. Do you want me to say anything? He's like, well, it's still being edited. The beginning is done. The end is done. And all the editing right now is in the middle. There is a title for it. I'll tell you after it. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it yet, but there is a title, to it. I asked him, when he thought a release would be. He said tentatively he is shooting for late spring, so maybe around April, May is when you might be able to start seeing screenings. It's going to come out on Netflix. It'll be on Amazon, just like Westside vs. the World. So all that stuff's still in play. We're going to have a theatrical release here in Columbus. So anytime, like, remember for Westside vs. the World, same thing. So all that stuff's coming down the pipe. Westside vs. the World took about 5.5 years, and everyone from the beginning until the end said, I thought this was going to be done. You know, it's like, man, documentaries aren't like making a Marvel movie. You know, you don't have a budget, and then 6 months later or 3 months later, you got a movie. You know, it's like, doesn't work like that. It's really highly dependent on storylines. So you start a movie out with storylines, and you have an idea of what you want to do, and then your storylines start taking shits, you know, i.e. people that were supposed to do things that didn't do things. So, I'm a this good person, film me. It's like, okay, start filming you. And then you eat shit and crash. It's like, well, that didn't help the movie. On to the next thing, you know? So then the movie kind of changes, and your focus gets redirected. And that's kind of, it happens with Wes. It happened with every single one. So like when we started Westside vs. the World, or Michael did, I should say, it kind of started off a certain way. And then as it got middle way through, you realize that another story presented itself. Like in this instance, the Chuck thing, when Chuck came back to Westside, like that wasn't ever planned. He just came back, and we're like, that's a story. Like, he's here now. Like, so like that got into the movie. So like there's things that happen along the way. And even when the movie's done, so like the movie, he said he has it down to like 1 hour and 40 minutes. And like 2 years, like maybe last year it was 3 or 4 hours, you know, and it gets down to like shaving unnecessary talking out. And then then there has to be the editing part is really what is a lot. Cause you get down in the editing, and then you look back and you're like, oh, I gotta tell this. And then you got to go back and then put something in that helps articulate something. And it's just a process. So it's getting done. It's almost there. Like I said, Westside vs. the World was about 5.5 years, and we're about that on this one. So it's coming. It's cool. Yeah, I said, hey man, I said, this thing's gotta be good, right? He's like, oh yeah, it's good. And I was like, well, how is it compared to Westside vs. the World? He's like, It's intense. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, people are going to think y'all are fucking nuts. And I was like, yes. So it's pretty intense. He told me, I'll tell you some stuff about it, but it starts off intense and it goes on a wild ride. And then you get like a little break for like a couple minutes and then it's like again. So it's pretty, he said it's an intense one. It's very serious. It's not like, it's pretty cool. I asked him about like, you know, how the feeling of Westside versus the world, it said it's good.
Okay.
He said the words he said to me were, I'm not going to release another movie unless it at least matches or beats the last one. So if you liked Westside versus the world, you will at least like this one or think it's better.
Or any other topics you want to talk about that I didn't bring up?
Let's see. Maybe a little WPO stuff. I can give you some updates on that because I always stick my nose in and try to get the newest news going on with the WPO. And I know this year we were at the Olympia, which was our first year there, and it was awesome. Like I explained that to you, like we went over all the Olympia stuff, but it was just a really cool experience. It was a really cool meet. The Olympia Commission really liked it apparently, and they're really looking forward to next year. I've heard rumors. Now this is just unsubstantiated rumor that I can neither confirm or deny, so I just have to say it like that. I think the Olympia is alternating between Vegas and Florida, so next year it's going to Vegas. So if it is in Vegas next year, the WPO Superfinals will be in Vegas at the Olympia there. What are some other things? They're on a wild expansion right now. So, how can I say it? I think the difference between like the WPO in the past and the WPO today is you had a lot. I think you had idiots running it in the past and, it was good. And then those idiots crashed and burned it. And I think one of the things that those people did was they brought in a lot of foreign lifters. You know, you had like dudes from Latvia, Russia, Ukraine, you know, you had Yarnbash and Vlad and who else? Andy Bolton. There's a couple other big guys I can think of, but you had a lot of foreign participation. So what they've done is Wayne has expanded into Europe, Asia, and I think around South Africa. So there's a guy in Portugal that has taken over the basically the overseas WPO meets, and they're going to start running select WPO meets in Europe, Asia, and different parts around the world, and they're going to flush those lifters into the superfinals at the Olympia. So that is one cool thing. I think that the WPO now is really the only thing it's missing is that influx of some really strong European guys, or maybe not just Europeans, but, you know, I say Europeans, meaning overseas. I think, like I said, that's the difference between the past and today. And I think once that gets established, it's pretty much superseded the past in every way. You know, from being on ESPN, you know, back then, the WPO, there was no streaming, you know, back during that time. If you can think of like mid 2000s, there wasn't streaming devices. There wasn't like a YouTube really. It was very rudimentary. So back then they had to like get a production company to record it. And they tried to sell like the rights to ESPN or something like that, like Strongman did. It just didn't work out, and then they were kind of behind the times, and then the times changed real quick. So I think there's some reasons why the WPO just of yesterday's kind of went away. And then I know here in the United States, the WPO is there's rumors going around that there's going to be an expansion here. So there's going to be more of the WPO in a different way here in the United States. I kind of said it like sometimes people just do the same thing because it's always been done that way. And I think this is going to be a new approach at powerlifting, whether it is, and I don't have a ton of details on it. I just have just kind of murmurings of what they're getting ready to do. but it's going to be great for powerlifting. It's going to really condense competition. You're going to be held to a great standard, and you're going to have a voice. And a lot of times in these federations, people, they feel like they're just along for the ride rather than giving input. Like, hey, I'd like to do these things, and then, we're just doing it this way, and for this, that, and the other. So I think this new thing that's coming is gonna set a new standard. It's gonna really improve, I think, the scope of powerlifting and how it's out there right now. So a lot of cool things coming down the pipe with that. I always like talking about it because I'm a WPO fan. I'm a WPO fanboy, whatever you call it.
And any final thoughts?
I don't know. I said a lot of thoughts, final thoughts.
Until next time.
Yeah, until next time. Final thoughts. I know I got to say something good here. Let me think of something. There's something I should have said. Be the change you want to see. Sometimes the easiest way isn't always the best way. If you want some advice, do the hard thing. Narrow is the road. So just if you get the wide road, doesn't always mean the easiest way isn't always the best way. The hard way will get you what you want, maybe not sooner, but in the long run, and you'll have it, so to say. I mean, these are just thoughts, and you only fail when you quit, like everybody fails, but when you stop trying, that's when you fail, So just because you fall off the horse, or just because you don't get a PR, and if you don't have the meat you want after 2 years, or don't have the meat you want after 3 years, just remember I went through 4 years twice for 5 pounds. So if you stay in it long enough, you'll get what you want. Surround yourself with people that have your same views. You don't have to agree on everything, but you're the same view of what the goal is. You're going to be who you're around. So I guess that's pretty much the long and the short of it.
All right, that works. I want to thank you for being
You're
out
welcome.
again. We'll have you back out again. We're already kind of talking about that now.
We got the next one.
Yeah, so we already got the next one kind of planned out. So thank you guys for listening, and we're done.
Cool. How long was that?
Today's episode is brought to you by Element, a tasty electrolyte drink mix.